Hey, all right. As we start, you see Santa Bubba. There he is, right there. He is laying down the remainder of the 12 working days of Christmas to complete the list, and that starts today, day one of the 12 working days of Christmas, and you need to be listening for that. We don't know when as of yet. We kind of play it by ear. We'll talk about what should trigger you to call and how all that works. If we pick a number or we play a game, we'll announce it every day, and so you be listening and watching for that. Don't forget, you can go to rickandbubba.com for all the information. The list is a great one, so it's just another awesome 12 working days of Christmas. On the show today, Taylor Hicks, speaking of Christmas, he's got a special at Lyric Theater in Birmingham on Friday, December the 8th. I know he's out and about doing different things. You can go to TaylorHicks.com and see his tour. He's also got a new single out called Jingle Bells. It's a good Christmas song. Who doesn't love Jingle Bells? He'll be performing the Doobie Brothers and Christmas classics on that Friday, December 8th show at Lyric. So we'll talk to him about that. He'll jump on Zoom, not be in studio just because of his tour and his schedule. He'll jump on Zoom a little bit later in the show. This week's RBU is Fox News' Greg Jarrett. He is a constitutional lawyer, expert, and he's got his latest book out. He had one out earlier in 2023 called Trial of the Century, but this one is his latest one. It just came out this month, called The Constitution of the United States and Other Patriotic Documents. We'll break it down with this collection as Greg Jarrett explains it. New York Times best-selling author Greg Jarrett, RBU's featured guest this week. All right, so as we get everything ready to go, we just need the other two good ones. Now, complete three. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms.
What's
and
up?
Now we have three.
And there were three.
Welcome in, gentlemen. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in.
Can I give a shout out? I know we don't usually do
Okay,
that.
sure.
But I owe some big thank you from yesterday.
I got to correct the shout out after you get that.
Oh, my gosh. He got the names wrong of the people in there. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
I'm going to get the names right.
Okay.
I owed – this has to do with a pallet of tennis balls.
A pallet
40 cases.
How about a lot of tennis balls?
That
a lot of fuzzy balls.
Jason Hester, who loves the show,
all right,
called me a couple days ago, and he said he's in the JSU maintenance department.
Oh, Hest?
Look like you're running it, from what I could tell. He called me and he said, "Hey, Coach, got a pallet of tennis balls here for you that were delivered to our place."
Oh.
Now that's good news.
Pallet sounds big.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah.
40 cases of tennis. All right, so the DeWalt yellow that double that in size, and that's what one case looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even
big
triple.
pallet.
Yeah,
big heavy pallet.
So we got a big pallet. He said, "Good news is your tennis balls are here. They made it on campus.
Yeah.
Bad news is they've been delivered to the maintenance shop.
Yeah, wrong place.
So I got to we got to
happens.
get them to Pete Matthews Coliseum." And so I said, "Listen, I want this to be as easy on everybody as possible. So why don't I come over there? We'll break down the pallet and put all the cases of balls in the back of my truck, and I'll just pull up right in front of Pete Matthews, and my GA and I can just take them and put them in storage."
Yeah.
He said, "That sounds like a good plan." Yesterday, when I pulled up there, I bet he had 20 guys on the loading dock. They had the 40 cases of tennis balls in my truck within 3 minutes. It was amazing.
Yeah,
Then
you
you
got to
got
love
to
that.
take them out. Did
Huh?
you ask them if they could follow you over there and unload them?
Hey, boys, jump on.
Look, while we're doing this,
Head on over to the tennis facility where I'm head coach.
I so badly wanted to ask that, but I thought,
hey,
what?
guys, y'all got a few minutes?
I kind of did the math in my head. If we carry 2 or 3 at a time, where we had to walk with it was about 1 minute there, 1 minute back. We'll be done in 15 minutes. So thank you, Jason Hester and the crew at
Thanks.
JSU
Hi, boy,
Maintenance.
Hess.
They showed out yesterday.
get his name
big
right?
time. I did.
Okay.
Unlike you, I got his name right.
Yeah.
All right, so now let's go back to where
I can't believe you
had a
You're
Walmart
not.
pickup but needed dog food.
Yeah.
And so while you were waiting on the pickup, you told Lisa, hey, I'm going to run in there and get some dog food. And
Yeah.
you met a listener that came up to you. Randy,
I got that right.
and then and said that he would love it if you could take a picture with his wife or whatever.
No,
or
she
something.
took the picture of me and Randy.
Yeah, okay, but you had to go out to the car and see him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Okay.
got to. I can't. I got to see this.
All right. So what'd you get wrong?
Well, I got his wife now.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
That's me and Randy
Yeah.
at Walmart. You know how I am. I can't remember nothing.
First of all, was it his wife or girlfriend?
It's his wife.
Okay.
Okay, because you
And
didn't know
for
that.
some reason, I called her Donna.
Okay.
And
I could
actually-
see that. I'd default to
actually, it's
Donna.
Randy and Barbara.
Barbara.
Well, that's a big
Okay.
miss,
Yeah,
Greg.
it
That's
was
a big
miss.
miss.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
It
know
wasn't
what's
like
wrong.
it was Donna or Debbie.
No.
You went. It's Barbara.
Yeah, Barbara.
I mean,
Barbara.
what's that? But hey to Randy and Barbara, and I apologize.
Well,
for
I mean, you
messing-
bumped into him, and he wanted you to get a picture with him, and he went out to the parking lot, and I understand it was nowhere near where you were parked,
But that's okay.
holding dog food, and you were very nice.
Absolutely, I was
think you
proud.
left that
anybody,
part out of the story.
Anybody
You
cared?
He
You
did.
know,
I thought
But it was great to me. But here's the best part.
on the opposite end.
He also sent me a picture. Randy told me when he's in there, he listens to the show, and he knows what the term bip is. There was a guy, and he took a picture of him that had his dog with him. It wasn't a service dog, just walking around. He's some bips in here with his dog. And look, the dog getting on a leash or anything. And there it
Okay,
goes down.
look
Now,
at
Randy
that.
went ahead and got a shot of that, too, and sent
You got
in.
you a new friend. Look at that.
You and Randy.
Hey, sending in pictures
Randy
now.
and Barbara.
Yes.
So
Okay.
shout out to Randy and Barbara.
That's awesome.
And
Thank you, Randy.
I apologize, Barbara, for I don't know where I got Donna.
Well, did he correct you? Like, so
Oh, he
hey,
was
you
laughing.
Got, okay.
No, he was like, it was like that was funny. I mean, nobody's mad about it. Speed's
Right.
trying to make people mad about it.
No, I know. I just wanted to know
Randy
if he
understands.
I
that,
wanted
look,
to
as
know
I get
if
older,
you-
I have tough retaining.
I wanted to know
tough
if
time
you
retaining
caught it.
things.
In other words, hey, it was great. Barbara really enjoyed meeting you, and you were like, "Oh, I didn't call her Barbara."
No, he was.
Or if
laughing
he
and go,
if he
"Hey,"
called you out
And by
on
the
it.
way, my wife's Barbara, not Donna.
Okay,
It's
that's
one
what
of
I
those,
wanted.
which
That's what I
that's
wanted.
funny.
That is so good.
But I may run into
All right.
Donna and Randy. I mean, Donna, Barbara and Randy
See, look,
again.
he keeps calling Barbara. Why does everybody call you Donna?
I don't know. But anyway, they were super nice people.
Okay,
and
good.
I'm sorry I got Barbara's name wrong.
Yeah.
But I got it now. I got it.
When we come
Yeah.
back, well, before we leave this hour, I have a question for you two. And, Speedy, I have been invited somewhere today, and I'm looking forward to being there.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what that is here in a minute.
All right.
It has something to do with that and sitting over there.
Oh, boy.
Oh gosh. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? Burglars love taking advantage of people traveling for the holidays. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering up to 50% off on any new system this holiday season. Protect your home with Simply Safe for a limited time. You can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com or look under rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blood.
All right, we're back 21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we're off and running on day one of the 12 working days of Christmas. And so it begins, which means as soon as it begins, it ends. So let's all try to enjoy each day.
And look,
because, I mean, it's just like college football. I mean, we celebrate week one, we look up, and it's championship weekend. You're like,
where we're at now.
Where'd the season go? So let's enjoy every day. We got a lot of great stuff to give away today.
All right, will you this year accidentally say 13 Days of Horror? You might think we're far enough from it, though.
I wasn't thinking it, but I appreciate you.
No, well, now but what I'm saying is I think we're so far from doing that, it's probably left your mind.
Yeah. Well, it's the only other thing that we name by days, and so we sometimes would,
but you got to agree.
We haven't done it in 10 years.
And that helps.
What I mean? Yeah.
That's going to help you. But you remember we used to laugh because at least once a year you
Once a year. And I hadn't even thought about it, but I appreciate you. Thanks a lot,
I want to see you battle it.
Yeah.
I want to see you battle it.
So I got a text yesterday from Greg Helmsy 3 days after he asked for it because I asked him to help me remember. And he said, hey, hey, look. That's what he does when he doesn't want to bother you.
He doesn't put, hey, look with me. I can't tell you what he puts in my text.
Yeah. He said, hey, if you could remember, and he was nice about it, could you bring that fish tape? Or I call it a fish snake, whatever. It's where you can run cables behind the wall, come out either top or bottom, and you can wind it out and everything.
Yeah.
And
It'll pull it through.
Yeah, you just pull
without
it through.
bending and all that.
Correct. And you just,
May not
you
need
tape
it,
your
I don't know.
cables to it,
I may not
and
need it.
you tape your cables to it, and then you just wind it out, and there it comes out the bottom or the top, and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
And then you untape it, and now you've got everything ran. And so I was proud of myself because I haven't told Terry, because Terry and I, another story, we're going to pick up a recliner that I got in the back of my truck because I'm picking up my parents
in there right now.
today to get
It's
back
in the
to
back of your
Huntsville.
truck right now?
Yeah. It's in pieces.
I want to
but-
go sit in it.
Okay.
Oh, it's in pieces.
and got that text. And I told Terry, I said, Terry, you've got to remind, when I get out of this car, I've got to go do.
It wasn't. I mean,
I've got to go find it, or you know what I'll do? I'll forget about it, get to work, and go, gosh almighty. And so I was proud of myself. I handed it to you today.
And I
So you're
appreciate
ready
it.
to go.
Yeah, and I may need it, may not. You know,
Yeah.
I can also tie it. So I got one just swapping out, tied to the old cable, pull it through with that.
Most definitely.
But it could also come loose when I
It
try
could.
to.
It could. Yeah.
So you got to have
read you.
everything in case you need it.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you the text I got.
Hey,
and then there's a blank word I can't say.
Well, he did give me that.
What time do you think you can come by and help me hang the
Because
TV?
yesterday before he left, he said, "Look, I'll be in Jacksonville tomorrow.
I know.
If you want to get it done."
And you meant well, but you really
I
want to
said-
go over.
I told him
And
that
the only reason I'm bringing it because I'm tired of hearing it.
and it's going to be a late. So
I'm fine
doing-
with it the way it is.
Yeah.
Normally this time, well, what my schedule this time of year is get to Jacksonville, get my stuff done, and we're in a weird time where the week before finals and the week after finals, I mean the week of finals, you can't work with players. It's an NCAA stupid rule. But and so a lot of it's just catch up, office, get tennis balls delivered. You're just knocking out stuff like that.
For sure.
And so but today is going to be we're going to do a little team dinner and basketball game tonight. And so it's going to be a late night. So because the basketball team plays, and we're going to all do that together and whatever. And so I knew I'd be there a while today, and so that's why I picked today. And so I texted him back, and I said, "Listen, I said just text when you get home. I will be pretty flexible between 12:30 and 3." That's kind of I don't know if I hope that works, but
oh yeah,
perfect.
He said he had some errands to run. I was interested in what that was. And then I said, perfect. I'm going to pet Millie. My goal is to pet Millie while I'm there.
That ain't gonna happen.
Well, y'all do have the tools.
I kind of want to see you dodge the dogs again too.
I know you've been quoted saying you don't have the tools to pull this off, but you actually do
Yeah, I
today.
actually do.
So you should be able to knock it out.
And I'll
pretty quick.
snap you some pictures of Millie.
Oh, I gotta have it.
Some,
And I'm tired of
videos
hearing
from
about this.
Snapchat.
I'm at home. I'm ready to get it done.
I bet. I knew, Greg, when I got that text yesterday that's what that was about.
Yeah, but if you have that, I mean, it shouldn't take but 15 minutes.
I know.
Knock it out.
You say that.
Knock
with,
on wood.
with us two, it usually takes longer. But
I don't want Millie to draw blood, but I do want her to bite you.
Okay.
I mean, but
growl
no,
at it.
yeah. I mean, like, you know what I mean. I mean, not like draw blood, but almost like.
Well, you just said draw blood.
Like hit the sweat. I know. I said I don't want it to draw blood.
Okay.
But like maybe hit the back of your leg.
Okay.
You know, and you're like, what's that?
She has a rough sounding growl.
She really does.
Yeah. So that's today. So we
But
should
she's
have an
not
update.
big, not that big, so.
Yeah, we should have an update of the hanging of the TV.
Which is not. It shouldn't be a big deal.
Shouldn't be a big
Now
deal.
that I got the bolts that fit it.
That's right. Yeah. You got your.
Have you tested that, by the way?
It does fit.
Okay.
I haven't. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
put it on
run
there.
it in there.
Oh,
That's what I was. Yeah. Perfect.
You have?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh no.
Nah.
Is it still on the stand, sitting there? On
yeah.
the stand.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah. You just
Which-
got behind it and did it. All
Yeah.
That? Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't care. It looks good the way it is to me. But
No, I know. But you got to get it. You got to get it
the
right,
other would
Greg.
look
Yeah,
better.
I mean,
I'll give you that. It does look better on the wall.
Somebody asked me this yesterday in an email, question from the audience. Wanted to know, and this is intriguing, and it's something that I've always struggled with. When is the last time, if any at all, have you been able to touch your toes, not bending your knees?
I don't know. I haven't.
Standing?
I mean, I stretch before I work out, but I can't remember.
Stranding or
I've
sitting?
never really been able to just go down and touch my toes. No, you got to be standing up straight, not bending. I mean, I can hardly go past my knees right now.
Try.
Speedy, that's pretty good. That's excellent, actually.
Yeah, Greg's hitting them.
Okay, so my goal, I can't. So my goal, I'm deadgummit by Christmas.
Got
I'm
you
gonna
some tight hammies?
I started reading about it last night. Hamstrings have a lot to do with it. Back has a lot to do with it. And y'all know about that with me.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make a run at this, see if I can touch my toes again.
Okay.
See, I do that during stretching before I run, which is funny if you're out, like I'm out in the yard. But that
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
that's why.
yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's
Ran
exactly
yesterday,
why.
nearly had a heart attack.
Yeah. I'll do
Greg.
some walking leg kicks and stuff.
Yeah,
you
oh,
know?
yeah.
It used to be, but I Terry now, she'll stretch every day. She's like, oh no, we got to stretch. And
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. That's
My
Yeah.
flexibility.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's one of the things that very important in the world I'm in, but I don't do a whole lot of it.
I got to tell you, at the
That's his
gym,
goal.
at the gym yesterday, I saw.
By Christmas, I'm gonna be able to touch my toes.
I know
Yeah.
this lady had to be in her 70s. I know it.
Yeah.
And she went and got one of the little aerobic mats, got off in the corner, got a little aerobic ball, and she went to stretching and doing and going. And I'm like, when I'm 75, 80, I hope
Yeah.
I can do that.
Absolutely.
Don't forget
Because
that
my
guy.
first instinct was to want to make fun of it.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
then I started thinking, I mean, look at her.
Speedy, don't
know.
forget that guy that was the strongest guy in the whole
I
place.
still
and he
think-
looked like somebody's granddaddy.
I remember.
I still
remember
think
that
he.
guy.
I don't
know
think
who
he
It's
you're
was.
talking about.
unbelievable.
I don't think he was real.
He
I
would
think
do
he
like
was a robot.
one-arm pull-ups and not even shake.
Yes.
And he didn't look buff or nothing.
Had to. I'm going
He was just
70,
regular.
77.
I don't know. He wasn't.
I think if there were aliens that looked
70s.
like us, I think he's an alien.
I do too. I
Yeah.
kept waiting on, like we said, it was somebody dressed up like they were.
Right.
No, he didn't just kind of do stuff well. He seemed to be the strongest guy in the whole place.
Yes, and understand what Greg's saying. He wasn't shaking or anything. He
No,
just
he just-
he didn't sit there and just knock out pull-ups like he was Adler. And I'm
One
like,
leg squats and all this.
Do you know that 53% of America can't touch their toes, and you guys can?
oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba.
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering a holiday deal of up to 50% off on any new system, so you can stay safe all season. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your home. Simply Safe's Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera are powerful ways to deter package thieves. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, about half the cost of traditional home security. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. This holiday season, we highly recommend protecting your home and family with Simply Safe. And for a limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, I've got something here that I can bring to the show. I'll do a terrible job of explaining it, but it came up at Terry's parents' house yesterday evening, and Terry's mom actually brought it to the table, and she said, "You're not going to believe this." And if y'all have heard this, just stop me and go, "Speedy, everybody knows." But I just didn't, okay?
Okay.
And she said, "Have y'all heard that everybody is 2023 years old today, or this year?" See, I've already done a bad job of explaining.
What?
I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Yeah, everybody's 2023. I'm like, "Okay, Nanny."
No, I've never heard.
You're
of
gonna
this.
have to you're gonna have to walk this one out.
And
okay?
I need her here because I
Right,
got a feeling
right.
you're not gonna.
So everybody's age today is 2023. Did you know that this year, today, the whole world is the same age?
No.
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
This doesn't make any
Today
sense.
is a very special day and only happens once every 1,000 years.
What?
Your age plus your year of birth, it totals to 2023 for everyone. So,
My age.
so it's so strange that even experts can't explain it. You can check it out and see
All right, so
if
give me
it's
what I need to do.
2023. All right. So, for example, I'm gonna some of us haven't had a birthday because our birthdays maybe coming up or in December. So you would put, if I'm 54, I would put 55 because I'm turning 55
Right,
this year. But
gotcha.
y'all have had y'all.
Yes.
So put your
I'm
year.
43.
I put 43
Yep.
plus the year you were born.
Okay.
And then hit equal.
Oh, I was writing it down.
Okay.
Let me pull this up.
All right. So
what's 43 in 1978?
All right. So you would say so you
Plus
go. I'm
43.
43, and then put in the year you were born.
No, I'm 45. Dang, I had.
And so,
Wow.
45 plus the year you were born will equal 2023.
I did, and it does.
Use your age during this year. Example, I was born in you say somebody is 28 years old. I was born in 1995, and I'm 28 years old. It would add to 2023. What'd you put in, Greg?
I put in that I was 57, and I was born in 1966. Added those together, and it's 2023.
All right.
But isn't that every year?
No.
I don't know.
Yes. So like 2022.
It just says here, and again, I don't know. From this document, it says it only happens every 1,000 years this way. So what did you punch in?
No, this is the two numbers that always adds up to the year.
So this is wrong. This document
what I'm
is wrong.
saying,
So next year I do it, it'll say 2024.
Yeah.
So this is every
This
year.
is just math.
So your age plus the year you were born equals every year we were in.
Somebody got Nana.
Really?
Because
I just did if I was
nanny.
58.
Yeah, and if you do years,
well, so this sucks.
Year's math.
See, I knew I'd do
it's
it.
simple math.
But I'm going off. Y'all see this? What I was sent, right?
Yeah.
I didn't break down and try to dissect
because
it.
you've been alive from that. I don't know.
Yeah, you just take your year and whatever your age, that's the year you're. I mean, that's how you figure out how old people are when when they die. If they die in 2023, you subtract that number from.
She was like, "Well, this is a big, everybody's talking about whatever you put your year, whatever." So this is just ridiculous. It's every year.
Yeah, they tried to. Yeah, it's got to be. It's simple math.
Because I'm 54, so if I go 54 and then the year I was born, it's actually 2022. But
just do the number this way. If you died in 2023 and you go, okay,
when was he born? Then that gives you his age.
His age.
Right.
Every time.
Every
It's
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Golly, I can't believe they
And you
did
can
that
move
to
the
Nana.
numbers around.
Right. Right. Yeah, I see
still,
that.
like-
I see that. But
So
I
what
saw-
year was he born if he died this year? Oh, he died in 19.
Well, that became a
born-
big discussion last night at Terry's
1966.
parents' house because she said, "I'm gonna text you this," and so I'm like, "Okay." And
I'd be
but
more
in this,
concerned that no one figured it out.
Well, to be honest with you,
And
I had,
my family
I had,
wouldn't
I
figure
had
it
a,
out
I had a
either.
recliner in the back of the truck, and
Well, I wasn't thinking about it either.
And we I mean, we were just talking, and I'm like, "Hey, send that to me." But it says here today is a very special. It only happens every 1,000 years.
Well,
So
now
I
that's
just took
incorrect.
it, and she said, "Oh, that would be a fun discussion on the show." So I didn't really dissect
This
it,
is one of
and
those-
I feel kind of stupid
I didn't
now.
know
To
when
be
you
honest
just said
with
it,
you.
but now it's just you go.
This is
yeah.
one of
Yeah,
those
so
things.
now if you really look at it, you're like, well, yeah. Yeah, so I really probably should have just asked y'all about it off air first. But, you
Probably.
know, it is what it is. Yeah, we can all laugh, I guess, about it now. But I didn't even really kind of break
This
it
is why
down.
y'all keep me around.
Is it because you
Yeah.
got that quick? I mean, real quick.
Well, you know why I got it quick?
but
you know
maybe-
why I got it quick? Because
Yeah.
I put my wrong age in there first,
Yeah.
and it went to 2021, and I'm like, well, that's
there's-
right, because
you
I
were
was
too old.
I was 43 in 2021, and I'm
Yeah.
like, wait a minute. So if I put 2022, it's going to say it's 44.
Golly.
If I put 2023, it's 45.
I should have
the
caught
numbers
that.
work.
So the phones are going up. Maybe did I explain it wrong? Because the phones are lit up. Either that or people are laughing. I don't know which one.
I'll grab one.
But now I read it exactly the way.
I heard
was
it's
sent to me.
Randy and Barbara
Yeah,
calling.
Let's see here.
Maybe.
Let's see if I can.
I hope
watch
you've
5
explained. I
hours.
hope you've explained it
Well,
wrong.
no,
Yeah,
I read
I
it.
hope that.
If I did, then it was sent to me wrong because I read it verbatim.
That's one of them things they set you up and you fall for it.
Yeah.
Because
Well, I want that answer,
I didn't
Greg.
want to make the effort to.
Why won't that answer, Greg?
Now, listen, now, people. Tell Speedy I read today is the only day where the sun is going to rise in the east and set in the west.
Yeah. Well, now you know what a lot of people are going to act like they knew it, but they
Oh, no,
yeah.
you're right about
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
I'll give
yeah.
you.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Jerry West. Who dumbass didn't know that?
Oh yeah, they're a bunch of. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, look,
I don't know how that's.
I'll sacrifice myself for the
do
show.
you go down there at the
I'll
bottom there?
I'll be the dumb today.
No, I mean,
I
I ain't saying I would have been.
To be honest with you, I didn't really think it through. I
Helms
just
admitted he got tipped off when he.
Na-
put the
Nanny
wrong
told-
number.
I did.
Nanny
you
told
would
me.
eventually find it.
Nanny told me. I said, text it to me, and I brought it to the show.
So
I should have.
So wait a minute.
Let's
Let's
go
go.
to-
Nanny was wrong.
Yeah.
Nanny thought she
no,
had
no,
something.
I don't think Nanny was wrong. I just don't think
Nanny was told some bad info.
Yeah. All right.
And then
Unscreened
she
phone
told the bad
calls.
info to
Go
you.
ahead. Hey, Nanny, go. I mean, not Nanny. Unscreened phone calls. What's up?
I just wanted to say, hey, buddy, you broadcasting.
yeah.
I mean, like,
Y'all ain't gonna believe
live
it.
on the air. Live on the air. Let's work this thing out. Yeah.
Yeah.
How to do addition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, you didn't know.
That's
fine.
right. yeah. Of course, you didn't know, and guess what else? Okay. There you go. No, I'm kidding. Y'all should have your fun. I didn't.
Y'all killing me.
didn't.
I wasn't thinking.
Some of
I
these
had it and said,
emails.
yeah, it does. Look.
Now that I think about it,
well, yeah,
you're like,
Well,
yeah.
we figured it out, kind of.
So year.
I didn't care enough to.
So
really
the year
think
I was
about
born plus the age, everybody equals 2023.
That's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Whatever that many years ago were when you were born.
Yeah.
From today. Yeah.
Yeah. Wish I'd
From
have
this year.
really thought that out.
I didn't either. Look,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna act like I
Yeah.
did. I didn't think about it.
Oh boy.
I hate little word games. And
Yeah,
stuff.
I know.
What you want me to do? Word search next?
Should have picked up on it though, but I didn't.
Now that I think about
Let's
it.
go to 256. Go ahead, have your fun.
Hey, Speedy, I was just going to let you know today, and it's the weirdest thing.
What's that?
Driving in from Coleman, we were all driving on the right side of the interstate.
Okay.
Yeah, first time happened in 1,000 years.
Yeah, see, that's,
I like the
but
fact
I
that it
gotta
was
tell you
1,000 years.
Yes.
I got to
Every
tell you
1,000
that
years.
analogy was stupid.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
like
who would have
that
known?
No, I mean I know right side of the interstate.
Yeah, that.
I mean,
that
that-
wasn't
yeah,
a good one.
yeah,
The
yeah.
sun, the east and west was
Right,
good.
right. But I appreciate you calling.
Like
let's-
everybody wants to pile on. I get it.
Yeah, no, I get it. You have your fun now that I see it. Now y'all could have been a little
Nanny
more.
was wrong.
Y'all could have been a little bit more gentle with me.
Yeah.
I thought I was gentle.
I didn't
not
listen.
you.
I
Now
didn't
this one
figure it
here,
out.
this
Time
one
out.
here cannot run.
I didn't say a word. I didn't figure it
I
out.
thought I was very gentle.
Hey, this one here did it and held it up like, oh, no.
I did. I said, look, it did.
All right, so when this happens
No, I
and
didn't.
it
'Cause
seems to
listen,
be a theme all day,
Speedy, let me tell you
That's why I'm
something.
not weighing in.
This is one of those things where if y'all knew what was going on in my mind
Yeah.
when we were playing this out and I
Yeah.
realized what it was,
Yeah.
I was very gentle.
Yeah,
I was.
I should have picked it up.
I don't think cousin Nanny's worth it.
No. 334 is checking in. 334, what's up? Unscreened phone calls. Go ahead.
Hey, 10 plus 10 is 20, and you add one more, you know what you got? You got 21.
Every 1,000 years that works out.
You know what I want?
The every 1,000 year
You know
part
what?
is the best
Hey,
part,
I
though.
know. It could have been instant for a lot. But like the two of us, somebody really didn't think it through.
Well, again,
and
you
I
gotta
started, you
wanna
know what it is?
figure
I
it
just
out.
started playing the game with Nanny. I didn't really think it
No,
through.
I did the same.
I didn't really think it through. And what I want
like,
is
well,
people
I'll
to
be
call
dang.
and go, you know what? It got me too. But instead,
No, they're not going.
No, you'll never have anybody do that.
And I get it. Let's go to.
I just
let's
didn't
see
think
here.
about it, but then
Let's go to 334 checking in again. What's up?
Like the two of us.
Hello.
Hey, is it Speedy?
Yeah. It's the crew. What's up?
Hey, what if your nanny was actually joking you to get on the air and say something stupid?
Well, I mean, I do that every day. I don't need Nanny.
Nanny, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm not.
Something about it being nanny and not anything else is better for me for this.
Oh, I
story.
know.
If it was Nana
Nah,
or
it wouldn't be as
Mama, it
good.
wouldn't be as good.
Right. Well,
Nanny.
Nana's my mom, and Nanny is Terry's
Okay,
mom.
I
That's,
like that.
and for some reason it's all piling on Speedy, and I'm gonna let it.
Yeah, right.
But
Because you just.
I
mean,
ain't gonna act like I figured it out.
right.
I
Let's
hope I eventually would have.
Let's go to 256 checking in. What's up?
Hey, Speedy, how are you this morning? Hey, I got a question for you. If you'll fall for that one, what color is George Washington's old white horse?
That's good.
That's good.
Who's buried in Grant's tomb?
Well, okay, so why did it say in here? Is it?
That's
why did it
That's
say?
one of them running jokes.
Why?
I think the 1,000
that
year
throws
thing
you off.
is what
Yes,
throws
it
you off,
does.
and that's why.
Is
That's,
it? So it's a hey, I got you kind of thing,
Yeah,
and
it's
I
one of
fell
those.
for
It's-
it.
yeah.
Dang it, Nanny.
Yeah, I did too.
Damn it, Nanny.
Well, when you say something like that,
It's
that
how you
this is,
say it.
Yeah, and so when you're saying things like every 1,000 years, well, what that does is automatically
Look at these phones.
automatically puts you in a place of, well, I'm not going to get to experience this again, so I
Right.
need to listen,
Right.
and I need to take
Yeah.
part of this, and that's
Yeah.
that's
I'm better than that though.
Yeah, I am too. I feel really, well, I feel really, really dumb. And no offense to the dummy.
Listen, don't forget this happened yesterday, and he couldn't wait to get in here. And
Well,
talk
no,
to us
actually,
about it.
I almost didn't do it because
Yeah,
we have a
wait,
lot
wait.
of stuff this hour. I was really waiting for an hour that like we're really sucking, and so
we were sucking early,
right? And I almost didn't bring it to. I almost just didn't even do it.
I'm glad you did.
I really wish I really wish I hadn't have done it. You know,
There I am doing it. There all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. That's really good.
And that's about the dumbest thing I heard any fool say.
Okay.
Ever.
That's
excellent. Thank you.
I forgot about that. What was that in?
Bagger Vance.
Yes. That's a good movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
All right.
Randolph Jr.
Can we just forget this?
Yeah,
happened?
let's move on.
Yes, I'm going
We're
to try
moving
to.
on.
All right.
Hey, callers, we got it.
What
It's
about
funny.
all the calls right here?
Yeah, they need to.
Look, you know what I hope? What I hope is that it made somebody laugh today.
Yeah, there
You know, even if it's at me and you, because for some reason the target. I think it's just because
it
I brought
falls
it to
on
the
you.
table. I thought I had something.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We are told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text EXTRA to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ancestry makes the perfect gift to give people because it literally blew my mind.
It's literally like you're giving them something that they would have no knowledge of.
Which is very important because for us to basically be able to find our missing family or to see my indigenous heritage confirmed inside there, it's one gift, but it's so many different things.
Show someone where they came from this holiday season with Ancestry DNA, now on sale at Ancestry.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. And I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all of my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, to start your 7-day free trial now.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off, buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
All right.
me to my knees.
We are rolling back. It is 7 minutes until top of the hour. The amount of emails that I'm getting from people I know and others about that last segment, I'm just willing to forget it.
We were just kidding, y'all.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Here, let me get us out
some
of
people, you know, and this is kind of what I was looking forward to. I mean, like this one here, I haven't belly laughed this hard in a long time. What a way to start the day. See, I mean, see, that's why I did it.
It's funny.
I don't get into, I don't know. I just
Nanny.
She got me.
That nanny got you.
I got to
buddy.
find out if she did this on purpose.
What
or
if she
not.
did?
My guess is she didn't.
No,
she
she
fell
didn't.
for it too.
Yeah.
And she thought she had something, and that's
Yeah.
okay. That's
Yeah.
just the
Yeah,
way.
y'all make fun of Nanny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I call her nanny. Nanny make jokes.
Yeah.
Since it is the
I got two things too. I got to tell you.
okay, first day, 12 working days. We've been talking
Right.
about
Yeah.
that.
Dreading it.
Yeah.
Question from the
I know one
audience.
comes before two. I got that one too.
If you could walk over here right now and grab any gift that Bubba has laid out there, which
I
one
haven't
would it
seen
be?
what they all are.
That's why I was just peeking over. I think I'm
Yeah.
going the drone.
I might grab one of them D-Waltz.
Yeah. That
Not
might
that I'd use
actually. We're gonna have some jewelry from Bromberg's,
you like to
and
wear
it's about a
necklaces.
$1,500 value. I might grab that.
I'm gonna go iPad or
For Terry.
drone. I could use those two right now.
Yeah.
I want to apologize to you, not for the last segment, but for something else.
What happened?
The mid-season Hard Knocks on the Miami Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of giving you a little bit about it, but it was kind of just like, yeah, okay. And I watched the first episode last night, and Terry got into it too. Now, head coach will drop the F-bomb.
All of them do.
Well, but
I watched
he
about
does
5
it.
minutes of them. I think I heard 10.
He does it when it's not even necessary.
How
It's
about-
like, hey man, let's have a good day. No, between good and day is an F-bomb. I mean, what are you doing? But
Normally,
it settled down a little bit, but it's good.
It is good.
It is really good.
Normally they'll show when on the regular Hard Knocks, if it's on during a certain time, they'll blank it.
Well, that's how I saw it actually, because I kept hearing. By the way, HBO. It was on HBO Family, I think. Last weekend they gave everybody. You know how they do during holiday weekends, where they give everybody access to everything and try to pull you in so you'll
Right.
subscribe.
Yeah.
And I had in the listings of. I watched it when we were in the cabin in Mentone, and their TV that they had all the different, and it was on, and it was HBO Family. And what was strange is the beep they were using was different than most beeps. It was really a weird. It was a different
weird
beep.
beep.
Really?
Yeah, it was a weird. I liked it better than the other beep that we used to
as
use.
far as beeps go.
As far as beeps,
Right.
And I knew that's what he was saying, so I didn't realize it stuck out that much because I watched it on that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but let me tell you something. If you just go straight up, HBO Max, whatever, the app, and then
he'll
you
drop
click,
it, huh?
Woo, and I get
everybody.
I know. I'm not talking about locker room language because that's understood. If you're excuse me, if you're doing a show about behind the scenes of sports, you're going to have that type of language. But it was like, yeah, well, I tell you what, man. Hey, this is the first season here for Hard Knocks, and we're gonna have and then we're gonna and I'm like, really?
Yeah,
that's not necessary. But good night. And the other thing is, I
it was
said,
a different beep than that one.
A Christmas with the Cranks or whatever. I finally saw it.
That's a good one.
I know it's not. Terry and I could not believe that neither one of us had seen that movie.
So
I've seen two Christmas movies.
I need to put these
because
down.
y'all won't let me count Elf for some reason.
Elf?
What? Remember I said the other day?
How could you not count Elf?
Yeah, you can.
No, you didn't watch.
Y'all don't remember?
No, he was walking in and out of the room.
Yeah.
He
You can't count. If you didn't watch it, you can't count
Well,
it.
I did watch it, but I didn't sit down and watch every line.
Which one of y'all?
I did watch
No,
it, but I'm going to remember this.
You said
it was
you,
on.
You may have watched 5-10 minutes.
Did you
of it.
watch more than you didn't watch?
There you go.
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah. Just being honest, y'all would have probably come in and said you watched Elf.
I wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't watch it.
I was looking for clarification.
Some emailer.
What's that?
No, it was Dana.
What?
It wasn't one of y'all that hated 4 Christmases?
All right, Speedy, what are the movies I need to add to your list? Christmas with the Cranks.
That's it.
I got one. I watched Jack Frost yesterday.
I forgot about Jack Frost. Michael Keaton, right?
Yeah, he turns into a snowman.
Sad.
Yeah, but it's kind of...
I noticed you watch sad Christmas stuff.
I mean, it's sad, but he's a snowman.
I might as well just stop participating.
Speedy, let me ask you this, because I think we asked it. Have you ever seen Fred Claus with Vince Vaughn?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, he walked through.
Well, Speedy, don't act like that was a bad question, considering you hadn't seen Christmas with the Cranks.
That's okay. I'd said I'd watched it. That's fine.
You know what I may pull out?
I'm injured.
You know what I may pull out a blast from the past? Scrooged with Bill Murray.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good one.
Well, if you'll get your TV hung, you can really enjoy it.
If you
I
go,
can enjoy it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, I know you
I
do,
got to
but-
hit that code to make it not look so stupid.
Yeah, I sent you that.
Yeah.
How to do that.
On the
forgot.
On the Christmas movies.
Happens only every 1,000 years.
Grinch. Do y'all ever watch the cartoon one?
I love the cartoon.
Really?
You do? Interesting.
I like it.
That
better
was
than-
very interesting.
That was.
I like it
very
because
interesting.
growing up, I loved it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, don't forget day 1 of the 12 working days of Christmas today. The main show begins next.
Had back pain, and it started getting worse and worse and worse, and he just assumed, man, my back is
It was
just
tied to that.
It's
Yeah.
probably, I've blown a disc out or whatever. Well, he goes to Falwell and tells him what's going on. Falwell reaches out to Ben Carson, amongst other neurosurgeons and some other people out there in the medical world, and come to find out he had staph infection, and a rare case that if it gets in your bloodstream and gets to the heart, it could kill you. And evidently, he had about 24 hours where if he would have waited 24 hours, it would have got to his heart and he'd have been fighting for his life. So,
yeah.
But that's the story, and now he's coaching from a hospital bed.
But also, am I not right? All that happened, and then he thought he was coming back, and he was coming out of the hospital, and then had a relapse and had to go back in.
I've heard that, but that was not included in both articles I read, so I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
I got that from the. But the 13 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is going to explain a lot. I don't know how this has happened, but we've discussed this on the air. Instead, those of you that, matter of fact, this has got to be a blow to some of you that believe in evolution, because it does not appear that human beings are evolving. It feels like that human beings are the opposite of evolving. Would that be devolving?
Yeah, I think since, Rick, I'm saying I get that feel from about 1969, 70.
Right.
72 at the latest.
It goes back to what you said. I remember there was a time period. Now, if you go back and look at the early days of our education and the test and the ability to write and communicate, we definitely have gone. We're sliding down. I know we've had some big, we've had some pretty big deals happen in the world of science, but it seems like we're bored over there now too. But, there was a time that in our country that I spent a lot of time kind of feeling, having some issues of feeling inferior intellectually and thinking, well, I just kind of went through a government school over in Old Calhoun County, Alabama, and went to Jacksonville State, and certainly that's not Ivy League. But I got to tell you, on comments like this one, I'm starting to feel really, really smart. And because people, I don't know that I've been around, I don't know that I've seen such a, it's kind of like when I went down, got to spend some time at the farm over the weekend, enjoying some time, just, relaxing over the weekend. And I'd gone down before, these Canadian, people say you're supposed to just call them Canadians, but then people think you're talking about people. Canadian geese, I'm still going to continue to say that. They have taken over, our whole state and a lot of bordering states. And I went down to the farm, and sometimes you'll go down there and there might be 15. This time there were 115. And I'm starting to feel that way about stupid people. It's like at one time you'd have 15. Now I feel like they're everywhere. It's like, I mean, the level of stupidity right now is mind-boggling. So I want you to listen to this genius saying something needs to be done about climate, and our country needs to do something about climate. We've already done our climate thing and all the stuff with SPAN going on and the Biden comments. But here's a guy that really believes, I guess he believes, unless he's doing this for his friends, hey, you wouldn't believe the stupid thing I said on the news or whatever. That I guess that'd be fun. But I want you to listen to this, and this is going to explain a lot. You know how you look around and go, what's happened to our society? I'll tell you what's happening. People like this are in it.
Yeah.
Listen to this genius, okay? Talking about...
See how they haven't come up with some kind of way to combat these storms yet. They keep saying, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, oh, it's at this, but it's going to hit all this warm weather and warm water. We have a Navy. Why don't the Navy come and drop ice in the warm water so it can't get going as fast as it's going? There's got to be ways to combat this instead of just pointing at the thing and saying, well, now it's getting worse. Yeah, we know it's getting worse, but you tell us, oh, it's the warm weather, oh, it's the wind. Well, we have an Air Force. Drive some Air Force planes around to get the winds going the opposite way. The Navy to go in circles to fight it the other way.
Well, I mean, that makes sense to me.
Does anybody even know what to say to that?
No, I don't.
I don't know where he's getting all that ice.
I have no idea what did he move south from Jersey?
I was about to say, and I hate to I hate to say this to the Northerners. This is what happens when y'all snowbird down here.
You see what we see?
That's right. This is a classic example of what we call a hemorrhoid. It's a Northerner that he comes down, but he won't go back up.
Yeah.
And so, now y'all bring in some of the
Navy.
Some of the idiotic views of the world from the Northeast have found their way to Florida. And,
just go the other way.
Yeah.
Dropping ice.
Yeah.
Now let's land on that.
Let's go cool the ocean.
Now, Rick, keep in mind, let's just say by some freak act we could generate that much ice, okay?
Which we can't.
Which
a
we
lot
can't.
of ice. That's a lot of ice.
I feel pretty confident it would melt immediately.
Right.
What about the economic or the environmental impact of cooling the ocean off? I mean, that would kill fish. That would do this.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, for a bunch that's so worried about the climate being affected by us, this is a terrible idea.
We got a Navy, don't we?
We got flighty planes.
Yeah, we got an Air Force, don't we? Hey, guys. Hey, did you know we have an Air Force?
You could hear him at a pizza parlor bowling having an argument up with somebody, couldn't you?
Yeah. But, this is why I realized he didn't grow up with the people we grew up with.
No.
Yeah.
If we'd been sitting around eating wings, okay, and all of a sudden one of us said, hey, have you ever thought about this? Why don't we get our Navy... 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hours beginning from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new day. We're here. Kickoff hour is behind us. And so we get ready to move forward. We got a lot to do. The first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas happens today. That's big. So be paying attention to that. It can happen at any time on the live show. If you're an archiver, well, that's great. Great to be able to do that, but it's going to be hard to win on gift number 1 today. Got to catch it live somehow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you the kickoff hour on all the different Rick and Bubba platforms. We thank you for being with us if you've been with them. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience. You can watch us live and or archived every day. There's also a best of hour that is part of your Blaze TV subscription. And you can catch that as well if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. And if you're not, you should be. So he is here. All we are missing is one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors?
Let's go. No crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus, yeah. Down his sweet head, the stars in the sky. Look down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus, asleep on the hay, the cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, and little Lord Jesus, no crying he makes. I love you, Lord Jesus. Yeah. Look down from the sky and stay by my cradle. Yeah. Till morning is night. There's Kevin Dearberry.
How about it?
Away in the manger, the Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show starts today.
Today.
This day.
Today.
Right now.
Mere moments away.
So we'll start you heard that? There's our first Christmas song, and we start rolling forward. First gift coming up. Some things that you need to know that are ahead. We do have yesterday's Bible study archive available for you. If you want that, it's there. Taylor Hicks will be on the program today. He has a Christmas special coming up. We'll tell you about that, and a new Christmas song that is out. We'll tell you about that. Bubba and I will record, Lord willing, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, with Fox News' own Greg Jarrett. He's got a new book, and I was looking over yesterday that this book may be one of the most important resources that's been put out in a while considering the state of our country. And because he has done the work of taking all these things that apparently we don't teach people anymore and put it all in one book. So we'll tell you more about that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend as it releases. And speaking of that, Bubba and I have been having a blast. This is the time of year, if you are a podcast archive listener to the show, on the daily archives that are available on our podcast channel. And you get now from your wherever you get podcast platform telling you how many hours you listen.
Yeah, a lot of Spotify type stuff.
To the Rick and Bubba content. Yeah. And yesterday, I know I got 3 different emails yesterday of people showing me screenshots of how many hours of the show they listen to.
That's awesome.
And let me tell you, and we saw one yesterday. I had one guy, and then I saw this morning, Bubba, the one you also forwarded me, where somebody had passed him. But yesterday, a guy said that the Spotify was telling him he's in the top 7% of Rick and Bubba listeners.
Oh, that's
and,
awesome.
And then this morning, I saw a top 2%.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm talking about folks. I'm talking about hours and hours and hours of content that some of you listen to, and I just can't tell you how good that makes us feel.
Oh, it's
yeah,
awesome.
it really
It's
does.
awesome.
So anyway, and to think about it, that's something new. When I see these, it reminds me, and I know y'all have heard us reference it many times. It reminds me of how I felt the first time you brought in emails. And I was like,
It's
"What?"
funny you mentioned that.
What are those? Well, think about it. A large portion of our 30 years, we didn't know what a podcast was. We never even heard of it. There was no way to, the way we archived the show was to record it on a VHS tape, and then we played it one time, but you couldn't have it. And now you've got archives on video and audio, all you can stand all the time.
Rick, it's so crazy. I mean, we've talked about this before. You talking about podcasts. Rick, there was no internet. There was no internet when we started the show.
Yeah.
We had fax machines.
Yeah.
A few of us, the lucky few, the real technical folks, had cell phones.
Yeah. But only y'all had them. I didn't have a cell phone till, I can't even remember when I got it. But I got it when everybody had one. And until that point, I didn't have one.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I've talked about this. I wish I could meet the guy, remember who it was. I hope he's still around, listening to the show. The guy that called me in Talladega, Alabama, and said, "I got something you got to see." And he knew I was a tech guy.
Yeah.
And I went to see it, and I couldn't even comprehend what I was seeing.
Right.
And he was showing me the internet.
Yeah.
And the World Wide Web.
Yeah.
And he had a thing called a browser.
Yeah.
And it was called Endora.
Yeah.
And the only Endora I knew was Samantha's mother on Bewitched.
That's right. Yeah.
And I'm like, what is a browser?
Right.
And he said, well, you could go and there's web pages.
Yeah. What is a web
and
page?
I was like, what are you talking about? Is this like a bulletin board? How do you dial into it?
Right.
No, it's there all the time.
Yeah.
And I came back and I was trying to digest what I was seeing and trying to explain it to Rick.
Yeah.
And I said, I think this is something we need to really jump on, but I don't even know what to do here or whatever.
Well, think about
that.
And
I actually built the first website.
Yeah, you did. But think about it right now.
Ago.
That's exactly what you're getting on apps and podcasts, and it's happening again.
Yeah.
I mean, there will be a time when if the Lord allows, and we were and we're still around. That I would go, you remember the first time somebody sent us a screenshot of how many hours of podcast stuff they were listening to?
And you go,
and we all laughed. There was
ages.
a time when podcasts didn't even exist. And, first time I heard the word podcast, I thought it was a new way that they would fix a broken bone that maybe gave you more movement.
You're right.
Oh, you
right.
got a podcast.
Yeah.
Is that one? Is that the latest technology on casting?
Think about this.
Yeah.
There was no syndication. The only people that could be on multiple radio stations at the same time had to get in an airplane and fly to it. Tom Joyner was the most notable one in Dallas to Chicago.
Yep. Just think
and
about
he
that.
was called the Fly Jock. Isn't that funny?
Now,
and that was just 2 stations.
Well, and at one time it mattered if you were a show host. It mattered, you had to go to a market to be on there, to your point. And now, really, you remember the last, 15 years that Limbaugh was on the air, he had his own studio down in South Florida.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have to be in New York City anymore.
Right.
And so, it doesn't matter. He was the first one that said, as long as I'm here, it really doesn't matter where here is.
And that's so true.
So, and you can live anywhere you want to live.
We've seen a lot of changes in the 30 years of this show.
I mean, I'm talking about a bunch.
I mean, a lot.
A bunch.
And some of them have not been good.
Yeah. So thanks for sending us all your, how many hours you listen to Rick and Bubba content. That's always fun. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Air Force, and you're leaning in to do what? I'll tell you what I'm thinking. We drop a bunch of ice into the water, and we cool it, and then we get our Air Force to start flying in the opposite direction to the way we want the wind to go. You would have been ridiculed to the point you wouldn't have gone outside for 2 weeks because you'd have been ridiculed by your friends so much.
Look, it'd be great if we could do something, and we've all speculated.
Yeah, can't we do something?
What if you drop a daisy cutter right in the wall of the aisle?
We got a Navy.
Disrupt it.
You got a Navy, don't you?
Navy, don't.
Well, even if you're going to call them the military,
you just can't do it. It's too big.
I can promise you this: dumping ice in the water is not the answer. I'll give you that.
No,
Greg, do you also think you can change the direction of the wind?
No, Rick.
Flying
got Air Force, don't we?
And Navy's going to also help move it. Don't forget that.
So we're going to send the Air
remember,
Force and the Navy out there.
Some of that has to do with where it is on Earth. I mean, if it was in the southern hemisphere, it'd be spinning the other way.
I guess.
It's
a lot of water going down the drain.
Really, if you take his same logic, you really could say this. Are you caught off guard by hurricanes? You moved to the water.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you moved to where the coast is, and now you're complaining that you have to deal with hurricanes. That's part of moving to the coast, my friend.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. And keep in mind, as we said last week, the Obamas are so concerned about what's going to happen to the coastline, they bought a $15 million house right on it.
Rick, that just anybody that cannot grasp that one.
Well,
I'm worried about you. You don't have walking around sense.
Let me tell you what I did. I'm literally holding a pen. I wish it was one of our Rick and Bubba 25th anniversary pens because it writes even better.
I got you.
Let me have a Rick and Bubba 20. Here's what I'm going to do with the Obama's move on the House, okay? Let's say that I've got a list of people that believe in man-made climate change, and say I've got a whole list. Mm-hmm. I've got the Obamas listed right now. Last week, I took this Rick and Bubba 25th anniversary pen, and I marked through their name because they do not believe it.
Nope.
Because if they believed it, then they would not buy a house for $15 million
on the water.
On the very coastline that they say because of rising sea levels and man-made climate change is going to be destroyed. You just wouldn't do it. So you did it, so you don't really believe it. End of subject.
You can't.
So there are, look, I've marked right through them. People who believe. I still have, you know who I don't have a line through? Ed Begley Jr. He's still there.
Yeah, he's still riding his bike across L.A.
He believes it because he's living his life like he believes it. You know, and that'll preach, by the way, on much bigger things than climate change. But anyway, so Obama's the list. I've marked through them. This cat, I don't know what he believes, but he believes the military needs to do something about the intensity of hurricanes.
He's just an idiot.
Look at that face right there. I mean, that guy walks around and breathes.
Votes?
Yeah, I mean,
drives a car.
Yeah, he breathes, he votes, he eats food.
Probably actually procreated.
You think?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did.
I tell you one thing: if somebody did have a baby with him, they never carried on a conversation prior to the act.
No, they didn't.
Hey, honey, you know we got Navy?
We got Air Force.
Kids, come here. Listen to Dad. So we got a Navy, right? Yes, Daddy.
Go get some ice.
Go get some ice. Get a bucket of ice. Let's go pour it out here in the Gulf and see if we can hang. I mean, what is he talking about? I mean, that's lunacy. Got Air Force, don't we? Got a Navy, don't we, Greg?
Yeah, we do. What do they do? They ain't got nothing to do.
They ain't got nothing to do. What do you think about the Giants this year, huh? You think Eli Manning's going to make it? They got that kid from Duke. So you can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. At 30 seconds, this will sound, which means we'll move people quickly in front of you and get the line moving. Shameless plugs. Meaningless shout-outs, those get an instant buzzer because we're trying to get a lot of information, get some questions, get some comments, get them in ready to go. And there is room available for you right now if you'll call 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with Clay in Illinois. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Hello, Clay, and welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. Hey, I have a question about, in Genesis it talks about before God confused the languages, he said if man could go so high he could do anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that, what about this HAARP? I've heard rumors about in Alaska, the high altitude research project. Is that real?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, our military is always researching stuff. We got a lot of cool stuff. It doesn't just happen overnight. They have to try a lot of things. They have a lot of failures. But the HAARP division, what is that? Google's got some group, the X group, that's out there experimenting on stuff. And, I'm glad that the U.S. military does experiment on some of these things.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. The 12 working days of Christmas begins today. Gift number 1 could happen at any moment. So be paying attention for that. Also, other things that you need to know. I did find out a couple of updates for you. Got an email yesterday from the Rick and Bubba online store. We're doing these collectible series for our 30th anniversary. These are glasses like you could put iced tea in, a soft drink in, water, whatever you want to do. And they're glasses, and they have, they have these cartoons on them. It's kind of a throwback to when we were kids, and they would do these collectible glass series at fast food restaurants and things like that. This is going to be our 30-year theme. The first one we went ahead and put out even before the anniversary in January because it's got us, dressed as Santa Claus and elves and all that, and it's a lot of fun. And I got word from the store yesterday that these things are moving like hotcakes. Apparently, at some time, hotcakes really moved.
Yeah, hotcakes was a big thing. Once it was a cold winter, Rick.
And because it's a collectible and it's got the 30-year logo on it, obviously it's not an evergreen. Now, the term evergreen is used in publishing and in merchandise. An evergreen would be something like Rick and Bubba University T-shirt. I mean, it's always going to be there. But something that has like the 30-year logo on it, obviously when we're not celebrating 30 years, that wouldn't be in the store anymore. So these are selling, when these sell out, they'll be gone, okay? And then what we'll do is you'll get the next one in the series, and I think it'll come out somewhere around President's Day, and it's got a Mount Rushmore theme. It has us all on Mount Rushmore. Yeah, it's
pretty cool.
So that'll come out like in February. So and it'll happen all through the celebration next year of our 30th anniversary. So if you want to grab these, I just want you to know that when these are gone, they're gone because they are dated and they are special. The other thing is if you're looking to get these signed copies of these new devotionals from the manchurch.com team, I want to make sure you understand you need to use the link that is provided at rickandbubba.com in show notes. If you just go to the Man Church store and get these, they won't be signed because there's no way to know you'd want them signed. The signed copy, which is a limited time promo for the new one, written by Brian Gill, which is called Jesus Is, which is fantastic. It's all the things Jesus said he was, all his I am statements. 31-day devotional written by Brian Gill, who's on our writing team. That's out, and also Transformed that we put out back in February that I wrote. If you want those signed for gifts, use the link at rickandbubba.com in show notes. Don't just go randomly buy it out of stores or off Amazon or anything like that. You got to use that link so we know that you want those autographed. All right, so Bubba, another update. So yesterday had a chance to do a little afternoon hunt. It wasn't anything elaborate. It was after the Bible study was over. Make my way down to the farm, meet one of my sons, young Broderick. He's hard to nail down. Newly married, young Broderick. Funny, by the way. Got to have dinner with him last night and kind of discuss that. But as usual, anytime your kids are in the adult world where they live and do their own thing, I'm getting from him, hey, I'm in a meeting. I'm going to be, Dad, you might as well just go on out. And just leave me a vehicle, and I'll go to. I want to go to this field. Okay, so I go on out and I get settled in. And eventually he updates me. I'm here. I'm moving out. I'm going to see it. Whatever. So we had and then he's like, I'm going to pick a spot where the shooting house is good enough that I can keep editing. Oh, I'm like, I said, son, flip the switch off. I mean, we're hunting. We don't be working while we're hunting. Yeah. And he's like, well, Dad, I had to finish these edits. And I might as well finish them out in the woods. And I'm like, okay. And so anyway, so we had a lot of action. We didn't see any, like, I messed up yesterday. I'm gonna own it. I'm just going to say it straight out loud. Uh-oh. As someone who's trying to manage a hunting area, I blew it yesterday. It's on me. I could have killed 5 does. I mean, I had at least 15 different does on me. And I just sat there and wouldn't do it. And I'm mad at myself. I don't know why I wouldn't do it. I need to do it. We all need to do it. At one time, I actually got the gun up and started picking which one I was going to shoot. And they all started kind of looking at me, and they all started kind of walking at me. And there were so many of them at one point, I thought, what if they attack? And I was just, and at one point I said, well, I'm going to shoot them, but they're all so grouped together. I'm not just going to fire into the mob. No. I'm going to let them separate. And I was waiting on one to separate. Then I'm like, well, that's really the perfect size we need to take right there. And I'm overthinking it, just totally overthinking it. And then eventually they just kind of like, well, look, if you ain't going to shoot us, we'll just leave. And so I should have done that, and I didn't. That's not good management on my part. Bad host. And I even need meat where our meat is all out. I need meat. I don't know why I didn't do it. But we need to do that before the rut starts, and that's on me. So anyway. So anyway, I just don't know why. I was just enjoying sitting out there. I had lots to pray about, a lot to think about. It was just such a wonderful, beautiful afternoon.
Right.
So anyway, I became that guy, Bubba, that said, "Don't ruin the deer hunt by shooting a deer."
Yeah.
And I hate when I'm that guy. But anyway, so we had a great time. So he meets me back at the barn, and we're putting the vehicles up. And I said, "Well, what'd you think about the TV?" He said, "Huh?" I said, "What'd you think about the TV at Camp House?" He goes, "I thought y'all were joking. Did you really get a TV?" He said, "I thought you were sending me pictures of like some other place." And so anyway,
Big surprise.
Yeah, and so I want to show is I sent Adler, but you remember when Sherry was talking about putting throw pillows?
Oh yeah.
And putting a wicker basket. Look, here's what I've done. Look underneath. How do you like that?
Yeah.
I went and got one, and that has all the snacks in it.
There you go.
And it keeps them whatever. So if we want a snack, we just pull that out and get a snack out of it. That feels more Camp House like, doesn't it? To have that sitting in there, as opposed to a wicker basket with some throws.
Right.
What was the purpose? Were you trying to hide cables?
Yeah, there's all kinds of cables in there. Yeah. See, used to, I'll go to the board. When I had the tiny TV, it was on this.
Yeah.
So you couldn't see the wires.
Right.
So I needed this table to move to here for the bigger TV, but now you got an open spot underneath.
Perfect.
And you can see all the satellite stuff and all the Wi-Fi stuff. So anyway, doesn't that look kind of, that feels a little more,
I like it.
That's a little more Camp House.
Are there snacks in that still?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you like that?
Be sure where they were.
Hey, you like that, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So see, doesn't that feel that?
But
that's,
you use them to cover up the wire.
And I even like the smaller thing now where it is because they got more walking room right there. I kind of think that was a total overhaul that was good for the room all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Because that thing stuck out from the wall more and it was wider. See, now when we're trying to leave the room, we actually have more walking room.
Yep.
I like it.
Do you like that? Because, I got that big old huge couch. I mean, actually, that's a big couch.
I love Camp House.
Now, look at Camp House.
I've been a proponent for Camp
Who
House.
Who loves Camp House, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right here.
Right here.
By the way, you see those two guys on the wall right
I've
there?
slept in that recliner.
You see those two guys on the wall? I've seen 2 more deer this year right out of those genetics that look just like them. It's it. And then, of course, Big Six, his sons are everywhere. They all got that old jacked up racks. And I'm like, well, boy, he made his way around.
Yeah, he walked around for years.
I've seen all his duplicates, too. So there it is. So I just put the scent lock thing there to block the wires with snacks in it versus wicker basket with throws. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bring us these high-tech toys.
Jeff in Glencoe. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I don't know how it ties into biblical.
Hey, guys. Hey, did y'all hear about that woman in Australia who got killed by a rooster?
I did not.
Yeah, she went out and went to her hen house to get eggs, and it attacked her, and it poked her leg and hit a varicose vein, and she bled out.
Oh, no. Yeah, they will come up and go after you.
Yeah.
I mean, they
It's
will.
real. I was waiting for the punchline. So
No,
I know. We were all.
Thank the Lord there isn't one, but I mean, it's still sad because someone's been killed death by a rooster.
Yeah.
And,
if you die by a rooster, I think it was your time.
Yeah. Well, just can't. They can get after you.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're meaner than you think.
They're not killing many people.
We continue. Well, Greg, not many, but they killed somebody.
There's one we know of.
Varicose vein.
Yep. Smiley out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Smiley, go ahead.
Hey, buddy, how y'all doing?
Good.
I was just going to say, I'm going to be a Alabama fan even if we were unranked, but I was just wondering, are we ever going to get a consistent kicker one day?
Well, this was supposed to be the number 1 kicking prospect in the country, and I don't know what it is.
We've got a theory on it. We've talked about it here. Coach Saban is I mean, he rules with an iron fist.
Yep.
And I think that a lot of players respond to that at a lot of positions, but I don't think the kickers do. I think it freaks them all out.
Yeah, because this is like a kicker that everybody wanted.
Well, because in the past he didn't want to use a scholarship. He had to walk on guys, and they were all over the road. And then now I think he went, we're going to upgrade and get a good one, and then I think maybe the same thing is freaked. Do you think that's possible? Because and I know, we've all seen it. Usually coaches just tell the kickers to get away. Go do whatever you do. Go down there, kick.
Right.
And the more you talk to them,
do?
Kick, get down there.
Right.
And the more you mess with them, the weirder they get.
Well, I've told you this story before, and I think I've said it on the air, but this one's worthy of coming back around again.
I mean, you let them smoke. You do whatever they want to do down there. Just kick.
Well, that kind of killed my punchline, but I actually
I'm sorry.
when I was at Troy, I had, Greg and I and all of us played high school. Right when the specialized kickers, I saw my first one in 1982. I'd never seen one before. Like that's all.
And it was rare.
And that's all they do is kick. Well, in college, it had already in high school we didn't see any.
No,
we saw one
linebacker with a neck roll.
Yeah, we saw one in 82. So I was at Troy, and I'd never been around specialized kickers. I'd never experienced it. I didn't know. And there was a group of guys down there, and some were punting, and others were kicking. And so I was talking to one of the assistant coaches, and I'm like, well, what is this down here? and he's like, he said, that's our specialized kickers. And I said, well, they don't appear to be doing a whole lot. They don't even have their helmets on. And he says, yeah, we just wanted to go down there and kick. And I did say, I said, should they be smoking? I look at the punters going, and he looked at me. He goes, "No, the smoking is not preferred.
Yeah.
But just don't bother them.
Yeah, you don't mess with them. Don't talk to them. Just let them run in and kick, and let them do their thing. But if you try to get them too football-y, it seems like it messes them up.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I really do. They're fragile.
Other explanation could you have?
You know what I described, and this is not going to be there, but nobody's going to like this. But I'm just going to say.
I know, but we just got to speak the truth.
I'm just going to say it. We know that I think it's in 1st or 2nd Peter. Peter is making the comment about being harsh. Now, hear me out. I'm just talking about equal but not same with your wife, and he says anybody who is harsh with their wife that God does not hear their prayers, and he says you got to recognize them as the weaker vessel, not meaning in value at all. He's just saying porcelain breaks easier than steel, but porcelain is more valuable than steel. So it's not a value statement. He was just saying they break easier. Mm-hmm. Don't treat a woman like a man. And so in the football era, I think what we have over here is that kickers are very valuable, but they break easier. You know what I mean? And I think that you may be onto something. This is what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. What other conclusion can you draw? To be excellent in so many areas for so long, and that kicking thing, when that ball hit the crossbar, I thought, you got to be kidding me.
Well, I
mean, again, after a totally different approach to the kickers than in the past.
Well, I was a snapper also, so I had to go snap with the holders and the punters, and I remember the first time I encountered one that's all they did, and I made the mistake, and the guy went on to play for the Detroit Lions. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Merry Christmas. Dun, 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 dun. Looking for maybe in the new year sleeping a little better? I can help you there, friends. Lisa and Greg Burgess, they certainly took care of it and got a customized mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Right now, go there and get a mattress that's customized for you the way you sleep, or if you're going to gift it, for the person. Okay, they want to know, do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? Let us know. Do you want like a firm mattress? You like medium? You like a soft mattress? Let us know. And they will customize it. Are you big and tall? Got that. Is this for a child? Okay, we needed to know that. So if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, give them all the information they need. Greg, how long does it take to actually get it filled out?
Oh, Rick, less than a minute.
Greg.
Well, okay, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
But now, if you know what you want, though, you can hurry through it.
Okay. So anyway, and the beautiful thing is they will ship it to you. You don't have to go to Greg and Lisa's house and have their dog Millie bite you.
No, they will come to your house.
They'll ship it right to you. helixsleep.com/Bubba. They also give you 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it. They also have 10 and 15-year warranties, so you can look into that too. So if you don't like it, then you don't pay for it, and they take it back. Okay, so but you're going to love it. You really think they get many returns? No, they don't. Why? Because it was designed for you. We get you 25% off right now. No brainer. 25% off. If you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba or use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Okay, so Bubba, we didn't cover it yesterday, but we now have a death to add to it. Rosalind Carter, we mentioned her death, but they had the funeral, I think, or something.
Yes.
But now we hear today I didn't know he was even still alive. I know that doesn't shock y'all.
Rick.
Greg, he's 100.
Yes,
I think my odds were pretty strong. Not many people make it to 100.
I didn't know he was alive either.
Henry Kissinger is dead at 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, he was an icon of U.S. foreign policy, an American scholar and statesman. He fled, his family fled Nazi Germany and came to the U.S. And Rick, he was Secretary of State for a long time and still advised presidents. As a matter of fact,
Wait a minute.
they said that he made a surprise visit to Beijing to meet President Xi in July of this year. So
Wow.
he's still been very active in all this. He was very well respected, and I think he won a Nobel Peace Prize too, didn't he?
Well, the thing, I'm very familiar with him
is with
because
Trump.
I remember, seeing him on talk shows and stuff like that. But I told you I saw that movie, and it's streaming now, and it's about what was her
What's her
name?
name?
Golda, the only
Meir?
the only female prime minister of Israel, and she and Kissinger really had to work things out in that big handle they were in. So and he was kind of like it wasn't a given that we were going to go with him, and she was trying to remind him. I mean, there's something with you realize it's bigger than the country you're in right now. You do realize this is your homeland.
Yes,
and so it was really intense. But yeah,
Is that movie any good? Does it feel slow? I feel like it would.
It is good.
Heavy on history.
It's a great historic movie. Now it's not a big pick me up, and they're really obsessed with how much she smoked for some reason.
Really?
But anyway, it's all right. I mean, it's worth a Sunday afternoon. Let's just chill, and your wife's got a throw blanket on.
I got
okay,
you.
And let's find something.
Don't build a party around.
No, don't make that the center of your day.
Yeah.
Kissinger, even though his family escaped Nazi Germany in 1938, he returned as a U.S. Army sergeant 7 years later to help liberate one of the concentration camps. So he saw a lot of it firsthand. Lived history.
Right.
I did not know this, and I don't think you did either, because we were talking about it in the break.
I did not.
He became and was considered one of the world's most powerful men, and he dated some of Hollywood's most beautiful women. Did you know that?
I did not.
Didn't take him as a looker.
I didn't picture, somebody, whoever I know the supermodel thing's relatively a new title, but whoever that would have been of his time, those kind of women, I did not know that somebody said, "Hey, did you see her out with Henry Kissinger?" No,
I didn't see that one coming.
I looked at him a little more over in the Brainiac world.
I didn't picture him.
You're right.
The starlets hanging out with Henry.
Right, yeah.
One of the more famous things about him, in 1974, Richard Nixon, crippled by scandal, was about to become the first U.S. president to resign. As the end approached, he called his vice president, Gerald Ford, to the Oval Office to give him some last-minute advice. At all costs, Nixon said, "Ford, you must keep Henry Kissinger as your Secretary of State. Henry is a genius. He'll be very loyal, but you can't let him have total free hand." In other words, just stay in control.
Right.
So, but he served and was an advisor to a lot of presidents.
And he's a looker.
Yeah, quite the looker.
Cooking bit of a.
All right.
I thought it.
I
was waiting to the break.
No, I was hoping you would.
You
not.
hear me? I was waiting to the break.
No, I knew you were.
Couldn't wait.
Why
Count it
don't
down.
you just wait on? Okay.
Hey, well, Rick, I'll tell you what he was.
Yeah. Well, and as I mentioned a minute ago,
but Rick, he was so good. So many people kept him on. That was the thing.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
It's not like the Christmas help that comes and goes nowadays.
Yeah. So he was born Heinz Alfred Kissinger.
Yep.
Heinz. Did not know that. Did not know that he moved to the United States with his family to escape the Nazis. Didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a German Jew.
Of course,
thick accent.
Of course, Golda reminded him of that.
Yep.
But anyway, so there you go. Henry Kissinger dead at 100, and then they said that you were telling me that when Jimmy Carter attended Rosalind Carter's, was it a funeral, memorial service, whatever it was?
Had her funeral.
That he was basically being almost like
well,
was he in a wheelchair or
Jimmy's 99 and on
Standby
hospice,
is all
and but he wanted to attend.
Well,
and I admire that, appreciate that.
Yeah.
He basically was in a stretcher there, Rick, kind of a wheelchair stretcher like thing.
Oh my!
Yeah. But he had a new suit made for the event.
That was so much more than I thought I was going to see. I thought it would.
I told you it was
Rick. Well, I didn't know he would not be able to shut his mouth. I didn't know that.
Well, he's Rick. He's old. He's on hospital.
Right.
Old Rick.
I'm
not
See,
sure that
it was more you thought too.
I don't know if I'd allowed that to happen.
Why? And that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Why are we allowing that?
Everybody, when we saw the picture, it was worse than we thought.
Yeah. It's worse than I thought it was.
The former president wanted to go, so he got to go.
How do they know?
But I think maybe a private room just for him.
Melania was there. Big Mike was there. Laura Bush. Hillary Clinton.
All the former first ladies that are still living.
Bill Clinton was there.
Was Trump not there?
Not Mr. Trump.
It doesn't look like W.
You know,
W wasn't there either.
When you look at what we put at the podium each day.
Well, that's a great point, Helms.
Yeah,
this doesn't surprise me.
Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, the Democrats are considering maybe him running instead of Biden again.
Yeah,
bless his heart though.
Get
another term in.
See, but because he's got one left.
Be nice.
What? No, but that's more of an indictment on Biden. That wasn't an indictment on him.
What we have in the Oval Office each day is no worse than that.
You remember the last shot we had of Daddy Bush? I mean, he looked like a sprinter compared to this.
Greg, why does it always go back to that? And everybody right now is picturing the parachute.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Greg cannot let that one go, can he?
That parachute, that was horrible.
Bye-bye.
That was elder
Next,
abuse.
he's going to talk about his favorite comedian.
Okay, it was disturbing. I give you that.
Now, don't forget about that.
And so is this.
Jimmy, by all accounts, I think is a good man. I didn't care for him as president.
I was about to say, yes.
Okay, we can say that. But I feel for him in losing his wife.
Well, of course. They had a very long life.
They did. I mean, very blessed to be together that long. It's incredible.
Right. She was
very few people will ever see that.
She wasn't exactly grabbed from us at the height of her youth, one of those things.
Right.
But it was a long, all of us, if you live that long, you only got days.
Yeah. Well, look at us now.
But but I did notice, Bubba, and I know you were excited about this. It said that they actually were having it at the church where Jimmy taught Sunday school.
Was it? I saw
that something happened because they put that in one of the articles.
I thought it was at the Carter Center in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm talking about there was something they did along all the celebration of her that was at the church where he taught Sunday school, and I know that was always something that you always admired him for.
Well, I did. I didn't always agree with his interpretation of some of it, but I think probably 90% were good.
Right. Yeah.
Some of it.
But, well, no doubt about it. Here's one of those.
No, I know people would actually plan trips to go to be in his Sunday school class.
I'm sure.
Like a tourist attraction?
Yeah, almost. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean most of them are big demos, but
yeah, of course. Yeah. So there you go. That's two updates. It was interesting that Kissinger went to 100 too. So
yeah,
we'll be back.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, he did. He did. Oh, a lot of historic moments. And we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great Van Wee. And he was back there. He was a great kicker. And I made the mistake of saying, would you prefer me to snap it into the chest of the holder, which the coaches prefer so it doesn't get away, or do you want me to snap it, you like it more over the tee? And about 15 minutes later, he was still thinking about that.
Yeah.
He was like, interesting. And everybody on the team said, don't ask him questions like that. Just snap the ball. He didn't need to think about that. Now he's thinking about it. Yeah, if you snap it over the tee, it's going to be a much smoother transition for me, but if the ball gets away, that's problematic. If you snap it into the chest, I can't see it till he puts it down.
Takes longer.
It takes a little longer, but it's safer. Let me think about that for a minute. And meanwhile, I'm like holding my shirt tail in my mouth because I was trying to see through my legs because we had those practice jerseys that hang down.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, they just said, please don't ask kickers things like that. Kickers are strange people.
Yeah,
they're important, but they're strange. And
goes for the job.
Yeah, you got to be careful how you handle them. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. I saw that, by the way. Ollie mentioning that. That was that was one of those heroic moments for kickers, even though it costs.
He's not used to tackling anybody, is he?
Yeah, tried and bound.
Don't like you standing on the
You won't
light.
get 15.
We'll come back. Your heart, Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Glad to be part of the Rick and Bubba family.
Bubba, we need an update on your groin. Bubba was injured.
Do we need theme music for this?
Well, I had one, but I thought.
Ricky gave a disturbing update in the kitchen.
Yes, he did. Yes,
sure
he did. And it was visual. And it was visual.
It was tough.
I want to say this. Those of you who do not know, I really think there's a couple of things we need to address. Bubba was injured, of course, playing pickleball. I'm calling for a ban on pickleball. Pickleball is dangerous. It's very dangerous, and it's the paddles are annoying. They're loud.
Certain ones.
And I think we have to ask the question: Is pickleball a detriment to society?
Yeah.
Hey,
Look
Rick,
what it did to
I'll
Bubba.
Say I'll say this.
Look what it did to Bubba.
I've had a torn ACL, and this hurts worse. You know, I mean, this is ridiculous,
and
it won't let up. This is a week today, as a matter of fact. And 7 days ago.
Well, you've been unfortunately updating us the whole way with pictures to go with it.
Yeah, how about that?
And what's happened now, since you've pulled the muscle, torn the muscle, whatever you've done, it's in a very unfortunate location.
Yeah, it
and
is.
And now, as the bruising and all of this begins to work its way,
I'm leaking tar.
Yeah, to work its way down the leg, we've got ourselves a pretty nasty, purpley leg.
Well, I've already talked to our doc, and I'm headed there today. So we get done.
What are they going to do today?
Well,
Greg thinks he knows.
What?
It goes back to our conversation this morning we first got here about the mesh.
Yeah, the mesh.
I think I know what they're going to do.
Get him down.
Watch it.
So what's a lawsuit on that?
So Rick, we are going to go to the doctor today, and I was told they'll probably have to do an ultrasound.
Excuse me?
What? An ultrasound on the area.
Yeah.
Which that's always exciting, right
that's
there.
That's going to involve jelly.
Yeah, you get the old jelly and the old transducer, Rick.
When you going to do the reveal?
What if they were like actually doing that, and you looked up and you saw a hot dog in there, and you saw a biscuit? You know, you're like, well,
I think
pizza.
Well.
Rick, that's a lot of growth because you looked over here. You looked over here at us too.
You know what that's like? Look, here's the quarterback. This is me.
Yeah.
Don't hit him, Rick. Don't hit him. Try
but
not
Rick,
to hit
you know,
him.
I'm very ticklish anyway. So you know, when I had to have my other procedure done, I started laughing so much. People were coming down the hall to be sure I was okay.
Engine Joe.
So, is there some concern here? I mean, what are we after?
Well, we got to figure out what's going on here. So. We got to get a handle on that.
Doggone pickleball.
Rick, and you saw. That is precious.
Those of you who are watching on YouTube, you saw it somehow Adler or Speedy One found a picture of an ultrasound that showed a big old cheeseburger. Man, that's good.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Lines are available. The first phone troll of the day. Here we go. The real Greg Burgess takes the wheel, rocking his headset, chatting with America. At 866 We Be Big, let's hear from you. 30 seconds a pop. We'll get a lot of you in there. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Buzzer sounds at the end of 30 seconds. That'll be your time on the program, and then we'll move to the next caller. Also, there's no meaningless shout-outs. There's no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, anything like that. None of that. None of that.
Nada.
No. We just want to hear from you on what is on your mind. Comment, question, bring information to the table. You can talk about what you've heard, talk about something from days ago, or you just like to bring something up, okay? You're totally running this segment. You're a programmer right now. How's it feel? You can handle it. Morgan is standing by, Bubba. He's down around Mobile, Alabama, trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Morgan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead. What's on your mind, buddy?
I just wanted to encourage young people like myself to speak their minds on important issues. I have emailed both Alabama Senators Katie Britt and Tommy Tuberville about voting for a ceasefire in Gaza so we can stop funding the genocide against the Palestinian people. I also encourage you to boycott Starbucks, McDonald's.
Morgan, I would encourage you. I agree with what you say about young people need to be educated, but I would say if you've come to this conclusion on this particular conflict, you haven't done a very good job of educating yourself.
No,
I'd say start over.
I would say
education process.
I would say start over. You need to be educated.
Yep.
And I've watched some of the people around your age and older, and some of the things y'all are saying, and you are grossly misinformed.
Yeah,
grossly misinformed. So I would say take your own advice and educate yourself better than you're doing. Patrick in Florida. Patrick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just for information, they had the open service with all the dignitaries Tuesday at Emory University in Atlanta, and yesterday's service for her was a private image where they, grew up, where they both grew up. So,
the phones today are off to a golden start.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he said because was he saying what we thought they were different ones? But there was one at that church because I know that.
Yeah, there was, and there was something at the Carter Center in Atlanta, which may be at Emory University. I'm not sure.
Keith in Alabama. Keith, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Bubba that it's been about 15 years ago. I went to a Sunday school class with Jimmy Carter, and his church is right down the road from his house, and his house is on Main Street in Plains, and his little entourage of his Secret Service, they took him down to the church. But I actually went to a Sunday school class that he taught, and it's probably about 15 years ago.
How was that?
Oh, it was great. I mean, actually, my dad-in-law would go every year, once a year, and
I'll give him time out.
Did you? I didn't see it. I'm so sorry.
I just wondered what the experience was like.
Yeah,
because I know other people have done it.
Yeah, sure. I bet they stayed out of that Abraham part. Let's go to Jason in Athens. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds. Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Hey, good guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Good.
The question I had is, when do you guys think about bringing back turkey toss? I met you guys several years ago down in Decatur, Alabama, for a turkey toss.
I if I'm being honest with you, it doesn't garner a lot of enthusiasm for me personally. But it doesn't mean it would never be done again. Some things to me just have end dates, and that one just felt like it had.
We had a lot of fun doing it over the years, and did it at a lot of great locations. From my end, it just, for us to put on the type of show we wanted to do, staging, prize-wise, it was just very expensive to do.
Yeah.
And got more expensive as time went on. So we gave it a break for a few years, and we might. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, if the team wanted to do it and there were people fired up about it and we thought it was the right thing to do, we would certainly do it. But all the things Bubba talks about, all that has to be taken into account. It's quite an undertaking for everybody.
But we might come up with something new, like the pumpkin roll.
There you go. David in Birmingham. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
We're good.
great.
We're good.
We're great.
Hey, I don't know if it's a shameless plug or what, but I was wanting to ask Bubba. I'm needing to lose 50 or 60 pounds.
Yep.
I take 2 or 3 insulin shots a day. I know you're not a doctor, but do you know if you can take the shots you're taking on top of what I've already taken to lose the weight?
I have no idea. That is a doctor question. That is way out of my category. I have no idea.
Well, I'm not a doctor either, but I know that these weight loss shots are originally designed for diabetics, and it sounds like you're a diabetic, so you may already be taking it.
Yeah. I would check into it. There's several out there, and they're marketing them under several different names now.
But all these medicines were designed.
Monjaro, particularly, is I know was for diabetics, and it's really the best one for losing weight too. I think.
Yeah. So I think you just need to talk to your doctor and ask asking us. I appreciate you giving us.
Yeah, thank you for your confidence.
elevating us to that level. But please, for the love of all that's good and kind, especially if you're taking insulin shots, I think you're in the game.
Yeah,
I would go and ask your doctor. Let's continue. Shane in Alabama. Shane, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, just a real quick question for Speedy. I noticed that he hasn't been coughing as much when he last. Has he quit smoking?
Speedy, did you?
Okay, that's good.
No,
have y'all's fun.
I didn't do that.
Look,
Right.
I'm
You
here
could've
to
said
say
he
Speedy
doesn't.
has never smoked.
There you go.
Right. Not tobacco.
But he gets tickled, and he has a deep cough that
Yeah.
sounds like a smoker's cough.
Right.
Now he is cheap.
Yeah, now that
I don't
that
know,
one is
I don't
true.
know how that came.
Well,
about.
because we're saying some
Frugal.
things we say is not true, and then some things
Night.
are.
Extremely
You're frugal.
frugal.
Good
You're
night.
frugal.
Ooh, no.
Yeah.
Scott in Georgia, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
These two, they're in a different category.
Hey, how you
Don't
doing,
listen to
fellas?
them. You're frugal.
Hey, Scott, go ahead.
Thrifty.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
I'm
I
good.
was just calling to see. I had a harassment training at work the other day, and it pretty much detailed how to deal with or comprehend people of transgender ethnicities. And I just thought, what do y'all think about that? And enforcing that into a work environment?
Well, number one, it's not
How
an
to cope with.
ethnicity. It's not an ethnicity, so I would correct that first. But I don't understand that. I mean, I think it goes back to what we've been saying all along. If someone wants to decide something, in their in their private life, I may agree or disagree with it from a moral standpoint. But whether I do or not, that's between them and God, and I'm going to stay where I am with my relationship with God. But coming into a workplace and making everybody at the workplace adapt to it, I think is not wise, and I don't think it's right. Just like I wouldn't think the workplace would listen to you. I'm just assuming. I don't know what your spiritual convictions are. But if you were to say, I'm a devout follower of Christ, and everything I want to do as a Christian must be implemented in this workplace, and if anybody doesn't allow me to do what I want to do or disagrees with me, I'm going to file a complaint, I think the people would say, well, we can't do that. I mean...
I haven't understood this thing about how we just declared we're changing the English language.
Right, yeah.
I don't get that either. So.
Anyway,
hey, whatever.
Top of the hour... we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Paul Thorne. Bubba, how are you today?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, I know I hate to say it. It's growing gate, and we've been waiting on another growing injury update from you today.
Well, I did go to the doc yesterday. It'd been a week. Things seemed like they were not, improving. And, Rick, I'm amazed by, and I mean, y'all have seen the footage. It's been well documented here. It just didn't look like it was that big a deal. You know what I mean? I wasn't in a plane crash or, get ejected from a vehicle. You know what I mean? It's just
stupid pickleball.
I'm telling you.
You took one step, Bubba.
Yep.
The step heard around the world.
Sure.
So my leg is gradually turning black. And
it's amazing. It's moved down 4 inches since yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's calf.
Yeah, the doc told me said it's going to go all the way to your ankle or your foot. So it's fine.
That's good.
He said it does make it a little sore. It's a little tender.
Sure
Good news is I had sonogram, no blood clots, any of that, and as the young lady told me, it appears I'm having twins.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's good.
That is good.
I will have to tell you about that visit just a little bit. It's kind
Well,
of
sure.
funny.
We got to hear that today. No doubt about
Done.
that. You can bet on that. I told you that BWW's coming by, so we got that. Got another charity charge check coming up. We'll update you on the stories that have been going on. I know Dorian, that's still kind of a weather story today.
Yeah,
and
total 7 dead so far in the Bahamas, and that number is, I feel confident, is going to go way up.
Yeah.
Sadly, if you've seen the pictures of the devastation there, I mean, it looks like
wow.
It looks like it was bombed by the Air Force. I mean, there's just nothing left in a lot of places.
It appears that one of the stories yesterday, that looking at what Speedy's laid out for us today, was not an exaggeration about angry customers pulling a gun over this sold-out Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I heard that.
When I first heard that from a caller, I thought, well, that's urban legend.
You know,
And,
Rick, I like to eat as much as the next guy,
yeah.
but I just don't see pulling a gun to get a meal.
Well, it goes back to the things that we continue to talk about, and I was trying to. It's interesting.
Do you think that's real, or you think it's a setup?
Well, it could be, but again,
it's a real story.
Yeah,
But I'm talking about
that.
to add to the
Right.
It could be. Well, guys, I'm just telling you, and I know.
I just don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though. You got to consider this, because we actually had a long discussion about this back this past Saturday when one of the boys was home for about 24 hours from college, and we started talking about the generations and all the different things, and we were having a long discussion about what we've talked about a lot here, that one of the problems we have with our younger generation is they've not really been denied anything, and they've never really been put in positions to persevere, so they crack like eggs anytime things get difficult. Is it possible that in the times we're living in that someone could not handle the disappointment of a chicken sandwich to the point that they want somebody to be shot over it? I mean,
it's hard to believe.
I mean,
Rick,
it's kind of. I don't know if y'all noticed
it
out
is
there.
possible. I would say
there was
Sadly.
there was a time when I would have said, "Well, that's just not possible."
Sadly, you're wrong.
Right. So
See, if I'm in the line and I go, I'd like a chicken sandwich, please, and they go, I'm sorry, we're out of them, I'll go, oh, well, okay, well, give me the tenders then.
Right.
You can still eat.
Yeah.
It ain't like they said you're not getting anything.
Can I tell you this?
Right.
There is no food item, not one. I cannot think of one food item that I would sit in a line.
No.
For the most I would sit in line for any food item is 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Right.
because there's something else available that I can get
it's a good
quicker.
time.
Yeah.
That I'll be full when I eat it.
What would you wait the longest for?
That's a good question.
Hibachi chicken.
Really? He jumped right out there with that, didn't he?
I've waited a couple of times for like pancakes and waffles. That's about as long as I can remember
That's a
waiting.
good-
Like
that's
in
also-
that's a good
Gatlinburg or
That's,
something.
that's another good one.
When they'll say, "Hey, it's a 45-minute wait," and you go, "I'm in."
Right.
I've seen those fluffy golden patties in the window. There's
Yeah.
somebody eating.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah. Now, remember, I'm talking drive-through.
Yeah.
I know.
Now, I'll wait longer in a restaurant
Orange chicken.
than I will.
Now, I have ordered these cinnamon biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
And when you order them, they go, look, it's going to be 4 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I'll wait 4 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
It's nothing.
My restaurant wait, by the way, is 30 minutes. I can't wait for a seat a seating longer than 30
Maybe
minutes.
45 if I'm just in the mood.
If you have a big group and you want to visit, and you kind of get lost in the conversation, sitting. If
rare,
somebody's not, will BO sitting too close, kicking on you or something. You know,
there's that.
Or invading your space every time you move. They move
Right.
into it.
Right. Yeah. There's it's got to be really, really good food.
Yeah.
Really
drive through. I don't know. I get mad
15
when
is
people,
the most for me in drive through.
I would say 15.
when I have
And
somebody
that's pushing it.
That is pushing.
It is.
when I have somebody in my party and they order like a chicken sandwich and they have to cook it, extra, I get mad at them.
The fish.
You couldn't get by with just a hamburger.
You'd
dude.
never
Come on.
order the fish.
You and I have talked about this before. I think the drive-through, and this is old Rick and Bubba truth, but it hadn't been talked about in a while. The drive-through needs to be treated like the drive-through at the bank. If you got major banking to do, get out of the car and go inside. If the drive-through is just you're depositing or you're cashing a check, or in those days you don't really have to do that anymore. But we're back 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, live and or archived on all sorts of platforms. Enjoy them all. Today is a big day here on the old Rick and Bubba Show, because today it is gift number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas. And Bubba, I don't know if you've seen You have set up all these. Look at Santa Bubba. He's got his gifts set up here all across the front. Looking at these gifts that will be given away. There they are. Just look at that. 12 working days of Christmas. If you're watching us on YouTube right now, or you're just checking this out on social media, take a look. See there. There's the. And it's not even limited to those. We got a few bonus gifts that'll go with those as well. So there they are. The 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 1 starts today. Just be paying attention on winning that. So we have something in Bubba in your life we need to look into, but I don't know why I'm continuing this charade that somehow we're going to discuss why diabetes patients and those
you mean diabetes,
all the diabetes patients calling you to ask them if they can take Ozempic. First of all, based on your experience with Ozempic, why would anyone want it? But anyway, he seems interested. Yeah. But he said he's taking insulin shots. I guess I'll just continue this. I guess we can just do it here. Here's a doctor now calling, wanting to answer the caller's question here on the show. I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know why the guy wouldn't just simply talk to his doctor. But Neil,
welcome to Med Talk.
Welcome to Med Talk, Neil. Go right ahead.
So I'm Neil Schaffner in Auburn. I'm an endocrinologist and have done diabetes care for 43 years.
No need to brag.
That's all right. I'm just credentials. The agents that you're talking about have been phenomenal in our world. They fall under a category we call incretins. And to shorten this down, to answer the gentleman's question, Mounjaro and Ozempic are drugs that are indicated for people with type 2 diabetes. Now, many people with type 2 diabetes are on insulin. And so his question would be the answer would be yes, if he has type 2 diabetes and happens to be taking insulin. Fortunately, many times when we put people on, especially Mounjaro, they're able to actually come off the insulin. And that is very helpful for him because the insulin actually promotes weight gain. So if you can get on one of these agents, many times you can taper off the insulin. And I have to clear up one thing about Mounjaro. The generic name for the drug is tirzepatide. Eli Lilly Company has brought out the exact same drug, tirzepatide, under a different name, Zepbound, and they're going to market that for weight loss, Mounjaro for diabetes. So I understand it gets confusing.
Very confusing. So if the guy has type 1 diabetes, can he take it?
Okay, so on-label indication for diabetes in Mounjaro and type 1 is no, but using Zepbound for weight loss, it would actually be yes.
Okay, well, Med Talk continues. Do you, and I have to kind of, I know I'm asking, where are you on people that do not have diabetes, 1 or 2, just taking these drugs to lose weight? Do you think that's good?
So we have seen phenomenal reports and studies of weight loss that is better in people who do not have diabetes on Zepbound and Mounjaro. And yes, it has now been FDA cleared to use it for weight loss in non-diabetics.
Do you think that's a good thing? Are you concerned about some of the side effects? I mean, because we can lose weight and still not be healthy. Is this a healthy type of weight loss?
Tirzepatide has been on the market now for 18 months. And personally, we have over 700 patients on it in our office. And we have seen very little as far as any significant side effect, and the benefits have been jaw-dropping. People come off their blood pressure medicine, CPAP.
Chronic diarrhea, vomiting.
Incredible.
Hey, Doc,
very little of that, actually.
Doc, let me ask you this. Mounjaro and that formula, that mix you were talking about, has 2 active agents in it, right, as compared to Ozempic and their weight loss version, Wegovy. What I hear, the Mounjaro version is more effective.
It actually is a single molecule, and it activates two different receptors. The Ozempic, semaglutide, activates only the GLP-1 receptors. Tirzepatide activates both the GLP-1 and the GIP receptors, which essentially doubles the effectiveness of the agent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's same thing basically.
Yeah.
You
Neil,
get,
thank
you
you,
get a
man.
double pop.
Thank you.
It's very interesting,
yeah,
and it is. It's been quite a discovery in the medical community these last few years, and if you can lose extra weight, there's all, like you said, all kind of benefits that go with it.
Neil, thanks. I appreciate you very much calling in, and thanks for listening to the show.
Anytime, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks for what you do.
Man, we need to get him on a podcast.
You know what? Med Talk, I thought Med Talk went pretty well today.
Yeah.
And again, probably the guy still probably needs to talk to his doctor, because he did say
always talk to
he
your
did
doctor.
say that it's whether you're type 1 and type 2 is going to be a different answer, but still hope on either side. You just need to do it different.
Yes, that is correct.
That's me nutshelling that. I'm sure that was not.
But it's an amazing breakthrough for people with a lot of different problems.
Absolutely, absolutely. So hopefully we answered that question today on Med Talk.
Speedy, I can get him for a podcast.
Yeah.
Man, we could have gone on. For a while
you
with
could.
that.
And I like that he brings his elevation up, and he's very clear in what he's saying.
Yep.
I think that really works. What if we called him Neil the Shouting Diabetic Doctor?
Yes. I like it.
Or do we?
Loud Neil.
From this day forward, though, with the Wilford Brimley thing, do we forever let it be written we only say diabetes?
You think it was driving him crazy when you said it, too?
I know better, but for some reason I want to say diabetes. I don't know why.
Well, they let him do it on commercials, so it must make sense.
And he was the national spokesperson.
And they filmed it and said, "That's good, thank you."
You think at some part they would go, "Hey, Wilford, diabetes."
Before we release these,
I've been treating people with the sugar for 43 years.
Yeah, that's what we always called it. Our parents and grandparents, they called it, "You got the sugar."
You Wilford Brimley fans may know it better as diabetes. We'll come back. Bubba. What do you got going on today, Hubba Bubba?
It's Bubba versus MasterCard.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness.
With Christmas hanging in the balance.
Oh, no.
I had the experience yesterday that I hope none of you have.
Oh. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Did you know that
This presentation is brought to you by diabetes.
Good morning. I'm Wilford Brimley, and I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes about diabetes.
You ought to have three menu items, and it's no adjustments on it. Take it as is.
Yeah,
Keep moving.
The drive-through really should feature nothing, but your conversation with the person should feature numbers. I'll take the 2.
Yeah, give me a 2 and a 3.
Right. Yeah. If it's more complicated than that, then get out of the car and go inside.
Get out of line.
16 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Check that website, too, rickandbubba.com. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? Grab that new Rick and Bubba swag. Also look for some cool clearance deals as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, Bubba, you said you went in yesterday. Bubba was injured. And of
a
course,
week and a day ago.
Yeah, it was not a rugby tournament. He did not join the local Birmingham rugby team. He actually went over to take on the grueling sport of pickleball, where he was injured, and simply just trying to make an athletic move toward a ball.
Can I tell you this? When I was talking to our doc, Rick, he said, "Tell me about this pickleball." He said, "I'm having a lot of injuries from it."
There you go.
What?
And we start talking about it, and he said, "I don't know if it's more rough on people than some of these other things, or it's just older people playing it." But he said, "I've had a ton of people in here with pickleball."
I can answer that question, but let's get your update first. I can tell you exactly what's happening because I know I'm living it. I mean, I'm in this age of life.
And you know, one of the things too, Hams, I think it's different. You have to the ball doesn't bounce as high, so you spend a lot of time low to the ground and bending over. That you don't do that in tennis that much. So it's I think that's adding to it. But anyway, I go in to get checked because I'm bruised up real bad, and it appears to be getting worse. And I know what a growing pull looks like. I know how it's going to feel. We've seen it. You've had them. But there's some point where it just keeps getting worse. You go, I'm just going to have a doc look at it.
No, and I think that's the right thing to do.
And our doc's very thorough. We went in. We had the examination. We talked about it all. And he said, well, we're going to do the blood work. We're going to I want to get the sonogram done on it, and I knew that was coming.
Right. Congratulations.
And so, you go back, and it was really kind of funny because I thought everything was going to be sonogrammed. I thought we were just going to look at everything. So, I'm kind of trying to get mentally prepared for that. And I go in, very nice young lady that does that. I won't give you her name to protect the innocent here, but right. I go in and I keep I'm like, what do you want me to get? And she said, why don't you get right here? And I'm like, do you want me to take my pants off before I get up on the table?
What an uncomfortable question.
And then
what an uncomfortable question.
And I keep trying to undress, and she's like, no, you don't need to do that.
Right. Now you know how it felt to be an intern when Clinton was president. But anyway, go ahead.
I wish she'd have walked in, you'd already been in your underwear.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, that's not necessary.
Right.
So, but basically, they didn't have to sonogram everywhere. They were more interested in the arteries and veins going down the thigh and all that. And so they were checking that, and you have to, move your foot, and they can hear the blood flow and compress. It was pretty cool how they check all that stuff. And then the joke is, of course, you're having twins because a lot of that she does. I'm sure.
Right. That's funny. So they've come.
But I kept trying to get more. I thought I was going to have to just get completely undressed,
right?
And get the old sonogram jelly, and here we go.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something.
I kept trying to undress when she goes, no, that's not necessary. Hey, pull your pants up, sir.
Trust me, she was more thrilled about that than even you.
I bet she was. But then you're always uncomfortable because, you try to start the small talk. To kind of break the ice.
It's a very weird.
And even though you're not, it's not as I don't really know the word. It's not as forward as it could have been.
Right.
It's still they still got to get all up in there and see what's going on.
All up in there.
They do.
And
you're just joining us.
And you're there on the table, and you always I don't know how to start the conversation. Well, where are you from?
Right.
From around here? How about that weather?
What'd you think about
that?
How about that Dorian and that kickoff classic? You watch the game? I know you're right. Yeah.
Oh man, so that's
so good.
That's always fun. I'm impressed.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Things you need to know. Obviously, the first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas happening today. If you are catching the old Rick and Bubba Show and you're in Prattville, Alabama, and you've always wondered, is there anywhere near me I could plug into the manchurch.com discipleship strategy? The answer, yes. Tonight, there is a kickoff service, Glenwood Baptist Church, Prattville, Alabama. I'll be there via video message, and they'll be plugging you in to the curriculum tonight. So if you'd like to be part of that, 6:30, the details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And then tomorrow, Bubba, I leave the show a little early, and I head to the city. New York City. I'll be over in Brooklyn for the Daring Faith Conference with Promise Keepers. Looking forward to being there. And
that's at A.R. Bernard's place.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I used to listen to him every morning coming to work.
So be there coming up that night, tomorrow night in New York City. If you are going to be there, see you there. If you'd like to get a simulcast of it, you can through Promise Keepers. Look at the link there for the information. If you've already got your simulcast ready to go, I'll see you there. Then Saturday, Government Street Baptist Church, Mobile, Alabama, Brian Dawson will be there from Team Man Church. He'll be kicking off the discipleship strategy there, and they'll be having a men's breakfast in Mobile, and then you can plug in right there too. So all that coming up tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday.
Rick, do me a favor. Yeah. If you get to meet A.R. Bernard, tell him that your partner listen to him going to work, and because I know this will be strange coming from someone in Brooklyn.
It will.
That your partner named Bubba would drive his truck to work with his hunting rifle in the back and enjoyed listening to his sermons.
All right, I'm going to look. I'm supposed to be interviewed by somebody today, and I wonder if it's him. Oh, no, it's a different guy. Okay. All right. So,
but you may make, because it's his home church.
Yeah. Well, this was the guy who's actually part of doing the conference. He's supposed to interview me tomorrow night, and I was like, I wonder if it's the same guy. All right.
He'll get a kick out of that.
So, Bubba, let's talk MasterCard.
Rick,
for everything
yesterday,
else.
Rick, yesterday, I'm trying to finish up our 12 working days of Christmas. I was a day or two behind. I've been a little under the weather. Not completely out of the woods, but guarded. But I had a window. You know, when you're dealing with stomach problems, you learn you have a window. So I gotta go, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
And then you gotta be done
before
the clock runs out on the other end, so to speak.
Right.
And so we went, and we were trying to grab a few last minute items. It was some of the later items, some of the bigger items. So we get those together, and we get up to check out, and they ring all of that up, and it's about $3,400 worth of stuff. And of course, I'm ready to check out, and I put my card in, our Rick and Bubba company card, and it says declined.
Hey.
And at Best Buy, there's a pretty good line forming behind me at the time. I go, well, I can either pay for this myself, or I can call the number on the back. So I decided to call the number on the back, which scooted me down the aisle there where they're
not
checking
that
people
guy.
out. I'm down on the end.
Oh, you're that guy.
And I call the service number on the back of the card. In case of any problems, you call this number.
Right.
And when they answer, they tell you immediately how important you're calling.
Of course. You're so important.
Then they repeatedly tell you.
Yeah, you're so important.
And they also asked me if I'd take part in a quick survey after the thing.
Yeah.
And
can I ask on that point? Wouldn't you want a person who you might agree to a survey to have a good experience?
Yeah, you would think so.
Okay, but
you
go
would
ahead.
Think so.
Yeah.
So then it tells me to speed along the service of helping me out to input the number of my card.
That speeds it along.
You do all
that.
this.
A lot of that. Then you miss a number.
And then it says, to speed the input that we may help you input the number of your card.
No.
Second time. We're sorry, we're not getting your number.
Can you say in with pound or something?
Can you speak it into the phone?
Oh, that goes well.
That's good.
So now I am yelling out my credit card number
for the world to hear.
And
the line, then again, it's not going to work.
Best Buy has called more people to the front to help out.
Right.
And they're about 7, 8 deep in line.
Stuff
and just a big pile. And I get talk to somebody. I'm not really sure what language they're in.
Right.
But they do not speak my version of English.
Understood.
And and then quizzed for other security measures, like the date. Boop, boop, okay. Number on the back. Yeah, I got that. Birth date, social security number, all this. Okay. Yeah, there's we've had a charge turned down on your card. I go, well, yeah, that's why I'm calling. I'm holding up the line in Best Buy.
Yeah,
I really need you. This is really me.
Right.
We need to move this forward.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to transfer you over to our security department.
No.
Thank you for calling. Not
again.
And you hear the
don't tell me you hear music. Don't tell me. You
hear music.
When you hear that music,
and another voice telling you how important your call is.
While the music of doom plays in the background.
You're on hold. Hand getting hot. Giving out. Had to switch hands.
Yeah. Are you still in Best Buy?
Oh yeah, I'm still in line.
Yeah,
and people, they have now opened 2 other lanes to try to get people by me. And
picture it.
And then the phone goes dead.
No, you're making this up.
The call goes dead. The call drops.
After all that.
So
no, it didn't.
I turned over.
All right,
called the number again.
Did you say anything
I called
when
the
it went
number.
down? Anything out loud? I know you thought something.
Yeah.
Good night.
I was asking Jesus to control my tongue.
That's right. Yeah.
So I have to
you've
call
heard of
again.
Jesus take the wheel. Jesus take the car.
Right.
Right.
You know, do.
No,
You
no.
call in. Your call is
No,
very
no,
important to
no,
us.
no.
Would you mind taking a survey, a brief survey after this?
Now you kind of want to take it. Yeah.
So then I get somebody else, and they're eager to help me, of course.
Yeah.
I tell them again the situation. Can you input your card number? You know, we're not picking it up.
Oh my
Can you just say your card number?
Oh my gosh.
That again.
So here I am shouting it out in Best Buy again.
Right. Somebody over there who's standing up.
I have to give the expiration date. I have to give the secret code on the back. I have to tell them my birthday, my social security, and my shoe size.
Which everybody needs to steal your identity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then they say, "Oh, you've had a charge decline."
Wait a minute. Wait a
I said,
minute.
"Really?" What? I said, "You got to be kidding me." That's probably while I'm calling you.
Right, yeah.
I'm holding up the line.
Right.
Well, we've got to send you over to the security department.
You said you tried that.
I said, I did that a minute ago. I got hung up on, well, we're very sorry for that. Would you like to take a survey when this is over?
Yeah, y'all
No, I
suck.
want to
There
check
it is.
out because I'm on the clock right here and time is running out. I got 4 minutes to save the world. You know?
Could I just tell you my thoughts to you without having to take the survey?
Yeah. Let me tell you what I think.
So
right
then I get another gentleman who is in the security department, and I appreciate them being so careful.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I want to scream, if you'll check our card history, we do this every December.
Right. Yeah, right.
Not a flag, not a flag.
Because I know you've got all these computers that track our buying habits.
Of course, yeah.
So once again, I have to give the total card number,
No, you did
expiration
not.
date.
No, you did not.
Code on the back, and then this is the one I always love. We need your billing address. And I thought, okay, this is a problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Because we don't have our billing address on the card because our statement goes directly to our accountant.
That's the address.
Yeah, that's the
And
we fell into that before.
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm thinking,
Trying to remember it.
I told the guy, I said, well, here's my options. I can tell you kind of where it is.
Kinda.
I can tell you the city, and I can kind of tell you the road. No way to tell you the number it's on because it goes to our accountant's office. This is a business card. And I can do that, or we're just going to be out of luck here. Because if I start fumbling through my phone trying to find it,
Yeah.
you're going to be hung up on again. So waited. 20 minutes into it, phone is almost dead. I finally just give up and put it on my personal card.
Wait, and you never got it resolved?
Never got it resolved.
Never got it resolved?
Never got it resolved.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because they have to use that. We joke here. We call it a jelly, but it's a thing to make the sensor work better, the transducer to get a better conductivity, on your leg. And used to that stuff used to be cold. It just hits you kind of. But they warm it up now or something. It's not too bad at all. So
yeah, it's an odd.
And then when you're done. That's really the funny part to me because they start handing you paper towels to clean up,
Gosh.
and you just cannot wipe all that stuff up. It just goes everywhere. You know what I mean?
No.
She says, "Well, it's a good moisturizer. It won't hurt anything."
Yeah.
But I mean, you're walking out. Hey, there's the spot I missed right there. Hey, now, come on.
Yeah, well, it could be worse.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But you slide right on out.
Oh, right.
You're all greased up. Here we go.
The
just smooth,
Sliding around your car.
yeah. That is so funny. Well,
you can't get. I mean, you get a handful of paper towels and you get another. I mean, you just go, how much? Where is this coming from?
Well, at least it helps you with your chafing.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Didn't need to powder up.
No,
Ready to go.
So that's I think the reason why you're seeing injuries tied to pickleball is the fact that it's pickleball, and that means that people think that you can go out there, even if you've been. Is the right word sedentary?
Sedentary.
You haven't been doing. You haven't been doing
done a lot.
You haven't been doing much. Is that the
Been
word?
sitting around.
And people think, and I know this because I'm speaking to this in my own life.
Right.
Is there has been times in my life that I was not doing anything at all, and then this was an abnormal move, or so. Like one time I was kidding around with one of the kids, and I said, I'm faster than you. Well, there was a day that if we took off into a sprint, my body would be okay, fine.
Yeah, that's what we do.
But the fact that we'd been sitting around and hadn't done that, my quad goes, and I pull my quad because I didn't warm up. I didn't do anything. It happened to me, and so like even when I started trying to do better, the first thing when I showed up to start trying to work out, they're like, well, when's the last time you worked out? And then you give them, well, I can even remember. And they're like, well, then you can't.
Clinton was president.
You can't jump into this today. So, and even now, there's 20 minutes of warming up.
Oh yeah.
Because your body can't do these things just like, hey, I think I'll go do this right now. And what happens is people our age or people who haven't done much think, which is right, I need to move around a little more. And they go out there and they haven't stretched, they haven't warmed up, they haven't done anything in a while, and a ball goes a certain way, and they make an athletic move, and their body's like, we're not in the place to do that anymore. And then you pull and it happens.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so apparently Ezekiel Elliott has proven that to hold out is to win. He of course was drafted in 2016. And has played 2017, 2018, and is about to start 2019. And the Dallas Cowboys, he was still under his rookie contract. He didn't like that. Thought it should be renegotiated before he became a free agent. And he held out, and he held out, and he held out, and he held out, and he won.
Rick, the Dallas Cowboys and Ezekiel Elliott have come to terms. Now, this is being reported. It hasn't been officially released by the Cowboys yet. A 6-year, $90 million contract extension. This is being reported by ESPN. More than $45 million of the deal is guaranteed.
That's big.
Elliott, who is 24, was under contract through 2020 and set to make $3.8 million in 2019 and $9 million on the fifth-year option in 2020. His total compensation through the 2026 deal, now with this extension, will top $100 million.
Well, the key to it all, we've talked about it many times, is 45. $45 million is guaranteed, and that's what the rest of that's kind of pie in the sky. May never see it, may never get it, but let me tell you, you're going to get $45 million.
Mm-hmm. Now, here are the numbers, the good and the bad with him. He set a Cowboys rookie record with over 1,600 yards, led the league with 15 touchdowns in 15 games, record with over 1,600 yards. Led the league with 15 touchdowns in 15 games. With over 1,600 yards. Led the league with 15 touchdowns in 15 games.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. 35 minutes. For those of you that are listening, Taylor Hicks' version of Jingle Bells. We'll be talking to Taylor Hicks about his new Christmas music and an opportunity for you to see him in a Christmas special coming up. We'll talk to him about that coming up next hour. So catch that. Now this is not the 12 working days of Christmas, because you have to hear the Hallelujah chorus, and then it kicks into a version of Jingle Bells not by Taylor Hicks but by the late Mark Phillips. So just FYI on that. So Bubba, where did all this end? I mean,
well, listen,
where did it go?
I want to be clear. I appreciate
of course,
these credit card companies trying to protect us, and I know there's a lot of bad people out there that try to take advantage of that and steal things. But it's just aggravating when the people who are supposed to use a card can't use the card.
Yeah.
And it's just such a process to
Right.
try to get it fixed.
Right.
You know, that's what's so aggravating. And the thing I don't get either, because they tell us that they use these sophisticated algorithms to
Yeah.
track our purchasing.
Yep.
And so they have a pattern so they can pick up when the pattern is broken, and that's when it may be a suspicious
That's
transaction.
Right. Halt. Slam the brakes on.
But my card is used for the 12 working days of Christmas every year at the same store at the same time of year. So
I'll be able to.
I don't know. It seems like that one might go, or just, you know what would be nice? How about a text? Is that you? I could go, yes. It goes
That's
there.
what happens with mine.
Yeah.
By the
Well,
way.
that's-
Yeah.
this one does.
Usually they
there's
just
something.
go,
Mine
hey,
says,
someone.
here's a purchase for this amount at this time. Did you make it? Yes or no?
Right.
And if it's no, they cancel it or don't let it go through. And if it's yes, amazing concept, they do.
Right.
Yeah, I've had that with
Sort of.
cards too. For some reason, this one did not do it this time.
And Amanda has that particular card I'm talking about, and so I have to answer that a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I've actually had a month go by that we didn't have much happen, and I got a text from my card company. You know what it said? What's happened to your wife?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so is she around?
Wow,
Is everything okay?
It almost read, "Wow, another Lululemon purchase. Do you approve?"
Right. Are you buying Lululemon?
Yeah. So I want to apologize to all the very nice people yesterday that was Christmas shopping that I had the line held up for a little
You know what
while.
you were? You were a Christmas bip.
Yeah, I know. I was a bippity bip.
And we don't like being Christmas
No, I
bips.
don't.
Christmas bippity.
So if you would have had the accountant's address, would you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that
They never said no. They were still working on it. They were going to get back to me and let me know.
What I would do, I've realized you spooked me a little bit because
Mhm.
I have the company card too, even though thankfully I've never have to use it, but I might have to at some point.
Yeah.
I realize I probably need to know that address.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. It could be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm like you. If I had to recall it right now, I got no idea.
And just to check again, I went and tried something else, and it was declined.
Blah,
so
blah.
I'm gonna have to. You know, it's funny. I got I kid you not. During that segment, I got an email from him.
You did not.
I did too.
Wait
a minute. Let me read it to you.
Oh, yeah.
Let
So
me
you
find
haven't
it.
even read it yet?
No. Well, I read it.
Mhm. Dear Mr. Bussey.
This is from
Dear Mr. Causey. No, I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter who it's from. It says, as part of our commitment to protecting the security of your credit
And I
card,
appreciate that.
we continuously monitor for possible fraudulent activity.
And I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Please verify that you or someone you authorize made these transactions on your card. Well, I didn't make them because I canceled it and put in another card.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know how this will end up. Probably got charged for that, too. Probably double charged now.
Oh, yeah. It'll come through.
Of course you did.
Yeah. Oh, look, it came through.
No doubt. No doubt about that. So I hate that. And I told Bubba, and we've had 1,000 stories.
Hey, first world problem.
Yeah, but on this show, customer service, there's some classic moments that we've all been through, and I think we all agree the words impending doom. When you get put on hold, and the first time that recording tells you how important you are to said company, and that music starts, that music is impending doom.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, I don't know how long. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to spend a lot of time that I can never get back, and this is not going to be a pleasant experience.
Mm-hmm.
Impending doom.
I'm doing research on what you bought, and these some nice gifts. Let me
Yeah, we
just
got
tell
great
you.
gifts, and we've got one coming today that was not even in the lineup. This is going to be a dandy. So we
It's a grand poobah.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggie. You remember earlier?
I want to play with that one, Speedy. By the way,
earlier in the talking about, of course, the
the gift. Speedy,
the gift.
Let's be clear.
Marking up.
The gift that Speedy has. That gift over there.
MacBook Air laptop, M2 chip, 8 gigabytes memory, 256 gigabyte.
Is that me?
That's spooky.
Yeah, that's you.
What is that?
Okay, I accidentally. I guess I hit something on the Meta
Right,
Quest
right.
here. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, one of the. Can I tell you? Hey, Adler, you're.
So
gonna,
that's not Sam anymore. That's
I don't know.
Samantha.
I don't know what that was. I wasn't a command. I just hit something on the board, I guess.
Adler, you're going to laugh real hard on what when Ken Ram just reminded me of something. All right, and this is going to own Adler right now. So this is, and I won't say who this text came from. Okay, so Adler produces the show, and he also produces the Wednesday Bible study. And so keep in mind on the Wednesday Bible study, inside this room is on a normal day is what, 30 to 40 men, something in there. And most of them, because of the time of day we do it live, most of them are more our age or older. Okay, now there are some exceptions, but most of the majority. This is a quote that I got yesterday while I was hunting, and this text came to me, Adler, and it's going to slay you. And yet, for some, please silence your phones remains a mystery. And listen, poor old Adler. Every single Wednesday, he tells these men to silence their phones before we start. And I'm telling you, there are some in there that just for some reason they cannot pull that off. And I love. Do you love that line? And for some, please silence your phones remains a mystery. We had one fire off. I mean, right here in front of me yesterday, and. But is it they don't know how to silence it, or is that it? They don't hear you.
What I love is in some venue like that,
Right.
and somebody's phone will go off,
Right.
and they like they're wrestling an alligator to get it cut off,
Right, yeah.
and then it'll go off again.
Oh, yeah,
and you're
right,
like,
yeah.
hey,
You think,
what's the deal?
Yeah, I think because I know that sometimes I'm going to try to be kind here. I think sometimes there is an assumption that I've silenced it. I just didn't do it right.
Yeah,
right.
That's how.
That's got to be.
I don't think it's I won't
Or
follow.
else you're just-
I won't follow instructions.
Yeah, I just can't. Figure it
I
out.
just can't pull it off.
Yeah, I just can't quite pull it off. Yeah.
Question: since you brought up the Bible study, have you been throwing away my peanuts like you did those brownies?
Greg, Don did not come.
Okay, I
yesterday.
was just checking because
The only thing that's on his mind.
he threw them brownies
Right.
out.
And I will tell you, we were packed in here yesterday too, and I don't know why Don wasn't here. Maybe
Well,
he.
that's fine. I hope he's okay. But
You're right,
I'm just
yeah.
saying,
Sounds
since you threw that, you some reason decided to throw away perfectly good brownies that would have lasted all the way through the holidays.
What's that? Type
Since
two.
you-
Go ahead.
Since
type
you
two.
decided to do that,
Type two. Go ahead.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Like I say, let me worry about me.
Okay,
but,
right.
But I got to thinking. I said, I bet he's throwing my peanuts away too.
Are you, Greg?
Thinking for me again.
Greg, I thought that when Cain said to God,
No.
"I'm not my brother's keeper," God didn't like that. I'm trying to be my
Rick,
brother's keeper.
One of the they were small brownies.
Gonna
too.
take
They
care
were
of my little type two, buddy.
They weren't even big brownies.
Yeah, well,
They were just little small gourmet.
Well,
type
you eat
stuff.
5 of them. That's one big old top two
I wasn't
brownie.
gonna eat 5. I'd eat 3.
I'm getting hungry. Y'all talking about it?
I just around the holidays like a good brownie.
Yeah, I know. And those were good.
Yeah, they were good.
I want to try this one
Don't
more.
get used to them.
Right, I'm gonna try this one.
luck, Rick.
I'm gonna try this one more time. Don Day, who is a friend of mine and is trying to attend a Bible study.
I'm only
okay.
kidding.
And it is not his responsibility
It's not. I was just
to
wondering.
bring you
I just-
peanuts weekly. It's
not. And I agree with that. And
But
I would
wouldn't you
tell
like
him
to
that.
go
But
out-
I did think that she did the brownies. You were probably throwing.
Wouldn't
the
you like to
peanuts
go
away.
out though on a high note with some good old?
I would. Let's close up after next year. Don doesn't have to bring any. But what if we just go ahead for the
One more time.
You're just
One
saying
more time.
he's got 2 Wednesdays
That's
before we
right.
shut the Bible study down for the
And
year.
then from then, hey, then we don't have to have any more.
Well, the peanuts I'll let you have, but we're not. I'm not going to sit here and let you sit around and eat a bunch of brownies. Huh? Not with top 2.
Those
You want me to get Neil back on the line from Auburn? See what he says.
He'll be hollering.
Greg should not be eating brownies by the handful, Rick. I'm Neil from Auburn. 43 years I've been talking to people with sugar. No?
Shouting Neil.
He was talking about the brownies yesterday, mumbling in the
that's all he
kitchen.
talked
They were
about.
good.
As
They
if
were good.
Christmas isn't coming. You're going to eat all kinds of
But
stuff here in
those
about
are really,
3
really
weeks.
sharp. I mean, those
He's
are
like,
these
"Boy, I tell
gourmet
you."
high dollar. No telling what they pay for.
He said, I sure would like a brownie right now.
I thought they were homemade.
No,
No.
these are the
Bubba.
packaged ones. The
Oh, I
individually
was talking
wrapped.
about the ones in
No,
the.
these were individually wrapped.
I didn't throw those away.
Bless him, Lord.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey. Y'all, I can't. My headphones aren't working. My speakers aren't working in here. I think I'm talking to y'all right now. Can you hear me, everybody on YouTube? Give me a thumbs up or whatever if you can hear me. Let's see what the comments are saying.
All right.
Thumbs
up.
Thumbs up. All right.
I can hear.
So,
did you reboot?
I'm about to reboot this board in here, so it's going to be just the Rick and Bubba logo. I'm so sorry,
Just
everybody.
the logo, everybody.
We're sorry. We're working on it. Thank you for.
Look at all these thumbs up.
Okay, we got the thumbs up. All right,
some hearts too. They love you.
That's really nice of y'all. All right. Okay, so thank you for watching. It's going to be a rough break here. We'll see how it goes.
3 thumbs up.
And hopefully we'll be totally back to normal by the time the guys come back.
Crossed.
Keeping our fingers
crossed. Lots of hearts.
Thanks for watching on YouTube. This might be the end of the broadcast.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not. That'd be a thumbs down.
Thumbs down.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He led the league in rushing in 2018 with over 1,400 yards, and again only played 15 games, with the coaches opting to rest him in the season finale, hoping to be in the playoffs. He is the 5th player since the NFL-AFL merger in 1970 to lead the league in rushing twice in his first 3 seasons. Cowboy Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith, who is the NFL's all-time rushing leader, also accomplished that feat in 91 and 92. 2018, he joined Herschel Walker as the only Cowboy running back to have more than 1,000 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving in the same season. So he, he's put the numbers up, but he's also had problems, Rick. He was suspended 6 games in 2017 for violating the league's personal conduct policy, stemming from an alleged incident with a former girlfriend back in Columbus, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
He was never charged or arrested, but he had to miss some games because of that.
So there you go. He got the deal that he needed. And, you had to be thinking, too, with this being his 4th season, he knows that the lifespan of running backs is not very long anymore. And he realized, you know what, I'm never going to get the big payday because my numbers are going to start to diminish because I just running backs have a lifespan.
Yeah.
And the last thing he needed was to be sitting there right about the time he gets to renegotiate. Now the numbers are down. Now you're not as important as you were to begin with. So I understand both sides. I do. I'm kind of if you have a contract, I have no problem with your boss saying you've done a good job. Let's renegotiate. But I guess if you have a contract, I have no problem with it. It is a big day here. We're officially kicking off Rick and Bubba Christmas today. gift number 1 is going to happen before this show is over today, and you need to be ready to go. And maybe it might as well go to you. I mean, why it might as well go to you, huh? So, Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody say Merry Christmas. Hey! Yeah. I got Rick and Bubba on the radio. Uh-huh. Hey, great. Yeah. Come on. Hey. Yeah, I need that mistletoe. I gotta have this break one time before I let this song go. I say, hey.
Santa came down the chimney, 3:30.
Great. You know, I've heard that song done by a lot of folks. I think that may be my favorite version.
It is. That's the best.
I even like it better than Bruce's version. By the way,
oh yeah,
don't you? Even though that's a pretty good one.
It is.
I wish I had
That
the
is
little
good.
bells and I could.
Yeah.
sit
Oh,
beside
you were there.
Ringing the
Oh,
bells.
you were there. All right. So, Bubba, the Rockefeller Center, it's big. I'll see it. As a matter of fact.
Oh, you gonna skate in front of
I
it?
wonder if I'll get near it tomorrow. I don't know how to get the plane tight schedule tight.
You
tight.
think you're in Clanton, Alabama,
Tight.
buddy? New York's big.
I know, but it's
You may not be anywhere near
Manhattan
it.
is like another country.
Can you imagine me telling the person that's trying to get me to the Promise Keepers event, hey, you take me by Rockefeller Center?
Can I go by?
We'll be there in an hour.
I mean,
Yeah.
we got to get you to Brooklyn, man. I'd like to see this. Would you mind? But
I've
anyway,
seen it before, and I know you have too. It's pretty impressive.
I love it.
And the big lighting ceremony. I mean, it's a big deal in New York.
Well, actually, a
of course,
family event.
The protesters are out trying to mess that up too.
So here's some of the, we had a caller earlier, some of these young folks that are ill-informed about the whole Palestinian Hamas situation. I will ask a very easy question for Morgan and others that was the caller earlier. So we have a pro-Palestinian protest trying to disrupt the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. You see it here, breaking through barricades. Now, one thing I would like to tell Morgan and the other uninformed young folks that keep saying things that show they're not really informed on everything involving this situation and terrorists and Sharia law and fundamental, Muslims. They also, for some reason, many of them had swastikas.
Oh wow.
Morgan.
What's that?
You mean the Nazi party?
That's the Nazi.
Is that who you hanging with?
Yeah. So just want that. Hello.
Unbelievable.
So, are you okay with that? See, there's a lot. You got to know everything that's going on here, and I would also discuss that the Palestinian people themselves, that are not pro-Hamas, they are being mistreated, killed, and overwhelmed with the government that has that they did put them in power. Now they do. I will say that. But they didn't. Now they're staying in power and not having elections anymore, and they're probably some of the cruelest people to the Palestinian people you'll ever find. So I would get informed. So disrupting. Why would because of what the Nazis did to the Jewish people? You hate the Jewish people enough to have a swastika
look who you're buddying with.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and plus, the Palestinians don't look very Aryan.
No, they don't.
In the end, they wouldn't have been white enough either.
Well, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a great point.
Oh yeah, if the Nazis would have had their way, they'd have been next on.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So anyway, that's the unfortunate. But they were able to go ahead and get the tree lit anyway. Is that right?
Yeah. The tree lit.
Shot 'em
if
down.
you can see them through all the flags.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of Palestinian flags in front of the tree there, guys.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Yeah.
That's
Tree
a
looks
view.
good, though.
That's a sight. It does. It
That
looks
one didn't fall
beautiful.
over.
That's good.
Yeah, that one did not.
Here's
fall over.
actually a wreck. Yeah.
Kelly Clarkson entertained the crowd. And
Really?
Yeah. So an 80-foot Norway spruce, 43 feet wide, and weighs 12 tons.
Wow. I'd cut the bait in that one.
Yeah.
No, don't complain about your tree.
If the
Greg.
White House knocks
Tell
this one down, Greg, I hope it doesn't fall on anybody.
That'd be a handle.
But if you've never been to Rockefeller Center and seen it, you've even seen it's featured in the movie Elf and all that when she shows him that tree for the first time because he's all fired up about the trees he's seen.
It is impressive.
It's very impressive, and we actually have, and you have too, Bub. I've seen it a couple of times, and one time took the family there as a surprise, which was funny. One time we picked everybody up from school, getting ready for the Christmas break, And they had no idea, and they were like, "Where are we going?" And we rode to the airport and went to New York to see all the Christmas stuff. So that was
Flava Flav
it's a
was
great
there?
memory.
Toy Story.
Is that Flavor Flav?
Yeah, Flava Flav was there. He was in the right spot.
Me.
Why is he there?
He's gonna sing the national anthem again.
I think he was hanging out with Kelly Clarkson.
Okay, I will tell you, his timing on his picture was really good.
It really was.
Yeah, he moved low. He gets he gets into position and does get the tree lighting right behind him, and he pulls that off. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Kelly Clarkson.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't. I didn't know Flavor Flav was even doing anything anymore.
Yeah, you don't know, after that national anthem the other week. I don't know.
Yes,
he's always good to have around, Rick, because he knows what time it is.
That's right. Boy, that's
just
good.
Right there around his neck.
So anyway,
Flavor of love.
The security head of the New York Police Department says we allow people to exercise their First Amendment, but by no means do we allow anyone to come out here and commit hate crimes or assault anyone. That we will not tolerate, and that we did shut down. So I know that we have an Israel-Hamas truce that right now, and that this started on Friday, and they thought it would last 4 days, but has it been extended?
It has. Yeah, I think another 24 hours. I think.
And some hostages have been released, and they're hoping more will be released.
Yeah.
So, so what do you think this? I mean, is this going to kind of be the end of it, or I mean, I know there's people in the Israeli government that say, "Hey, we don't need to be doing these ceasefires. We need to keep going." And then, of course, but they did do it.
Yeah. Well, from a strategic standpoint, I know you want to get your people back. I got that.
No question.
But has basically Hamas won this because their goal was to get a bunch of their fighters out of prison, and they've accomplished that. So. Doesn't this just encourage them to do this again?
That's a great question because I know when Netanyahu first spoke, that what we heard is that this will be something like they've never experienced before, and Hamas will cease to exist. That's what we were told. So it seems like that all-out annihilation and removal of Hamas from the face of the earth, this doesn't look like that. It sends a different message to your point. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying what was said in the beginning and what's happening now looks a little bit different.
It could be that once there's a prisoner swap of some kind and the Americans and the Israelis that are held captive, even babies, everybody, once they're released, maybe it kicks back up. And they finish it. I don't know.
Israel doesn't go in and just grab people in nets and put them in jail.
No.
These are people that had trials and been convicted of terrorist activities. So the next time someone is convicted, does this just say, look, let's kick the wall down again and go get some more hostages and we'll get them out? I mean, I thought Israel did not negotiate for hostages. Hadn't that been their policy for a long time?
It has. Yep. So I don't know. It's interesting, but when you start something, it never fails, and it is hard to stomach. It really is. You have to be able to weather the storm of everybody calling you cruel and mean and horrible, and all the propaganda that comes against you that you're killing innocent people, and that comes with it. But it's a pretty effective campaign usually.
Yep.
Because it's hard to continue on. But hopefully it will find some resolve. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
In their situations, it is the NFL, which stands for not for long, and they got to make the money while they can, and he certainly ends up with a better deal, and it worked.
The Cowboys have two other
leverage,
two other notables whose contracts are going to be up, and that is Dak Prescott, the quarterback, and Amari Cooper, their star wide receiver.
You're talking about the Raiders wish they had back?
Yes. So under the current, and here's one reason that they may have gone ahead and made this deal for Elliott. 2020 is the final year of the collective bargaining agreement between the players' union and the NFL. So they don't know what is out there. They may lose their ability to franchise tag players. They just don't know. So I think they wanted to go ahead and tie him up under this old deal and be done with it.
Yep. So there we go. Ezekiel Elliott will play. He does have a deal and guaranteed money, $45 million.
And if I'm reading this right, he won't actually get the new money until the old one runs out. It looks like he's still, because of the way they quote this, he's set to make $3.8 million this year, and then in 2019, and then $9 million in his fifth-year option. And that's why they're saying the total compensation will be over $100 million, not just the $90 million that the headline says. I don't know how they work.
Yeah, I don't either. But
they got to try to keep Prescott, Cooper, and Ezekiel Elliott and a few players around them to help them out.
There you go. So that's the big NFL story today. You're going to see that everywhere. College story, the AP poll comes out. I don't know why we care about the AP poll, but it's fun to talk about. No surprise there about who's at the top. Clemson, Alabama, Georgia. Seems like they're going to stay up there for and Oklahoma at 4 and Ohio State at 5. Have those 5 teams just dominated college football?
Yeah, it's been pretty solid.
Yeah. And the biggest story is, of course, if you're an Auburn fan, look out, because Auburn's history of being able to handle success, not great, not great. Probably for Auburn fans, the worst thing you could ever imagine. Auburn's been moved to the top 10. And,
well, the good part of that.
Watch out.
The good part. There's some historical problems with that. For sure.
There's the kiss of death.
But the good news is that you're pretty much in control of your own destiny, because I think half of the teams they play are in front of them in the top 10. So they'll get a shot at all of them.
Yep, they will. It'll be quite a little schedule for Auburn.
Oh, sure.
The good thing, if you can.
How about every week when you're playing somebody in the top 10? That's good.
They do have a very, very tough schedule this year, but we'll see. And then this Dabo Swinney story. We were discussing this, and like I heard Speedy make the comment that it's almost like he's trying to become the new Mike Leach.
No, he's outdoing him this week. I know
Mike Leach to get all the headlines.
Right. All right, so we're about a minute from needing to go to break. Y'all want to go to break and come back?
We can. He just I thought he had an interesting take on where high school sports is going and how it's actually helped the college ranks.
Well, Rick, and we were talking about it the other day, how the game has changed and what's driving the changes in the way coaches have to handle players, and he really gives some insight to it. And it's interesting what Speedy's saying. He said used to the NFL did things and it trickled down. He said now high schools are doing it and it's going up, that colleges are playing more like high school than they are pro teams now.
All right, we'll come back. We'll hear from Dabo Swinney, coach of the #1 Clemson Tigers, and coming off last year's national championship. So we'll
and he's crediting the reason you see so many freshmen stepping up and playing is because the game is more like what they left in high school.
We'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Our number's 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. We move into a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. How you doing, Bubby?
There I am. Hey, I thought I'd knocked my headphones off.
No, you're good, man.
Glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience. There it is.
And here we go.
Jingle bells,
12 working days of Christmas.
jingle all the way.
There we go.
Oh, what fun
Let's go.
it is to ride.
In a one-horse open sleigh. It is the 12 working days of Christmas, and we'll talk about how you can win gift number 1. Bubba, what will we be giving away on day 1, my friend?
Rick, we have a dual package today. We have a giant 19-inch Sun Pack Light. If you do video and you make content, this thing will make your video look so much better. It adapts and mounts to various things, and you can control the light, you can control the color of it, and I really like this thing here. It's got 448 high-powered 60-watt LEDs. How about that? And
what else?
And, Rick, we have a DeWalt 20-volt air compressor, and I really like this air compressor. And I've told Greg several times. Not only can you blow up your footballs and your basketballs and your floats, it blows up tires really well. And what I like about it, Rick, it has the control on it so that you can set it to the pressure you want. You know, you look in your door frame and go, oh, my tire's 40 pounds.
Got it.
You dial it to 40, put it on there, cut it on, and it cuts itself off when it gets to 40 pounds, so you don't have to keep checking it and all that. How about that?
How about that?
That's big.
And with this light, you could video yourself blowing your tires up.
There it is.
You can do a podcast on
That's right.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, what are we talking here, money-wise?
Well, let's see, Rick. This should be the Sunpack Essential Voggers Kit. Is an $89.99 value, and the DeWalt Air Inflator is a $119 value. So whatever all that is added together.
There we go. There we go.
Well over $200.
Speedy said this is the only time in history that it'll be that number. So,
good.
And if you add your age to it.
Good. Who ever heard that?
Been waiting all day for that. All right, here we go. Let's go to the people. What do you say? With the 30th anniversary, you want to start with caller 30?
I like it.
Yeah,
That a way to kick it off today.
That's a good way to
Kick
start.
it out.
So caller 30 will win the first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas season. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, what's going on here?
Uh-oh.
Something's happening here. There we go. Close that out. There's 9. There's 9. There's 10. There's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 20, Bubba.
20.
There's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26,
Nothing's buckled
27. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Anthony Cox. I'm calling from Florence, Alabama.
How about you were caller 28?
So close. So close.
Good gracious. What are the odds? Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Libby Hillis, and I'm calling from Huntsville, Alabama.
Bubba, and what a good phone it is.
Golly,
and what a
I
good
know.
phone it is. But
Gosh
unfortunately, you're caller 29.
One
I mean,
short.
you missed it by 1.
I've been trying for years. I'm devastated.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good news, though.
Hey, Greg, what you win?
Nothing.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Matt Driggers, Crestview, Florida.
And from what part of Florida?
Crestview.
You
won it. Matt, you won it.
Hallelujah. Get it. You're 30.
Hey.
You are 30. Bubba, tell him what he's won.
Rick, he's won the 19-inch LED light kit from Sunpack.
Sunpack.
Controllable far as the brightness and the temperature for all your video applications. And Rick, he has also won a DeWalt 20-volt air compressor, and it is a sweet little air compressor. I love it.
I mean,
DeWalt. It's better if it's yeller.
So Matt, how long you been listening to the show?
The what?
Oh man, I don't. 20 years probably.
20 years.
yeah.
A veteran.
Speedy, did I say something wrong?
No, inflator, compressor. I don't know.
Yeah,
it makes
it's
a difference.
same thing.
It's
air
the same
compressor.
thing. Matt knows what
Air
Bubba's
is
talking
good,
about.
yeah.
Matt, thank you for
You'd like it.
Thank you for your support. How do you get the show, Matt?
Most of the time, YouTube while I'm working.
YouTube while you're working. All right. Well,
and then Fort Walton has a carrier over here on the radio.
yeah, sure do. All right. Well, let's put you on hold. Helmsy will get your information, and we'll ship these things right to you.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Merry
Christmas.
How about Matt?
How about that? Greg wants to know what you take for that air compressor.
I'm looking at it real close.
Air inflator, tire inflator, whatever.
You want me to go on the other end?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Beverly from Springville.
Oh, Beverly.
Oh,
one off.
31. Yeah. You were caller 31.
Come on.
31.
I have never gotten through, so Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
She's
Bev.
a little upset.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello? Hello, this is Rick and Bubba. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Angie, and I can't hear the radio, so if y'all have already give it away.
Well, it's worse than that. You only missed it by 2 calls. You're caller 32.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I didn't start calling until you said the number, so hey, that wasn't too bad.
Hey, Greg.
Think you were only off probably 1/100th of a second. You could have been the winner.
Greg, tell her what she won.
Well, we got good news. You can settle in because you've won nothing.
Greg.
Hey, well, I'm just glad I got to talk to y'all today.
Well,
I hope y'all have a great day.
What a great attitude.
I would
That's
send
so
you some
sweet.
brownies, but Rick threw them away.
Greg,
she deserves something. She deserves something.
Hey, and I love brownies.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
diabetic, so I can eat them.
You're not type 2, are you?
Rick,
no, I'm not a diabetic.
Okay, Greg. They're just different.
Well, we'll send some Ozempic with it.
Ozempic, loose stool.
All right, we'll be back.
I'm behind the light. I can't see you.
You look like Ziggy. Look over.
Top of his head.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then that led to a speech, I guess, is this the normal weekly meeting with Dabo Swinney talking to the press, and it's led to Dabo Swinney, and a lot of us have talked about this. What is it like to be a college football coach modern day and dealing with this generation of athletes and the type of culture that they grow up in and live in, and he kind of takes on why you have to. Yeah, it's a unique approach now. So
it is.
So this is courtesy, I guess, of the Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson football.
All right, here we go.
And then they're just also well trained these days. I mean, they're just in shape. They spend 7-on-7 time year round. I mean, it's a constant. It's just different. From when I was coming up. I mean, these guys are doing 7-on-7 leagues. They're just constantly in the gun. Reading things, and so I just think that's part of it, how the game has changed, because I really think a lot of the high school has trickled up, because, again, I think the high schools were some of the first ones to start changing the game from a spread standpoint, simply because high school coaches are competing with year-round baseball, year-round basketball, lacrosse, and I mean, I don't have anything against the option, but, or even more, I played in the I formation, I right, I left. And when we got fancy, we went split backs. Oh my God, they went split back. But you still had an X and a Z, a flanker and a split in. And that's it. I didn't know what a 3 wide outset had ever been. I mean, what I'd have done to play in a world like today. So you better like it. You better like going out there and stalk blocking. You better like cracking, and if you get lucky, they're going to throw a outcut to you. Oh my God, they throw a hitch. They call it a hitch. You just didn't throw the ball a lot in those days. But that there wasn't. You didn't have Fortnite. You didn't have, all these games and iTunes and, social media. You just didn't have that. I mean, what the heck was I going to do if I went home? What was I going to do? I mean, sit there, look at the wall. You got 3 channels. You got Lawrence Welk and Hee Haw and Happy Days. That's what you got. Taj, I'll explain that to you later. But that's it. So you played ball. I mean, and there really was no. It's just what you did, and it was hard. It was hard, and football was different, and the game has changed. There's so much more competition out there, and so I think the high school coaches are the first ones to kind of change the game. Everything used to be, pro down, and I think it's changed now. And all these pro teams used to always say, "Oh, man, we can't do it. Give me a break." You got Tom Brady in the gun, running zone read screens, and all kind of RPOs and stuff like that. The game has trickled up, but it started in the high schools because coaches had to compete with all these other sports to get kids to not play year-round basketball, to not play year-round baseball. So they had to change the game because nobody wanted to come out there and just run the I formation every day or run the option, and so they made it fun. And a little bit kind of like basketball on grass with some of these 7-on-7 things that they do. And I think that has been a huge part of the evolution of this quarterback that we see, And you see the same thing at the next level. You see Deshaun, you see Mahomes, you just right in, as the schemes have changed, and they're able to be successful.
Yeah. So, and I think he makes a point. If you're coaching football in high school now, you're competing with a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
When we were coming up, I mean, his point, if you weren't on the football team, what were you going to do? I mean,
his original question in that you didn't hear was he was asked about the emergence of the freshman quarterbacks because there were a lot of them that had big games this past weekend, put up big numbers. Of course, Auburn with the win on last minute, So they were saying, what is the deal? Because he had a freshman quarterback carry his team to a national championship, and he was saying it's just they transition now better than they used to.
Yeah,
and you kind of understand where he was coming from.
Yeah, and he was talking.
And he outlined, I thought, a lot of things we've talked about.
That's
here
good.
On what
That's
he deals
real
with.
good.
Yeah, and it's and some people can say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, or what, as far as the actual game from a consumer standpoint. But he's talking about if you want to have the game, you have to understand. This is a phrase that I certainly didn't. We're back 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being here, and Merry Christmas. The Christmas season has started. Gift number 1 is gone, and there it goes. 11 more gifts to go on the 12 working days of Christmas as we wind our way to the BYE, the big year ender. And we will be finishing 30 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Lord willing, we'll come back on January 3rd, and we'll celebrate for the entire year our 30th anniversary. So make a note of that. Also today, a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be put together. We'll be interviewing Fox News' Greg Jarrett. The Constitution of the United States and other patriotic documents. He has put all these together in one incredible resource, which apparently we're not teaching the next generation. And we'll talk to him about that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which will be out this weekend. And you can get that wherever you get podcasts. And if you're looking for the archive of yesterday's Bible study, that's available to you as well as we roll through 2 Corinthians. Session 3 is available now on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. All right, so Bubba, let's talk about Mr. Biden as we continue to watch the leader of the free world. Just impress everyone all over the world. And here comes President Biden. And everybody, hey, Basement Joe. I said, Basement Joe. Here is Joe Biden. He is talking to, I'm not sure whom, And he's going to make a comment about the Marine that is with him that travels with the president with the codes.
And, the football, the nuclear football.
Yeah, the nuclear football. And where is he, Speedy? Who's he talking
to? I'm not really sure where he is, Rick, but he's walking with him. Now, it's going to be really, really hard for you to understand, but they were able to pick up what he was saying.
Okay.
And y'all can.
And we'll review that.
Yeah.
It's Nick. Hey, Nick. This is Nick buddy. Now, look, my Marine carries that. It has a code to blow up the world. That doesn't. This is not nuclear weapons, is it? All right, okay.
He's against the camera.
By the way, you think I'm kidding?
He just says anything.
Wow.
He says my Marine has a code to
I
blow
heard
up
that.
the world.
Yeah, I heard that real loud. The funny thing is he did his famous thing again.
Yeah.
Where he looks at the guy next to him and says, "I'm not kidding."
He did.
Yeah. Don't jump. Why does he think everybody thinks he's kidding? Is it because of the way he carries himself?
But he's also, that was clearly his attempt to make a joke, too, and people are laughing, and then he says, I'm not kidding. It's just the whole thing is inappropriate. He's the guy with the code, Scott.
Now,
This is not good.
Imagine, you remember how concerned Nancy Pelosi was that Trump was going to start World War III? To the point she wanted a review of the nuclear release policy on what it took to actually launch an attack.
Yeah.
Even a defensive attack.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the president cannot do alone. Okay? None of them. Trump, Biden, any of them.
Well,
they do have the code and they can start the process, but they have to have other people okay it.
I would hope so.
Well, sure, yeah. You don't need that in one person's hand.
Here we go again.
Secretary of Defense has to approve it, I know, is one of them. Of course, the president can fire the Secretary of Defense on the spot if he's not doing what he wants him to do.
Now President Biden...
Until he gets one in there that will.
Now President Biden has, for some reason, given Donald Trump a political history he doesn't have. He's claiming that Donald Trump is a congressman. So that's never been the case, but here we go.
Instead of cutting them, like Congressman Trump and Bob would want to do. Instead of cutting them, like Congressman Trump and Bob would want to do.
Bob?
Instead of cutting them, like Congressman Trump and Bob would want to do.
Who's he talking about, Bo, his son?
And Bope? I don't know who he's talking about. Congressman Trump, first of all, that's wrong.
That's not accurate.
And Bope? Bope? Is he talking about another congressman? Somebody we don't know who it is?
I think if there was another Congressman Trump in the
No. I mean,
Congress, we'd hear about it.
No. What he says after that is he referencing another name?
Nah, I don't
know. Bope. First of all, you're right.
Trump, Bope.
It doesn't really matter what he says next because he's called Trump a congressman, and that is incorrect. So this statement's already off to a rocky start.
Yeah.
Because he's labeled Trump a congressman. Do you see how lost he looks when he's saying it too? Just a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech.
You mean the guy who's Marine? You mean the guy who's Marine has the code to blow up the world?
That's
the guy.
Yeah.
There's a statement.
Next, we have Speaker Johnson, who has tried to clarify how many times we've been lied to by the president. By the way, I get a lot of emails from the new Speaker of the House. Do y'all?
Oh yeah, sure.
And he keeps asking me why I won't respond, and I'm like, I don't think we know each other. But he's.
I think they want you to respond with a slight donation.
Yeah, I think you are correct. Right. Here is Speaker Johnson, and he is going to go. He's starting to ramp up that Biden needs to be impeached. So here we go.
I just got bullet points here. From 2014 to 2019. Biden family members and their affiliate companies received over $15 million from foreign companies and foreign nationals. These are all facts. Facts are stubborn things. That included Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan, Romania, and China. Biden business associates received an additional $9 million. The chairman here have uncovered a lot of facts. President Biden has, of course, lied at least 16 times about his involvement in his family's business schemes. There are at least 22 examples of Joe Biden speaking with or meeting with Hunter Biden's foreign business associates. The Oversight Committee recently released 2 checks. You see the graphics up here today. These checks are to Joe Biden. One is for $40,000 from China, and another is for $200,000 from a now bankrupt healthcare company that his brother James Biden apparently swindled. Listen, this investigation has to continue.
Yeah, I know that we're not. I think we're at the point now, and I appreciate Speaker Johnson and his attempt here, but we're just at the point now where facts really do not matter. They really don't. Because it's whoever can get the upper hand and whoever is in a place of authority, they can take facts and try to harm someone. But if you can't get the person who has the authority, no matter what the facts are, if they're politically protecting someone, nothing's going to happen.
Right.
So facts really don't matter anymore.
Well, they have a lot of paper trail there,
Right.
and to me, it looks like it's plenty of evidence to move forward.
Well, wouldn't you think if the president, when we're talking about his family,
Now, think about what we've
His family.
impeached the previous president for.
Exactly.
A phone call.
Yeah.
And where he basically said, "Hey, you got any dirt on my guy?"
Right.
And that was impeachable.
Don't forget 16 lies. We're not talking about one. We're not talking about two. And we're not talking about lies about things that are insignificant. Lying about your family, including your brothers and your son, and you being connected to business dealings with them that are shady. That's pretty big if you're the president or in this case when you were the vice president. Or when you were also in Congress. All these things are really bad. I mean, if you're using your political platform and you're supposed to be representing the United States of America to kind of line the pockets of your son, brother, and yourself.
It's a big deal.
I thought we were supposed to that's supposed to be a Bobo no.
Yeah, well, it is a Bobo no,
right? But I mean, he hasn't just somebody just accused him and then it couldn't be proven. He's been accused, said he didn't do it, and then evidence has been presented that yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's pretty cut and dry, but it's not anymore.
Well, that's why this committee has been looking into it, and they're going to move forward. And I don't know politically if it's better to move forward or sit on it for now, but it looks. Look, they've made a lot of money,
right?
And he doesn't have the salary to back that up.
Yeah.
So
what if
something's coming from somewhere?
Like if I was in a position of power and I said I've never received a check from Beaverbot Farms,
right?
And then everybody puts on a board photocopies of checks to me from Beaverbot Farms.
Right.
So I lied about that.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I think that would be a lie, Rick. The way I look at it.
I mean,
you're misrepresenting Beaverbot.
Right. So what I said about me getting money from Beaverbot, I lied about it.
Right.
Right. Oh, I actually did.
Because I did get money from it. Right.
Right.
And then you look.
It's a pretty big lie.
And then you look. One of my sons runs Beaverbot Farms.
Right.
I mean,
right.
it's or my brother. Or,
Yeah.
That's bad, right? I mean,
James, he's the one, that brother.
Yeah, but isn't that bad?
You would think it would.
Isn't that bad?
Very bad, yeah.
If it was the other way around, they would already have been impeached.
When we come back, Taylor Hicks joins us. All things Taylor Hicks. We update you on that.
Taylor Hicks.
Including an opportunity to celebrate Christmas time with Taylor with his new single, but also live in concert. We'll visit with Taylor right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I am friends with your leader, Mr. Moon. We're good guys. Leader.
I've tried to talk about a lot because sometimes you find yourself banging your head against the wall, and the phrase is this: you can decide to approach the world the way you wish it was, or you better learn to approach it the way it really is.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to constantly say this is how I wish the world would be, well, that's fine, but that's going to lead to a very and I'm not saying that you compromise your morals or you compromise your principles.
But we're just talking about the way you're going about your job or a game.
Well,
in this
just like in our industry. I mean, we're having to make changes, and I can remember when Bubba was the lead dog on this stuff many years ago when syndication was starting, and I remember Bubba making it very clear, and you were 100% right, we better get in this or we're going to get replaced by this. And now you see some of the new technology of the day. That's why we, in the podcast, and you'll see us do more in the podcast. That's why we're into the YouTube and the streaming apps, and we, certainly realize, where our bread is buttered, but for a long term, you got to be, and you can say, well, I don't want to fool with all that. Well, again, that's trying to live in a world the way you wish it was. I wish there were 600 radio stations that would put us on. Then, but then I have to deal with how the world really is, and that they don't.
We really wish that.
Right. So you have to say, well, look, there's all kinds of
really.
Well, I was telling Bubba too, and I can be an old fogey like anybody. I don't like change or fool with things, but you look at some of the positive. There's a lot of negative that comes with the technology that we have, certainly, just like there's always been the negative and positive with anything that came along. I don't know if y'all know that. The whole world is good versus evil. in anything that's ever been come up with. Evil has a plan for it, and the Lord has a plan for it, you know? And I was telling Bubba yesterday, you know, Adrian Rogers, one of my favorite pastors, and I've struggled to find his sermons, and there were all kinds of ways you could do it. Back in the days, you could order them on CD or stuff like that. And it dawned on me yesterday. I mean, he's been in heaven since 2001, something like that. And I was like, you know what? I bet there's a podcast of Adrian Rogers' sermons, and in about 10 seconds, I had access to every Adrian Rogers. I'm talking about high quality, good sounding.
Oh yeah,
you know,
and you can cross reference with topics. And everything.
Yeah. So it's and that's what he's talking about. The high school coaches knew that they had to adapt to a culture that football has more competition for young people's time and interest than ever before. And if the game, look, we used to talk about it. Football is an extremely difficult game. And I remember even preparing for most of the sports, once the season starts, you mainly play games. Mm-hmm. And you might have, but with football, you don't play many games, and you have a lot of workouts and a lot of grueling practices compared to practices versus games. So he said the game had to change at the high school level to have players. Yeah. And you said because of those changes, a lot of these freshman quarterbacks have been working on the pass game, especially the short passing game, so much. They're better skilled when they get there than they were in the past.
They're better skilled, and I think the off-season strength training programs and
the
all that,
nutrition, all that,
it's so advanced now that when they show up at college, they're a much better product, ready to perform. You know,
no doubt. I remember when I was sent a sheet of a workout I was supposed to do over the summer before I got to college. You think I did it? I showed up, and I remember Chan Gailey going, so you just decided to show up just completely out of shape, you know? And I couldn't even make the running test. And now, see, that doesn't really happen. Now, for some reason, this new nutrition stuff seems to create more cramps than ever before. That's the downside of it. If I see anybody else with a cramp, that's driving me nuts. And I would like to, no matter what era we're in football, if your upper body is hurt, walk off the field. Top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Link. It's 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Merry Christmas. But I do want you to know, just so we're clear, I've never received a check from Beaver Bite Farms or the Porch Creek Indians. So as we come back, hey, don't forget TheraBreath. Boy, what a great gift to everybody this wonderful time of year. No need to be toting stank breath around. Nobody wants
not
that.
At the holiday.
By the way, you know what's kind of cool? I got an email, and it was one of our brave individuals that serves our military, and they said that they were so jacked they just found out that TheraBreath products are on the shelf at the commissary.
How about that?
And they were like, "Hey, I didn't know we had it here." And he said, "I went ahead and bought them all right here." So
our fighting men and women need good breath too.
They do. Having good oral hygiene, Greg, as you know, is the key to good health. So
yuck mouth.
Nobody likes it. So I restocked on the lozenges and just the other day. So the mouthwash, the toothpaste is great. Of course, don't forget too that gum rinse, because you don't want there to be issues with your gum disease is bad stuff. And even when you're trying to use these whitening things that are on shelves, a lot of those aren't very good. The TheraBreath, very, very good. And also don't forget there's no added dyes, there's no artificial colors, gluten-free. Did you know they're even certified, and we don't know how, but they are certified kosher. I'd like to be there at the warehouse and watch that happen.
Yeah.
So anyway, Give fresh breath for Christmas. There's confidence in every capful. So go to TheraBreath.com to find all the products, or you also can find them represented in over 100 retailers all across the country. When you think of Christmas, I don't know about y'all, I think of Taylor Hicks.
Yep.
Yes. And I may not be the only one. I don't think I am. But Taylor Hicks joins us now. Taylor, what's going on, buddy?
How are y'all? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. You know what's funny is as much as I've performed on y'all's show, I feel like I need to be the Porch Creek Indians and write y'all a check. I've got a couple of checks from the Porch Creek Indians before.
I bet you have.
Those casinos, man, they're good. They're good to you as an artist.
Oh, buddy, I know they write good checks too, don't they?
That's true. I'm surprised. I should be writing one to y'all this morning to let me promote this show I got coming up in Birmingham.
Well, let's talk a couple of things. First of all, the new single, we've already played it. We'll play it some more. When you start thinking about Christmas songs, and of course, you know, it's dawned on all of us, and I'm sure it has every artist, you know, there's only so many. I mean, you know, we're not ready. I mean, we get a new one out every now and then, but it's rare. So what made you choose as a single Jingle Bells?
Well, there's a lot of Christmas songs that are in public domain.
Yeah.
And, you know, as an artist, you know, you can write a song and get, you know, royalties from it, or you can do a public domain song. And a public domain song, you know, you would be surprised. There's a lot of them out there that are classic Christmas songs. And I wanted to do kind of a rockabilly, Delbert McClinton, kind of bluesy country, kind of rockabilly Jingle Bells. I've always wanted to record it. So I ended up recording it in Birmingham there at Gentown Studios. And, I'm gonna have a ball with it. You know, I've already started playing it in some of the live shows, and we'll definitely be playing it on Friday.
Taylor, when did you record this? Because I remember the stories of Elvis recording his Christmas songs in the summer, and he didn't like doing it with hot weather, and they had to dress the studio up like it was Christmas. When did you do this?
It's rough recording Christmas music in Lower Alabama in the middle of summer. You know, I mean, it's tough. But, you know, as far as lead times with music and, you know, just the way that, you know, music is released now to get it in the queue for iTunes and everything, you know, it's the same old song and dance. You got to record Christmas music. You got to make it Christmas in the summer if you're going to make it Christmas around Christmas time.
Yeah, no doubt. So let's talk a little bit, because to me, one of the most wonderful things, I love Christmas. It's a wonderful time of year. And one of the things is, you know, you go out on a Friday night, you're in December, you head to a classic theater like the Lyric Theater in Birmingham. It'll be a week from tomorrow on December the 8th. And you go to go hear great live music. You know, you're walking out on the streets of downtown Birmingham, going into the theater. Everything's lit up, and you will be doing. You know, not only Taylor Hicks, only you. You go, well, he's going to do Christmas classics. Got it. Oh, and also the Doobie Brothers. now who in the world says my Christmas show features Christmas music / Doobie Brothers?
Well, I mean, you got to have a little bit of gray hair and sound a little bit like Michael McDonald. So that's, you know, you can't pull it off if you hadn't really studied all of their music. And obviously, you know, what's funny about Michael is when I performed Taking It to the Streets on American Idol, I sold him about 1.5 million records that night. I think in 24 hours. So I think he's going to okay me doing some Doobie Brothers on Friday night.
Yeah. So tell me.
Speaking of royalties.
So I'm walking.
Or you're taking Christmas to the street.
That's right. That's right.
My name's Santa. So when I go in the Lyric Theater and I sit down, I've got my seats like I like it, and the lights go down. What am I in store for?
Well, I've got about an 8-piece band, so we've got, you know, that's what's great about the Lyric Theater is I can really, you know, get a lot of friends that I've played music with over the years. So I travel with a pretty good sized band as it is, but the Lyric, and especially that show, we're coming up on 10 years doing the Lyric Theater for Toys for Tots, and it's, you know, I love it. I see a lot of friends and family. Tickets are selling pretty good, and I just, you know, I'm blessed to be able to come home for the holidays and have a venue like the Lyric Theater to be able to perform in.
Boy, the history of that place. Yeah. It's
unbelievable.
I was so glad they refurbished it. You know, for the longest, we had the Alabama, and we love it too. But that thing just sat there, and I'm so thankful that people took the time and got the money to refurbish it. And I've seen shows there, and boy, I'm gonna tell you, it is a great venue because it's an intimate setting, but the sound is so good in there, and those refurbished theaters are just special, aren't they?
Well, they are, and the Lyric is truly a special theater because it was literally a vaudeville theater to begin with.
Yeah.
And to be able to have the Marines come by dressed in their blues, and we do a big thing with them. My song 19, they come out, they take all the toys and for Toys for Tots, and if you do come to the show, please bring a toy. Because it's unbelievable. One toy could change a kid's Christmas, and that's what we do it for. And it's just a really special night. And like I said, I'm blessed to come back home and perform it.
So Taylor, where do what do you call home? I mean, you're on the road so much. When you say I'm going home or I have time out, where's home?
Well, I'm in Nashville here. I'm in the downstairs part of my house in Nashville. Okay. I usually, do these stuff, but between Nashville and Birmingham, that's kind of where I bounce from. But luckily I've been able to be out on the road and do some shows, and I'm looking to a busy 24. I got a record coming out in the spring, and I have Guitar Will Travel. It ain't stopping, baby. I'm rolling.
Now, what kind of record you got coming out in 24?
It's a compilation of a lot of songs I've recorded over the years that haven't been released yet. I'm obviously it's a country soul record, and I've released a couple of songs this year off of the record, and I'll probably release, I've got a lot of songs in the hopper that I've written with a lot of really, really great writers and a couple of really cool special guests. So 24, I'm looking to get out on the road and obviously to release some of this music. You got to let it fly at some point. You can't keep it in the barn. You got to let the horses run.
Yeah, and we talked about how the industry has changed so much, and of course our industry is changing in a very similar way. As we've said many times, there was a time that you went on tour to try to get people to buy your music. Now you release your music so people come see you on tour.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
I mean, that's it now, right? Yeah.
You got to take your product to the people, man. But luckily, for us, we kind of understood that a long time ago, and that's what's made your show so special. Is you understood that you take your product to the people, and so do I. Yeah, and that ain't never gonna change.
No, that's good. And you look healthy, so you're taking care of yourself. So I mean, it looks like you can still handle the road with no problem.
Well, it just depends on which meet and three I stop in. Right?
You got any time? Are you golfing any?
Yeah, I do. I'm golfing a little bit. I got to do a couple of pro-ams last year, and obviously seeing y'all at the regions. But yeah, golf season will crank back up. Usually when I'm on the road, I get out and play a little bit of golf, but right now it's I'm setting my sights on this Lyric show to get this thing sold out and get a bunch of toys for these Marines for Toys for Tots.
Well, let's do it,
Taylor. That thing was built in 1914, and you mentioned some of the history. When it opened, did you know that tickets were 25 to 75 cents?
Golly.
I bet your show's going to be a little bit more.
Right? I wish I could say that was the same. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Well, look, right now, go to rickandbubba.com and you'll see in show notes the link. It's the Lyric Theater coming up on December the 8th. Lyric Theater, Birmingham. Obviously, if you're in our home city, it's easy for you. But I'm telling you, this is worth traveling into our city. Our city's beautiful at this time of year. That downtown area where this theater is located will be lit up for Christmas. It'll be a wonderful time, and you're helping a great cause. But you also get a great show in return, and it's just a great time of year to just sing and have a blast and see him performing Christmas classics along with some classic Doobie Brothers, all on December the 8th, Lyric Theater. Tickets are going right now. Grab them before they're gone. Let's get this thing a hard sellout.
The sound is great.
The sound's great. Let's get a lot of toys for the kids and just say Merry Christmas. Taylor, thanks for being with us, buddy.
Merry Christmas, Rick and Bubba. That's little Michael McDonald for y'all.
There you go. By the way, we're still waiting on our Rick and Bubba song that you said you were going to write. We got to have.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Put it on the album in 2024.
Come on, baby.
All right, thanks, Taylor. See you, buddy.
See
Merry
y'all.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Taylor Hicks. Go see him next Friday in Birmingham.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Four-horse people. That's what do they call them? The
squad.
The squad. It's I don't know how to say her first name. Omar, Congressperson Omar. Does anybody know how you say her
I've heard
first
it
name?
said a lot of Ilhan, Ohan.
Ohan. Well, we
Congresswoman Omar.
Omar's husband wants a divorce after she allegedly cheated on him with their campaign strategist. This is breaking news. Who insists they are not having an affair, as he accuses his estranged wife of a campaign to ruin his career. So he's saying, look, my wife's out there telling people that I'm having an affair with Omar. Now, Omar's husband, which we'll get to, is mad because he thinks it's real. None of this is real, and we got a big problem here.
Now, when we say that Omar's husband wants a divorce, are we talking about the one that she stays with or her brother?
Well, all I know, Bubba, is it says her
She's
husband
married to both of them, right?
Well, it says her husband got so mad. You know what he said to her?
What?
I'm telling mommy. All right, so
Okay.
just let that resonate. Let that resonate a minute. Let that resonate a minute.
I'm telling mom.
All right, so anyway, that I don't think it is the. I don't think this is the brother. I think this is the one.
This is where she stays.
Yeah, this is the one where she stays, right?
Yeah.
Because the brother was to get somebody in the country.
She fake married her brother and falsified legal documents to get him in the country, and then divorced him and married the one she really wanted to be with, and that's the one she just cheated on.
Allegedly,
reportedly in the news.
Right. So, see, Tim.
No, it's not allegedly reportedly that the husband wants a divorce. It's allegedly reportedly she had an affair.
Well, he's trying to figure out they have 3 children. Omar's husband, Ahmed.
Rick, there's no win in that. It's tough.
Ahmed, I have right. The last name I'm not sure about.
Right.
But anyway, and then the campaign manager is Tim Manette.
Watch it.
And he's saying that his wife, Beth, is the one out there, claiming that he's wanting to leave her to go to Omar, and Omar's husband, the one she actually lives with, he's mad, and now he's trying to decide if he wants to end the marriage. It's not good.
I tell you, it's. I know socialists believe in sharing, but it's taking a little far here.
It is. It's a mess, and this doesn't seem to jive very well with the claims of her devotion to her religion either.
Well, I don't know all the details.
She can join the club on that one.
Yeah, it appears that kind of wide open here.
She is denying that she was dating outside of her marriage, and she's denied that to her husband, and now she's refused to comment further on the matter. It's interesting, though, when she's going after Trump and Republicans, she wants her to be complete. I mean, she wants everybody to talk about everything.
Yeah,
I know. We got to get. Now suddenly, everybody wants me to talk, and I that's all I'm gonna say.
And now with the world ending, and what I think the clock is down to 11 years now.
Right.
I don't know what the big fuss is. Does it really matter? I mean, because the world's going to be destroyed due to climate change anyway.
Yeah, because
how long did Obama finance that house for? Anybody know? The one he put right on about 4 foot to the water.
You talking about the coastline that's going to destroy everybody?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't figure that one out.
Right.
Call me crazy.
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, crazy.
So is the squad? Are they all? Now they're all the world's ending, including Omar, right?
Oh yeah, this is all the great. Yeah. And several of the candidates running for president there on the demo side have all picked up. They're trying to outgive. I don't know if you saw. Was it Elizabeth Warren wants to give $3 trillion? That's T with a 3 with a T. Trillion of our tax dollars to clean the earth.
To clean it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now, will we bring in Mary Maids? I mean, what do you mean clean it?
I don't know.
Plant trees.
Rick, honestly, I could not. dig any deeper into that story because I knew it was so silly. I just couldn't read it.
Right. So
I had other things to do. Now, when I need some amusement later on today, I'll go back and glance at it.
Right. Yeah. So we're gonna clean it.
Well, they're all,
We're scrubbing it down, buddy.
Several of them have come up with their versions of the new clean deal. All of them want to, this is what I don't get to. They want to completely do away with fossil fuels, like in the next 10, 15 years, completely. And I'm like, guys, how are you going to fly them airplanes?
It's going to be different.
We do not have battery-powered jet planes. I mean, we just don't.
Yeah.
So what's the deal? How's that going to work?
That explains why I keep seeing videos of Elizabeth Warren flapping her arms.
Right.
But let's go.
No, Rick, that was a reenactment of One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest.
Right. Let's 8 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Gift number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas is behind us now. It is done. Congratulations to Matt Driggers of Crestview, Florida. He picks up gift number 1 today, and it was the Sunpack Essentials vlogging kit. And then also he picked up that DeWalt air inflator all together and walks away with that. So Merry Christmas to Matt. Tomorrow, gift number 2.
Fun stuff.
I love it. I love this time.
Rick, couple of notes. We're talking about the historic Lyric Theater.
Where Taylor Hicks plays next Friday night, Christmas show / doobies.
He mentioned it was built for the vaudeville circuit. Matter of fact, in 1914 for B.F. Keith's vaudeville circuit.
Mm-hmm.
One of the few theaters still existing today that was specifically designed to maximize the acoustics and close seating needed for vaudeville shows. Remember, they didn't have electronics then,
Right.
so you had to be able to hear the performers. But get this, some people who performed on that stage: the Marx Brothers, Mae West, Sophie Tucker, Will Rogers, Milton Berle, all have played the Lyric.
Greg, how about this?
Milton Berle
you
said
need to
it was
move your computer. It's muted your mic.
He said it is the Milton Berle said it was as fine a theater as any in New York City.
Milton Berle said that?
Yep.
Uncle Milty?
Uncle Milty.
And Rick, get this too. They had in the summertime, again, no electricity. They had to fan air over 2 tons of ice.
Oh wow!
To cool the temperature in the building. Yep. Isn't that funny?
Surely you jest.
No, I do not jest.
So that's how they. I mean,
They thought that was fancy too. I bet. Hey, this place is aero rise.
Well, no, I want you to think about this. Think about all I can think about. Is how the whole thing works. Even though Democrats claim it doesn't. That trickle down doesn't work, and then they just ignore what Taylor Swift does in every town she goes in. But anyway, I think about how important if you were one of those ice companies back then. Hey, I got the Lyric.
Yes,
I got the Lyric.
I got the Lyric account.
Yeah.
Yep. See, I remember. I mean, my grandparents were very poor, and they had what they called an ice closet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the Iceman would bring a big old block.
George
of
Gervin
ice.
came to your grandparents' house,
and he had those big tongs.
The big
he carried it
tongs,
with,
yeah.
And they would put it in that ice closet. It had a drain in it, so it would drain out as it melted. But when they did ice, they go in there and chip off some of it, and put it in their cup.
Absolutely.
And
I still
remember
do
that in my
ice
lifetime.
box.
I still do. I wonder if theirs leaked all the time, like all the modern day ice machines.
Oh, sure they do. Sure.
If
It
you want
come like twice a week.
If you want to owe Rick and Bubba tip, if you ever decide you want an ice machine in your house, never, ever, ever put it near carpet.
Yeah.
Well, you better put a catch pan under it because it's going to leak at some point.
Well, I saw Adler light up like a little San Antonio light because I mentioned George Gervin, the Iceman. And I still remember, you probably can find it. I know I should have told you this, but I didn't know I was going to say it. And you don't have to look for it if you don't want to. But I remember, how things just stick in your mind.
The poster, yeah.
The Sports Illustrated cover, the Iceman cometh. Yeah,
yes.
and he's coming down the lane ready to jam it.
That was a great one.
The Iceman cometh. I always thought that was cool. But yeah, believe it or not, so the Lyric Theater with a tremendous amount of history. I actually went to a show there, Greg, and unless you heard me talking, you'll never guess who I saw.
I don't know.
Taj Mahal, blues guitarist.
Really?
Yeah, with Michael,
how did
with Michael and Linda Adler.
Really?
Yes, they were over at our house for something.
At the Lyric.
For something, and no, you never know when Adler's dad. He's not quite a Mark Garnett. He's not to that level. But Adler's dad will text you every now and then, say, "Got tickets at this show? Yeah, would y'all like to go?"
Huh.
He'll get tickets to something that he's interested in musically.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, how old is Taj now? I mean, he's got to be. And
bet he was sitting down.
And he got out there and wailed.
I bet it sounded good.
Oh, it sounded fantastic in there. Yeah.
Well, it had to.
3 on a string, 3 on a strings.
That's
doing
right.
their show
They've
there
done
and
that
that.
stuff
Yeah,
there a
that's
lot.
right. So anyway, cool. That'll be a good show if you're looking for something to do next week in Birmingham. All right, so we mentioned this Elon Musk stuff here. Now, can we wade into this, Adler? I mean, Speedy, I see an F-bomb in here somewhere.
There's two.
2 F-bombs? Should we fool with it? I know, but
hey,
Rick.
I don't know. Adler, if you'd rather not try this, we don't have to. I mean, but
I say try it.
Yeah, I've listened to him quite a few times, and so I think I got the timing of it pretty good. I think.
All right,
Rick, we don't want you to time it.
No,
I
will.
What happened last time? You did.
Yes, I did. I'm out. I've proven I can't handle that. So here's Elon Musk saying he's boycotting advertisers that he thinks are doing evil things. Here we go.
Apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck.
No, man.
And then he keeps going.
And he
There's
keeps
another one.
Well, Bubba's jacking him.
Yeah, he. But I do.
No, he's a sharp dresser.
Is that clear? I hope it is.
Well, he was real clear.
It's crystal clear.
I want to try to get C in because I think we're going to love 5C.
Yeah.
So he's talking about why he's even doing this interview, and please listen to what he says to the guy. This is going to own y'all. The only reason I'm here, and then, Greg, this is the kind of stuff you live for. Here we go. Speedy does it.
Absolutely not pander. And Jonathan, like, the only reason I'm here is because you were a friend. Like, what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First of all, I'm Andrew, but yeah, sorry, it's okay. Second of all, we've known each other for a very long time.
Known each other. The only reason I'm here because we're friends.
The only reason I'm here, Jonathan,
and
is because we're friends. I'm sorry, I'm Andrew.
Yeah, we're not that close to friends.
Apparently, our friendship is not what you
appreciate the prize. Nothing.
You know, it does make me feel good that you see people who, and he's very successful, probably richest man in the world.
Sure.
That he also says stupid things like we do.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I feel much better about that.
But I
still got a weird look about it.
But I do think his approach to these companies that try to blackmail you into not speaking your mind by trying to hold advertising dollars over your head. You know, there comes a point we have to tell these people to have a Coke and a smile, no advertising pun intended, and just say, you're not going to blackmail me and keep me from saying what I believe. What? You're going to blackmail me with advertising dollars? So
he didn't sound very happy.
Of course, easier to say when you're as wealthy as Elon Musk.
Yeah, you tell everybody to hit the road.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go back to, because if you want to have inconsistencies with the left, you can really do an entire show on it.
Yeah,
but
we don't have that long.
Let's go back to another one. So Obama, in his 8 years, the main thing he did was lecture all of us on going around the world and colonizing places and being part of the evil British who were trying to colonize the whole world, and then Americans we're going colonial and colonize things. But yet these same people keep trying to tell Brazil what they need to do. And so basically the leaders in Brazil have kind of come back and said, hey, hold up. This is our country, and we really are not sitting here wanting y'all to tell us what we can and can't do.
Well, you know what he said,
Wait
too,
a minute.
Rick.
Well, that sounds like they're trying to imperialistically tell Brazil what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
Rick, he basically has said, y'all keep talking about the rainforest like it's y'all's.
Right.
It's ours.
It belongs to you.
And we'll burn it if we want to.
Right.
Okay? That's basically what he said.
He did. But keep in mind, these are the same people that will lecture Any kind, that America, they're imperialist, they're imperialistic ways, and went out trying to colonize the whole world, manifest destiny, and all of this. Then they're over telling Brazil they want to take over their country. I love that the Brazilians are saying, "Hey, I don't know if y'all checked this. It's our country."
Rick, they're burning the lungs of the planet.
Yeah, right.
The lungs of the planet. I don't know if you saw the real numbers on it. Of course, trees are important. I'm not saying they're not, but the corn crops in the United States produce more oxygen than the rainforest.
Well, you're not going to hear that.
No, you don't.
My whole life.
Because they don't want, hey, you out there plowing? I thought they wanted plants. They get mad about that, too.
I know.
You can't, look, there's no battery-powered tractors, guys, to plant veggies with. It doesn't exist. No. By the way, I still think it takes a bigger carbon footprint to grow vegetables than it does to grow cows. I really do. I still haven't seen the numbers that justify that.
Well, we'll come back.
You have to plow vegetables a lot.
So there's kind of your political update today. And so, Speedy, I know you and I were talking earlier. You've got there's 3 closings coming up with this thing with your house. Mm-hmm. We call it House 1, House 2, and House 3.
It's the closing domino, Rick.
This is a set of house dominoes that all need to lean against each other, knock each other down, which will get you out of your house to the house you're trying to go to, you and your family downsizing a little bit, like a lot of people do when we get to this point in our lives. And you were telling me now you're in the mode of, you need, and I remember this, and I hope to never move again. Honestly, even if it makes sense, I don't want to move again, just because I don't ever want to move again. No. And so we, I don't care if my house makes no sense. I just don't want to move.
Right.
So anyway, we, because then you get into the, hey, I need some boxes. I need boxes. Hey, let's box up everything. We got to move. Hey, we boxing up stuff.
Yeah.
And it's been, I've been made aware of this, and you told me that you didn't really look at where the boxes came from.
Right.
Which means at one point you're walking around with a bunch of boxes that the label on the box looked like you were carrying boxes of feminine products.
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm talking about pretty prominent on there too. I don't know how I missed it. To be honest with you.
Well, you got a lot going on.
It's just a box.
What did it say?
Right. Huh?
What did it say?
Did it have the V word?
I don't know that we should say it.
I think you just leave it what I just said. You should be able to figure that out. The V word.
Okay. But if I tell my
and I don't
son
mean
to grab the V box that's labeled
Where
this,
did you get these boxes?
That's not good, huh?
Where did you get these?
At the box getting place. Terry got some boxes. Sometimes you can go to stores and they just throw the boxes out. And they're like, yeah, please take all the boxes you need.
Right.
Yeah, right over there.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you one thing.
And so
this was not one of the boxes that Speedy empties out that comes to our office, because we don't get this.
No,
we don't.
We improving.
We haven't had a sponsor for this yet.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I could do the commercial.
Right.
No, I wouldn't allow it.
Who's endorsing that?
Yeah, no, not having that.
Right.
So yeah,
I've got a great line right now, and I'm really showing a lot of growth. Last 2 weeks, last 2 weeks I've grown.
I'm gonna stick to Callum.
Between Rubbermaid boxes and just your basic box, and then you've got the Sure Enough boxes that have the lid, that have the 2 little holes on the side that you can pick up, little.
And then you got the Virginia Slims.
Yeah, and you got that.
Those
You got
cigarettes?
that.
Oh, yeah.
You got that.
Those
But
boxes.
these, you don't understand. These.
Thought you were about to say it.
These are white boxes, and they couldn't be any bigger. And I mean, and it's just got.
And
this,
the labeling is just outstanding.
It's just got this big pink label on it. And it's big.
I remember the commercials we used to.
So I mean, if you are carrying the box, that's what you see first. You don't see the box first.
wow.
You see the label first. And it is very.
Is it in your office right now?
No, it's I can sure enough take a picture and send it one to y'all tomorrow. Okay. I mean, it's so big that I'm writing on the V label what's in the box. You know what I'm saying? How you have to label it like,
it already says it.
Hey, garage, hey, garage stuff or tools or pictures,
Speedy, I don't think I put tools on this.
Let me say this, Speedy. Could you have just saved some marker and just cleaned out a bathroom and put it in that box? But anyway,
But they're
Thank
good
you. Thank
boxes,
you.
though, and it's tough because,
Yeah.
I mean, the
Well,
quality of box is better than your standard box. You know what I'm talking about?
Good,
You know, if you get your standard box, like let's say that something comes in, if you ordered off Amazon.
I'm out.
Turn me
off
off. The bottom
now.
of it,
All right,
the bottom
so
of
Bubba,
it.
you're out. Greg's out. Ham's out. It's just you and me now, Speedy.
All right, buddy. If it's got any weight to it, the bottom of the box will open up and everything fall out. No, I'm being serious, but the sure enough ones that you can actually buy that are made for like stacking stuff and stuff. What are y'all doing?
6 minutes past. Brand new hour coming to you from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. As we start a brand new hour, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Not cowards! Put your robe on! We the choir! We the champions! Throw flowers! All right, so a lot to discuss. We'll get phone calls in again this hour, too. Haven't chatted with you in a while on the program today. Gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas, has been given away. So that one's down. Look for gift number 2 tomorrow on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, a couple of updates. Alec Baldwin settles a $25 million defamation lawsuit with sister of Marine killed in Afghanistan withdrawal after claiming that she was part of the January 6 riots. And I don't even remember when he did this. Do you?
I really don't. He's been in so many lawsuits.
He really has.
With that shooting on
So
the
he
movie
didn't shoot
set.
this girl.
No, Greg, he did not. I saw this.
I really didn't even remember
I've never
this
heard
one,
this.
honestly.
Yeah, I didn't either. When I saw it, I thought it was tied to the shooting, and I started reading it, and I was like, well, this is a whole different thing.
Why would he accuse her, and how would he even know who she is? Well,
Yeah.
I'm missing the story.
So anyway, he made a $5,000 donation to the family of the Marine who was killed in the airport bombing in 2021, Riley McCullum. And when he made the donation, he found out later that the Marine's sister had been at the January 6th Capitol situation and labeled her an insurrectionist and a rioter.
Okay.
And so now he has settled a $25 million lawsuit that she filed against him because she said he publicly shamed her and accused her of things she did not do. And now they've settled the defamation case against the family, and they're not telling
Undisclosed.
us. It's not telling us what the settlement was. Now we know he didn't have to give her $25 million, but we don't know. But they said they're happy that it has been resolved, but it does not tell us what he ended up having. But you know,
Poor old Alex, man, he's had to write a lot of checks lately. He had a lot of lawyer bills, I imagine.
Yeah,
his legal team's been very busy.
Well, and you know, and the Alec Baldwins of the world, they're just not coachable.
No, they're not.
You know, they're just not coachable. I mean, you know, he's gonna fly off the handle on somebody, and there's nothing you can do about it, and he can't keep his mouth shut. He can't act right.
The last one when he got out was in the middle of the road screaming at him about.
Oh yeah, he'll scream. He'll scream in a second. And I remember when this story originally came out, we covered it briefly, not for an extended period of time, and we were like, I'm glad somebody's standing up for themselves because he just went on social media and everything and just started declaring this person was all these things, and they weren't.
Well, we are going. You're right, Speedy.
Then he shot her.
And I do remember.
No,
I
it's
remember.
different,
I remember talking
wrong.
about this as well. Now that reminded me because we're in a time now. There's so many platforms.
Yeah.
So many where people can go out there publicly. They can tear you to shreds and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
And when people are held accountable for telling lies about someone else, I think it's good. Now, I'm not a big lawsuit person, but whatever it takes to try to get people to think twice before they go off on a public platform and start accusing you and saying things you didn't do, and you know, it's different. And most of the people, just in my experience, and I'm not even. I mean, I'm going to allow for probably even a little more room than I've really experienced, but I'll say 8.5 out of 10 of people that will go out on a public platform and trash us or trash me when I try to engage them saying, look, you're making an accusation here that I think that you and I are to have a conversation on the phone, and we need to talk person to person, 8.5 to 9 out of 10 of them disappear and will not do it. So, see, that shows you the cowardice that's there, too. They hide behind these fake names, and they hide behind this, and he thinks he's a celebrity, and he can trash anybody. But most of the time when someone, even without a lawsuit, you say, no, we need to talk to each other person to person, and the accusation you're making, I'm going to refute, and I'm going to explain. They will never give you that opportunity.
No.
And they won't do it.
Nope.
And what shows the cowardice of the platforms these days. And I got no respect for people that do that. None. So another one, Bubba, here's a shocker. We continue to find out that the Biden administration worked together with employees of Google on YouTube in 2021 to target alleged, in the quotations around this, misinformation relating to the COVID-19 virus and the vaccinations. Of course, don't forget, and I talked to a doctor just in the last week that said the same thing. He said, notice that all these things that these pharmaceutical companies were hiding. He said, I'm just going to say it because people were saying, I had a bad side effect to this, and there was a bad side effect to this, and oh, by the way, it didn't keep me from catching it again, blah, blah, blah. And we mentioned one of them with Pfizer. He mentioned another company, I can't remember. But you realize these companies themselves are now putting things on their website that at one time the Biden administration would not allow you to say. And neither would YouTube.
Yeah, you were canceled, you were taken down, you were blackballed, all the above, if you said the things they have on their website now.
Correct. And so they're saying, they're showing once again, this was they got together, they worked together, and they targeted people putting out information that they didn't like. And if they didn't like it, they would remove it. And whether it was factual or not.
Yeah, it's so obvious now they can't run from it.
Yeah, so it's not just a conspiracy, hey, I'm part of some odd group claiming the government worked together with these social platforms to take away information that wasn't misinformation, or to label me as being, somebody who was, yelling fire in the theater. We now know that what was being said was actually true. They just didn't like it.
Right.
And Rick,
we don't need to live in that world.
And here's the point. Should be the takeaway from this. We don't need to shut down dissenting opinions. Let us debate it in the public forum.
Absolutely.
Let us argue about it. Eventually, the cream will rise to the top. The truth will be revealed.
Correct.
And at that point, we can go, okay, I was right, I was wrong, next topic. When you artificially try to limit the debate, which is what they were doing on social media, which is not what our government's supposed to be doing.
Right.
Because they thought they could control the situation better by them controlling the narrative. We all lose.
Right.
We need to have those debates, no matter how ugly it is and how much we don't like it. We need to have those debates and let the truth eventually come out.
And some of it was, if I could go this far, some of it was silly.
Yeah.
It was so obviously propaganda. And I told you this was an actual medical doctor that said this to me, and I said this about a week ago, right after I'd heard it, when he said, now, when have we ever launched a new drug that we can 100% tell you it's effective and 100% tell you there's no side effects? He goes, we've never done that in the history of medicine. So this propaganda we're overdoing it. This is silly. This is like a child, saying that, they flapped their arms and flew.
Right.
We've never said that and can't say that about anything. And we were letting everybody get away with that because everybody was afraid. And anybody who said, I'm not so sure about that, or I've factually worked on these vaccines too, and I know what's being said isn't factual, you don't want to live in that world.
No.
I mean, that's what fascists do. For some of you that don't know the definition of a fascist.
Right. That and communist, that is un-American. Let us have the discussion. Let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. So more and more proof coming out. It was done. 15 minutes past. Your phone calls are next. Calvin Speedy Wilburn. Hey. Headed to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you when we come back. All 10 lines are available. I see you filling them up right now. We'll chat with you, America, whatever's on your mind, when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's just.
What are y'all doing?
It's just now. What are you doing? That's a bigger question.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it has come in handy.
So you're saying they last a long time,
Right.
What have you done? That's what I'm saying. What have you done?
They're practically indestructible.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
The quality.
Here's the problem.
quality.
Here's the problem you got.
The quality.
If let's say that you've rented a storage unit, okay? Let's say that you've rented a storage
There
unit.
goes our maturity and growth.
No,
right there.
seriously. Let's say
We've
that
thrown
you've
it out.
guys.
Put it this way. Look,
Hey, guys.
it is true that I'm probably not going to make the 8 seconds, but I'm still on the bull.
Right. Let's say that you have. I'm trying here. Let's say that you have rented a storage unit, okay? And you fill up the back of your truck with these boxes. When you're at a red light,
it's not
that's
good.
what people they think that you are. A V delivery.
This makes a lot of sense. Somebody told me the other day, said, well, I saw Speedy, and I was following him in traffic. And said, so he's not selling for Avocare anymore. And I said, no, he's got a new product. He's got a new product.
Apparently, I'm a delivery service. It looks
Right.
like
Well,
is what I
oh,
am.
boy.
Coming to a doctor's office near you, but
Yeah.
I'm seriously.
But you need the boxes to put the stuff.
And there's your standard ones,
I
and then
know.
there's your
No, I got
there's your double stacks, I would call them, and you can put all kinds of stuff, and you can't break it. It's
Right.
I mean,
Right.
you can't tear through it. Is what
but
I'm saying.
you didn't see the label.
I did not. Well,
Right.
we just grabbed, and they fold down too.
Mhm.
I mean, boy, they're good.
Yeah.
But you talking about even if you've got a month to pack, you still can't. There's still not enough time. Every day I'm trying to devote at least an hour.
Yeah.
To it.
I mean, it's real. Is the house you're moving to ready, or are you gonna have to do a double move?
No, we're ready.
Okay, good.
We're ready. I'm not going to talk about it too much because I think we're rolling pretty good here. I don't want to mojo it.
Right.
Bubba, I'm sitting right next to you. You don't have to text me one-liners. That's a good one, though.
It was. We'll be back. I'm going to go as far as to think that there were times when it came to the climate change loons that they literally would try to be sure that has everybody got the door shut, and they just sit there and laugh.
Sure they would.
I mean, hey, today what are you going to do? I'm going to go out and talk about climate change, try to get these loons stirred up.
Oh, goodness.
You know, somebody questioned Prince Harry about the flying around.
Yes,
they're on him about
and,
it.
of course, now he says that they counter it, that they, I guess, plant trees and all that, but they will not leave him alone.
Isn't that convenient? And I go back to
Can we go and find those trees somewhere? Well,
let me ask y'all this. Well, okay, I get it. I mean, they say fly commercial you're still flying.
You're still burning.
I know that's one less.
Still burning gas, man.
I mean,
is it? No, think about it. I mean, that's a big one.
I know, but that's what they say. They're on to it because he's not going to fly in commercial all the time.
Guys, hey, Prince, fly wherever you want to fly.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you don't believe this garbage. You know you don't believe it. You're caught in some kind of. This is like, you feel like you got. It's like these.
How about I'm the prince? I can do what I want.
Have you seen this latest thing?
Yeah, I was about to do it next.
Good gracious.
Speaking to this.
What a nut job.
Well, I was going to say something, but the royal family, if you have to understand the life they live. Have you ever been around those people that they feel like they're on like every kind of board you could ever think of? I'm on the board for this. I'm on the board for that. I'm on the board for this. I'm on the board for that. And it's just a bunch of feel-goodism,
because it doesn't affect them at all.
No. And there's nothing you really have to. I mean, and so it looks like I'm involved in stuff. Looks like I'm doing stuff, but it's just really almost like I need to have this to make it look like I do something other than just completely consume everything for myself.
Yeah, right.
And
basically sit around.
Or I don't have any hobbies.
Yeah, I don't have any hobbies. I want to feel important because I'm mediocre. I mean, whatever the case may be, I feel like the royal family, I just want to call them over to the side and say, hey, look, you got a good gig. Yeah, it worked out for you. We understand you guys have a good gig. You don't have to keep doing all this stuff you don't feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you need to fly your kids and you can afford it, you do whatever you want to do. You're not destroying the earth. It's kind of like this thing about don't worry, I'll offset my carbon footprint. And you said it that day to, what's the weird name that guy has when you said about got him on dark energy? It's become the dark energy. Do you realize what
Neil
deGrasse, whatever, Tyson,
Mike Tyson,
Mike Tyson, deGrasse, Neil. And it's like if I can't figure something out or I can't really explain it, I just scream dark energy.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the reset. But
it's how a lot of us balance our checkbook.
And so
we
now,
just draw a line, and go even.
What happened? We're back 20 minutes now past the hour. Oh, looks like Helmsy. Yeah, Coach. Taking the reins. Hey, Coach. At 866 We Be Big, and you can join us. Lines are available. Talk about anything that you want to talk about. You make a comment, ask a question. We'd love to chat with you as we all enjoy the kickoff today of officially the Rick and Bubba Christmas season. Gift number 1 is already gone, so this is we're not doing that here. We're done with that for today. Lisa, Double Springs, they're in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lisa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're fantastic. Merry Christmas.
I was just wondering if y'all had seen where supposedly the government has taken authority over main providers of the internet companies. It's supposedly for low-income providers or households, but they can control what the narrative is, basically, like what you look up, what you're posting, the whole 9 yards. I don't feel comfortable with that, and I don't know if y'all have heard about that yet.
Yeah, we covered it. The FCC had a vote 2 weeks ago where the government is going to seize a lot of the operational parts of the internet, and we were warned by one of the commissioners. Of course, the vote was on party lines.
Yes, it was. And the point you made that stuck with me the most is someone who worked with the FCC said, "Don't let them do this."
Yes, he was sounding the alarm.
Really.
And I don't know what all it encompasses. There's probably as much misinformation as there are true fact out there. But I do know this: the commissioner on the FCC with the most experience, who was a Republican, said, "Do not let us have control of this."
Right.
So I'm going to have to trust his expertise.
Yeah. Josh.
And again, why do they have majority in that? Because the president gets to appoint them.
No, you're right.
Elections have consequences.
Yes.
Folks.
I mean, boy, do
if
they
I can
ever.
quote President Obama.
Let's go to Josh Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know who sang that version of Merry Christmas, Baby you played about an hour ago. You guys all liked.
Well, you're not going to like this, buddy, because I'm about to send you on a musical journey that's only going to lead to frustration, I'm afraid. We have some Christmas music that is very unique to the show because most of it can't be found anymore anywhere. They were on CDs that were used to raise money for charities in Birmingham, Alabama. So these are artists that have some tie to the state of Alabama. And so this was actually done by a group called The Cast, C-A-S-T. The odds of you finding that, unfortunately, are probably not very high because we have a hard copy of a CD. I've never been able to find it on streaming. You can certainly try. The Cast, C-A-S-T. Merry Christmas, baby.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, baby. Thank you, man. Yeah, thanks for calling. And I love it too. But we have a number of Kevin Darberry's version of Away in the Manger. People tried to find it before. He hit it on one of his CDs, but I've never found it out on streaming. And some of it may have a lot to do with what Taylor Hicks talked about earlier in the show. Is some of these songs you can't get royalties off of because they're public domain. I don't know about Merry Christmas, Baby. It may not be, but anyway, tech question for Bubba. Steve out of Blount County. Steve, go ahead.
Hello. First of all, I love you guys very much and deeply appreciate your show and what you do.
Thank you.
And then to the question, I'm directing it especially to Bubba, but all of you perhaps. I've viewed a YouTube video called Water Engine, and it declares that this will totally change the automotive landscape, that EVs will no longer be the top of the list. So,
I think we played that, didn't we, on the show? And Bubba, you know a little bit about that?
I'm not familiar with the water engine per se. I think some of again, you got to be careful what you're looking at.
Right.
But I do think that there is validity to the compressed air engine that Jeep is building. And that is, think about it, compressed air.
Right.
I mean, that could really be a game changer.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the water engine. I am familiar more with the compressed air engine, and it's a very interesting engineering breakthrough.
Springfield, Illinois. Looks like the name is Alana. Go right ahead. You're on the show.
Yes, good morning. I was letting Bub and the rest of you guys know the COP28. I called in on this show before. It's a big climate change things they're having in Dubai.
Oh, yeah.
United Emirates.
Yeah.
And you'd think, I think last year they had 30,000 people fly their private jets in there. This year they're looking at 70,000 people, 200 countries.
Yeah.
Flying in from, I think it starts today through the 12th. And that's what Elizabeth Warren was talking about.
Yeah.
They want to, their goal is this year to get the larger Western countries that have money to donate money to, let's say, countries in Africa and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. They're going to try to.
They're still cooking the meals over cow dung, but they want to give them money for climate change issues. But,
well, the thing, the biggest point you made is if this is about climate change, and it is a summit, and we've said it 1,000 times, and no one can refute it. There's technology available. No one has to fly there from anywhere. You could have this on a conference call, on Zoom, on Google Meet. I mean, there's all kinds of ways you could have this conference calls, and they're going to all fly there while telling us to stop burning emissions. I mean, come on, man. I mean, surely y'all can see the hypocrisy of this. They don't believe this any more than anything else.
Well, it's a lot of fundraising.
John in Florence, WLAY. John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, man. Just got a quick question. Did y'all ever get y'all's YouTube play button?
No.
For getting 100K?
No, we did not.
No, we did not.
Oh, that's unfortunate, man. Maybe if y'all were good for Christmas this year, Santa will bring it to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna get Greg and his wife Lisa back in the trophy business and get them to make us one.
Yes, make a button.
Yeah.
Adler, do you want to address that?
I'm currently in a dispute right now. I have a copyright. If you have any kind of violation whatsoever on your YouTube channel, they won't send you the button.
Oh, we're done.
Right now, I have a copyright dispute with Rick and Bubba right now. So.
That is hilarious.
We get copyright flagged. I see what content are you talking about, and it's Rick and Bubba. And I think we played like a clip of I forget what it was. It may even been Looking for a City or something like that. But it's our show is flagged for, and so I literally respond, "This is us. We are playing our own show." And that's cleared it up in the past. So that's one I'm dealing with right now. But we have a couple hanging out there, honestly, right now.
And the point being, a lot of this is done with electronic scrubbers, and they don't understand logical things like that.
Right.
Yes.
And we have to go through this all the time.
Yeah.
We are Rick and Bubba playing our own stuff.
We got flagged for playing our own band.
Yes.
Remember that
Mr.
one?
Lucky, yeah. That's Rick
Looking out
singing.
for us,
That's Rick singing.
Looking out for us.
Go to Sarah in Coleman. Sarah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to know if Helmsy ever helped Greg get that TV.
Well, yeah, we got another gathering. Is it today?
Yes.
Are y'all working on it today, Hems?
Yeah. We this will be my second trip in less than a week, which is fantastic because I love going to the Burgess home and hanging out.
You see Millie.
Yeah, and that's you're an elite group. Not many people get to go to Greg's house.
Really don't. Nice, and you know what I'm hoping we get to do today, Rick? I hope we hang it up so quickly and get the wires run so quickly that we can go on the back porch, have a cup of coffee.
Well, I hope that works out. Here's a sound clip from the last time that you were there.
Sounds a lot like her, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I text Greg last night in my response that I hope to try to pet her today.
Ooh. You're going to try to pet?
I'm going to attempt
Millie,
to pet Millie.
the wild dog. Are you going to try it?
I'm going to try it. I'm going to see how close I can get today.
You're going to get bit.
Got a little courage today.
She's like one of them people, you know how those people that have some kind of disorder and they don't like people touching them?
Yeah.
She's like that.
I heard Speedy saying, though, that the job you have today shouldn't take very long, so you may get that opportunity.
Well, the last week we didn't think it'd take long either.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Unforeseen stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll be right back.
We'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What happens now is you get these people that go, all right, I know that I'm claiming I believe in climate change, but I'm not ready to give up the things that I claim cause climate change. So we noticed you flew in a private jet. I'll offset it. I bought carbon credits.
Yeah.
And we just have to go, whew, gosh, for a minute I thought you were being inconsistent.
Well, Rick, again.
I didn't know you bought all these carbon credits. And
Again.
how about this? Then fly on, my friend.
The very people who claim they despise class and people who are, have privilege are showing that they have a class and privilege that nobody else does because they can pay for it. We can do what's wrong because we can pay for it.
Do you know what tell you what this
You
is?
can't, but so you can't do something.
That's right. We can.
Do you remember this? Let me tell you what it is. And we loved him, and I don't know if he's still on the air. The Black Avenger.
Yep. Ken Hamlin. He is retired.
Ken Hamlin.
Great show.
And African American, and he of course was very outspoken about the games that have been played with African American community, the games that are played by African Americans on other African Americans, and he started saying, "Look, hey, white people, if you'll send me a certain amount of money, I will send you a certificate that will say you can no longer have to apologize for slavery. You no longer have to apologize for the civil rights movement. Some of you, I realize, weren't even born then. If you'll send me this amount of money, I will send you a certificate as an African American that says you no longer have to feel guilty about that again."
Yeah, he had a name for it. It was called a certificate of.
When you're exempt for something forever, it's a certificate of you finally have paid your debt back. You finally
Starts with an A,
you finally have apologized enough. Is it? I don't know. I can't know what the word is. But anyway, this is all carbon credits are.
Yeah.
Some genius.
Oh,
and look,
yes. Well done.
some genius said, "Look, go over to my website, buy this amount of carbon credits, and whatever you did is officially canceled."
Yeah, we cancel it out.
Now we don't have to prove it, but yeah.
What a brilliant idea to take advantage of the rich, guilty people.
They basically made themselves priests of the environment.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Come into our booth, confess your sins, and we'll forgive
Make
you.
a donation.
Oh, I
and
love
all
it.
is going to be
We'll
well.
see you till next time.
I love it.
That's it.
See you next week.
Yep. On that note,
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change.
Proof of climate change.
this is what climate change looks like. A hurricane hit an island?
What?
That's what climate change
Never
looks
happened
like?
before.
Oh, we've never seen that before.
She said this is what climate change looks like. It hits the vulnerable communities first, which is a word I can't say.
So climate change knows where to go hit first.
Now listen, she said this is her quote. She says, "I can already hear climate deniers screeching. It's always been this way. You're dim." No, she says it's about science and leadership.
Give me the science.
We either decarbonize and cut emissions, or we don't, and we let people die.
Hey, Cassio, as classic with those like you didn't answer the question. So if the climate deniers are screeching, this has happened before. Now you're supposed to say, no, it hasn't. Here's what makes
Here's
it
what's
different.
different.
And you didn't do that. You just said we were all calling you crazy.
And so you called us another name and went on.
And then you said it's about science and leadership. That's a very broad statement. We either decarbonize and cut emissions, or we don't and let people die. How are you drawing that line? How, people have.
What's her clock?
So you can say that will eliminate hurricanes if we do
She said
what?
12 years. We got to be down to 11 and a half.
We're about maybe less than that. Maybe
Guys,
almost 11.
If y'all want to have some fun, the comments underneath that tweet, the people, oh my
And
gracious!
the hurricane
alive.
somehow knew go to hit areas that can't handle.
Right.
The hurricane
They're vulnerable.
before
It
carbon
hit resorts in the Bahamas.
before carbon emissions. Hurricanes only went to where wealthy people were.
That's right.
And they only went to places that could withstand it.
That's right.
Carbon emissions made hurricanes start picking out less fortunate communities and hitting those.
Yes.
That's never happened before?
Look, more than ever, we have got to take up the cause of mental health. We've got to. I admit I've been slack on it. We've got to invest in it.
Hey, proof.
You know what?
There's proof we need mental health help.
Well, what she's saying is true. She can't make a case for man-made climate change, but she makes a strong case that we're not doing our job when it comes to the mentally disturbed.
Yes, I got to get more on that wagon. I really do.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
You better believe it. 30 years. 35 minutes past the hour. How about buyraycon.com/Bubba? Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go there now. And it's time. I mean, if you want to get your Christmas shopping done, bam. Go right there and take advantage of some incredible savings. And it can be chaotic this time of year, but the team at buyraycon.com/Bubba, they're here to make your everyday a little easier. Earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you want to go. To Power Tech products, they waded into that, Bubba, to make sure you never run out of charge. They've racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products, and the company first made a name for themselves with those earbuds in the audio space. The everyday earbuds are the best on the market, about half the price of the other audio brands. We get you another 15% off your order by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Now, this past year, something new, Raycon Power Tech and Raycon Home. Now, people are going crazy for this Magic 180 charging cable. It's got hyperspeed charging, which we all need, to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. And so look for it. A good gift idea, too, at buyraycon.com/Bubba, 15% off the entire order. There's a link, too, there, Bubba, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, I know that we've got quite the program lineup tonight on television.
Well, we got some big hitters on tonight.
Big hitters on tonight.
If you're into the political scene, you have Governor DeSantis facing off against Governor Newsom in a debate.
Right.
If not the current, I think you're looking at the future possible presidential candidates.
Interesting.
That is going to be hosted by Hannity on Fox.
So, yeah, those two going at it would be worth a look.
So who will come out ahead, the state of California or the state of Florida? It'll be interesting to see how Newsom tries to spin that. That'd be very interesting. But, Rick, we also have the finale of the Golden Bachelor.
Old fart bachelor. So it wraps up tonight. That means that Greg and Adler will not see the debate. So
I'll be busy.
Yeah. So
then you got to stay up for after the rose.
Oh wow, is that happening?
So is that
Ain't that how they did that?
They don't do it. They don't do it with this version of the Bachelor because none of them will stay up that late.
Point,
right?
That'll be tomorrow night at 4.
After the rose, brought to you by Metamucil. So what? I understand there's a little controversy with
I'm out of the loop.
With the golden one.
What's the deal?
Adler, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I saw.
Not that you know.
Not that I know about this weird show.
Right.
I'm not watching with my wife. We look forward to it and talk about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's evidently they painted Gary, whatever his name is. Gary.
Is it Gary?
It's
straight
spelled
up.
G.
Hey, if I want to do, Chilton County.
Oh, that would be good.
All right.
Is it Gary or Jerry?
I think they say Gary.
Do they? Okay.
I don't know.
It's
Maybe.
spelled Gerry.
I think it's Gary.
Hey,
Okay.
that's Gary.
Okay.
I've known Jerry's that spell it like that.
You're right, by the way.
But I mean, listening to the show, I think it's Gary.
How do you know, Greg?
I think
'Cause
it's
you watch
Gary.
it?
I've said them once or twice.
Yeah, you've seen it.
Greg, you're in on it. Don't act like you're not.
You can't wait.
I promise. I don't
You might
know
even try to stay up late.
No. No.
So they painted this guy as his wife passing away 6 years ago, and he's never been in a relationship. He's been out of the dating world for 6 years straight. But that's evidently not true.
Oh, what? Look, we found out he had a saucy
player?
relationship.
No.
Somebody said it was a Shack Up Honey. I heard Shack Up Honey.
Shack Up Honey was said by some people.
Oh, really?
One of the articles I read too. Plus, first of all, he acted like he'd never dated anybody, and then she's around. And he also broke up with her when she gained 10 pounds.
I saw that too.
Wait a minute. Greg, are you throwing that in?
No, that's what it said in the article.
What? He said, "I'm not going to my high school reunion with you looking like that."
Jerry said that? The Golden Bachelor?
Allegedly,
Allegedly?
the Golden Bachelor, yes.
That one right there.
But he said
I just read the article this morning.
You're reading it.
He
That's
said
what
it
I thought.
is.
It was
It's even
interesting.
worse.
Yeah,
That was interesting.
that is worse. Greg.
When they said
You're
controversy,
researching.
well, I mean, it was a headline.
Hamza, you got a lot of pressure to get that TV hung, buddy.
Yeah, pressure's on tonight.
You got to watch it.
Better get it up.
That's right.
Eddie Van Adler.
So at one point, he
Sure.
might have done that. Also, which I thought this was a good move. Before his Shack Up Honey moved in with him, they lived in their dream house. They lived in the husband and wife's. They bought this lake house.
He brought that tramp into the house where his wife, the one who died, where they lived.
That's what that's what I understand.
Right.
And he said, but you will be covering your living expenses. Even if you're living with me, you will be covering your own living expenses. And evidently, he would get money from her before they would go out to eat for her half of the meal, and then he would pick up the whole check. This is all alleged.
Why
but
are you
then
telling?
at the table, he would pick up the check, so he looks like a big man, which is a good plan. I told my wife that's what we're going to be doing moving forward.
You know what Speedy just said? I don't understand what everybody's mad about.
I really
Sound like a good deal.
I'm trying to figure it out. I can't find it. I don't know where it is.
So you're just saying somebody's saying these things. You shouldn't be acting like this is all true.
It's in print on the internet, though. So
it must be
probably
true.
so
there's that.
Yes.
Right, guys?
Controversy.
But according to many sources, he did have a girlfriend, and for him to paint himself as like, oh, I've never held anybody else's hand before, that's not accurate.
Since my wife went on in.
Yeah.
Did he come up with that storyline, or did the producers?
I think it was probably he probably went along with it.
Adler,
Yeah.
Who are the two finalists? What is their deal?
Not that he knows.
You got Gertrude and Ethel, I think, is their names. No, I don't know. Let me see. I forget what their names are.
Likes it.
It's there's Leslie and Teresa. Is that right, Greg?
I don't know.
Yes, you.
I do not. I have no idea.
By the way,
I have
Greg,
no idea.
okay, this is Leslie, the more normal-looking one, and then Teresa's the one that's
what do you
not.
mean more normal
Well,
looking?
Teresa's bad at lipstick. She's bad at lipstick. It's very distracting. It's all up in her nose and teeth and stuff. What are you doing, lady? You're on TV.
What are you doing, lady? You're on TV. You're terrible.
So
It's
there's-
real though.
there's
So
yeah.
who do we think's going to win?
I think probably he goes with Teresa, I think he goes with Leslie. But like you said, Bubba, last time he went on date number 1 and he was like, Leslie, I love you forever, and then he went on date number 2 with Teresa.
Love you
and he was like,
forever.
I love you forever, so maybe she's a freak.
He's loving a lot of people.
So somebody's not going to be
she's a
happy with this outcome.
He said freak. He did.
So what he should be saying, if he was being truthful, now that we know about these other women,
Yes.
it's rare that I date, and I've only told a few other people I love them.
Yes. Right.
So let me ask you this, Adler.
Since
do
my
you,
wife went in.
Because I like
she
I said,
went on in is
I've
what he said.
passed the TV a few times. I'm not following it to the level near that you and Greg are.
Right.
I'm not following.
But
Greg, you're in.
But here's the thing: if you are one of these ladies and you've been to the suite with him, okay, the overnight date, and he has told you that he loves you, the one who is let go, being her age, where she may think this is my last chance to find somebody.
Well, you're bad.
How are they going to take this?
Not well.
Not well.
Boy. Well,
Because-
when you put it like that.
Because when you're dealing with
Dang, Jerry.
when you're dealing with this kind of when you're dealing
Back up, Terry.
when you're dealing with this particular installment of this show, Bubba makes a valid point. I mean, when you're dealing
Because
with
several of the contestants have mentioned along the way, this is my last chance at love.
right when you have the younger people, they're kind of like, I'll just.
We got a little choked up.
Okay.
It's actually been this way. It's been this way the whole show.
Right.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I said it. All right.
Well,
Move on. Don't throw that at me. Just put it down. Put it down.
I will say there was
that
one.
did add to it, though. I got emotional. I thought Bubba's getting broke up over there. Yeah.
There was one moment in which my wife was like, "If you got on a show and did this, I'd be so mad at you." And that was when at one point he had to cut somebody, cut somebody loose,
Cut 'em?
choose somebody, and
my
send
tactic.
somebody home. And he is doubled over crying about having to send somebody home. And he's like, I've never felt worse in my entire life than this, except for when my wife passed away, and this is a close second.
Oh.
And my wife goes, if you said that
my goodness.
about me after I pass away, I will haunt you
Oh my
forever.
goodness. Yeah.
So I think he's getting fed a lot of stuff from the producers. It's a show.
It is a show.
It's not real.
It is.
You have to tell yourself that.
I'm talking to myself right now.
Right.
They're not really in love, probably. But if they are, it's because these producers manipulate them emotionally. It's unbelievable.
I will go further than this based on the things that we all have shown us and we've seen. And I think this happens more times than not, that these people, whether it be the male, the female, bachelor, bachelorette, whatever, and especially in this situation, they make their decision long before the season is done, and the producer's like, no. You
gotta play it
You
out.
can't go all in like this.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what's so strange.
We gotta stretch this
You
out.
got to keep it. And I think this because isn't one of them like a fitness instructor and just kind of kept herself in shape and all that, but she's
No, they're both fine. That was Greg. talking. So who's it gonna be, guys? Who's it gonna be?
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are, driving and crying. Driving and crying.
We've all done that before.
Well, I know that we have, Will of Meat could spin today. I know that we have Match Moultrie coming up, so you're going to have an opportunity to match Moultrie, and I've got a booklet full of stuff here they sent overnight. And
Rick, you're going to love one of the topics we're going to cover today.
Well, I'm worried about,
and it is a throwback to one of the great Match Moultrie moments.
Yeah, I noticed. Is that got anything to do with the box of cartridges?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. He doesn't plan on making that part of the question, does he?
It is.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'll be honest with you, I suggested it to him last time he was here.
Did you really?
Just for my own entertainment.
Well, how about you? Well, we'll push on through it. And at this point, I was telling Bubba earlier, you almost feel like, we're such veterans now. There was a time I'd fret over the fact that I've got a booklet full of stuff that I got to try to make work, and Moultrie's got a box full of cartridges and all this. And I just told Bubba, I said, look, at 25 years, if I can't work through this muck that's ahead of me, I need to get another job.
Too, Rick, we have a very, very busy show today. A lot of news out there. We have some soccer news. I don't know if you've seen that.
I saw that, yeah.
We also have a big cookout that's going to take place in Australia as a follow-up to the vegan story we had yesterday.
Saw that, too. That's funny.
Notorious AOC is in a Twitter war with Dan Crenshaw, the veteran congressman from Texas.
That's Patch, right?
Yes. And, Dorian is still in the news. It has spun back up to Category 3 now, pounding South Carolina, and North Carolina threatened, and what a mess that's going to be.
I know.
So it's still going on.
And Trump told the people in North and South Dakota to buckle down.
That's good. That's good.
Hey, man, I don't think y'all got that story right. But anyway, so we'll cover that on the program today. We'll take your phone calls. We'll work through that. Yeah, I literally thought the two stories you mentioned about the cookout and the soccer story, when I first saw it, I thought they were Babylon Bee headlines.
I know.
I didn't think it was either one of those were really happening.
Y'all are gonna love why the soccer coach quit.
You sure that's not Babylon Bee? When I first saw it, I'm like, that's got, because Babylon Bee has had headlines that were similar.
Yes, but it's in the British media today. Okay, so
but boy, that's funny.
That is,
and the cookout idea is phenomenal.
What was she thinking?
I know. So we'll jump into all of that. And then we're going to talk a little bit about it's one of those things where, like, you're so excited about hunting season. If you're a hunting enthusiast, you're almost willing to go hunt anything, and that's the beautiful thing about dove season. It's like, is there something we could go out and have a look at and maybe fire upon?
And it's just a good social event too.
Oh yeah, it is. Now it's always hotter than you wish it was.
Yeah.
We live,
you keep thinking it's going to cool off. Wow, it's like dead of summer.
Well, you go out there, you spend some time together, you eat some great food, you fire on some delicious birds to eat. But sadly, you come home with ticks. So you got to be careful where you walk, where you stand.
Oh, yeah.
Get you a bucket out in the field and get away from the shrubs. So we'll jump into all that coming up with Moultrie next, and there's a lot to cover. We've got he's toting guests with him, some of our old friends, some new friends. So we'll unpack every bit of that for you. And then, of course, we'll plow through the rest of the stories that Bubba mentioned as we go forward on another Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I have no idea what we're talking about here. What happened?
All right. Well, a couple things. One, I think we'll get into the first one. Is he's got this routine, which I actually like this. He preps very well. And what I mean by that, he gets here about 30 minutes early because he wants to make sure he gets here enough time and all that.
He comes from good stock.
Once he gets here, he doesn't just come in. If he gets here at 4:30. He sleeps for 30 minutes in his car, and I don't mean hey, I've just dozed off. I'm talking about head back, mouth open, sawing
the chair
logs.
back. Yeah, the chair back.
Yeah. Speedy came in this morning and said, "You say I got in there and sleep in his car?" I said, "No, when I got here." He goes, "I mean, some guy, he is out of it."
Yeah, mouth open. You know, right
him.
now we're every now and then there can be some. The parking deck creates weird things. There's creepers in cars all the time.
There's a guy sleeping on a bench out here.
He thought the president was back, didn't he?
That's right, the Hall of Death.
Yeah.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody say peace on earth. So as we make our way back, wrapping up this hour, let me make you aware of a few items. Gift number 1 has been given away, so we did that today. Gift number 2 tomorrow on the Rick and Bubba Show on the live version, so be catching that. Also, Bubba and I will be recording a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. That will be out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. And a couple of items that are going on that you might be aware of. New items at rickandbubba.com in the store. So go there, and I told you these collectible glasses, the funny series that is going on. The first one is there. It's got a Christmas theme. This celebrates the 30th anniversary, which we'll celebrate, Lord willing, on January the 3rd. And we'll celebrate it all next year with some cool items. And so these are collectibles, meaning this is one of a series of 4. So when these sell out, they'll be gone. They're there. The new Rick and Bubba hunting hat. I wore that yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
Did a little hunting in it yesterday. It's available. And also our new Rick and Bubba CD, the double CD rough patch, coming soon to the streaming services. But right now, the double CD is available. That's all in the Rick and Bubba store. At rickandbubba.com, we have a link there if you'd like to give the gift of a cool 31-day devotional to the men on your list. TheManChurch.com, we have 2 that are new this year. One came out in February. I wrote that one called Transformed. There's a new one that just came out. Brian Gill wrote that called Jesus Is, and it's all the I am statements that Jesus makes about himself. If you'd like to have autographed copies of those, use the link provided today at rickandbubba.com under show notes, and then we'll get those to you autographed. You can buy them individually, or if you save 15% if you buy them together. So, and then tonight at Glenwood Baptist Church in Prattville, Alabama, there's a Man Church kickoff tonight, and I'll be there via video message, giving you that first message, and then they'll go into the curriculum. So if you're interested in plugging into that strategy, that's a good location for those of you in the Montgomery-Prattville area tonight, Glenwood Baptist Church, 6:30. All right, so that kind of gets you updated on everything you need to know today. But, Bubba, then the next thing is, what is the perfect time to put up your Christmas tree? Now, we do not believe in luck because we have a biblical worldview, but we don't take any chances.
That's right.
But anyway, we believe in a sovereign God, but sometimes there's things out there if you want to do just for fun. And one of the things that the experts, and I don't know why these people are deemed experts, but they're at Christmas Tree World, and they are saying that if you want to put your tree up at the perfect time in order to avoid bad luck, the day isn't December 1st. They said, according to the experts, and we'll use that term loosely, at Christmas Tree World, traditional Advent begins the 4th Sunday before Christmas, which means the perfect date can actually vary from November 27th to December 3rd. This year, they say the perfect day, because of Advent, would fall on the 3rd of December. So that would be Saturday would be the perfect day. I'm gonna not be. I guess I'm in a bind because we're putting ours up on the 7th.
Now, why is it the perfect day again?
Because of the way Advent falls, and they're saying the 4th weekend this year would be. They say because the way it varies because of the way it falls every year. It could be anywhere from November 27th to December 3rd. This year, Advent would start officially on December 3rd. So they said because that's the best day for a Christmas tree. I mean,
the best day at our house is whenever Elf
That's
Betty
correct.
can put it up.
That is correct.
It factors no convenience on us at all.
Right. No, they're just saying if you care about that kind of thing, I don't. But they're saying if you do, it's an interesting Christmas tidbit.
Yeah. Thanksgiving morning, we're making the trip, just for Thanksgiving Day over to Sturgis, Mississippi. Mom, Dad in the back, Terry and I up front. And we're just talking about traditions and stuff like that. And my dad's mom, who I call Mama, he said, I don't know why, but it was 14 days till Christmas. He said you couldn't get a tree up in our house unless it was 14 days it would go up. But prior to then, you couldn't get one up.
So we do real tree. So Sherry has been playing games. Ours goes around probably like your mama, our mama. Ours all goes around how would the tree look on Christmas Day. Right. And Sherry we've had it when it was all dried up by the time we got there, which was too early. And then last year, I thought we hit it perfect. Sherry goes, oh, look, it's so green and so wonderful right now. It had plenty of time left. We could have had it up longer. I hate to even throw that tree away. So we've kind of gone in between that this year. But I will tell y'all one of the things I do want to update you guys on, and I had to break it to Sherry yesterday because y'all pointed it out, the audience and those of you on the show, that basically Sherry and I this year on the Crest, we're the cranks.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to know where Frosty is. And
how'd she take that?
We're not doing the lights this year. And I said, Sherry, the guys brought to my attention, we're the cranks. And she looked at me and she said, oh, my goodness, we're the cranks. And I said, I don't know if you've realized this. I feel a little animosity on the Crest. And you can see people almost like angrily putting their lights on the fence across the street. Because the people who have a wood fence in front of the walking trail, a walking sidewalk over there, those houses that were built much later, see, they have them a little walking sidewalk, and they all have those wood fences that are in front of all the houses between the road and that walking, and they're all running their lights and connecting them down, so we have lights all the way down. I saw one of those guys putting his up in front of his house. He looked at me kind of mean.
Really?
Because
hey, look, if Carol will show up to the door, you better watch out.
When do y'all think there's a chance that people of the Crest will come to my circle driveway and say, where are the lights?
I hope not.
Hollering for you.
That could get ugly.
We're the cranks. Bubba, we're the cranks.
There you are.
And I'm sorry. I mean, there's a reason we did that, but I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Another thing that we talked about.
And back to the cranks. Saw that for the first time the other night. Had not seen it. Can't believe I did.
I was the same way.
But you can still go
year.
for a cruise. That's fine. But you don't. I mean, you could still do like small things.
Yeah.
Like maybe in the office, get people a little happy.
I thought
Christmas cards and stuff. I thought that was a pretty.
Yeah, I thought they could have handled that better. Yeah. They could have put that fire out.
It bothered me about the movie.
Look, go ahead and put the snowman on top of the house.
Yeah. Why the drama?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Of course, it's a hassle to put Frosty up.
It is.
Rick, what you saw when we have this deal going, we're watching Christmas movies. Watch Jack Frost. Have you ever seen that?
I think I have.
Michael Keaton.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah.
It's sad.
He comes back from dead as a snowman.
Yeah, it's sad.
Hey,
I got a problem with that.
He's into sad Christmas movies. Did you
Rick? I don't want anybody coming back from the dead as a snowman.
But
I got a real problem with that.
I know.
Well, maybe I said it a little hard.
You did, Rick. I mean, Greg, you said it real harsh.
I got a zombie snowman.
No, it's not scary. That's funny.
That's not it.
Okay,
Greg, that's a Christmas horror movie.
That's a different one.
I don't.
Oh, that's a different Jack Frost.
That's a different Jack Frost.
That's a different Jack Frost.
Same thing.
Family's destroyed.
Does he come back as a snowman?
And he comes back a snowman, and it's a sweet story.
How is that sweet?
Well, the sun, all these things matter.
But my daddy's a snowman now?
I mean, just temporarily.
Just temporarily.
Does he talk?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
The snowman
He does all kinds of stuff.
That'd be scary.
Have you never seen it?
Does he have a corncob pipe and a button nose?
Yes, he does.
And
a button nose.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Does he come back from the dead because they put a hat on his head?
Yeah, it was his dad's hat.
Oh, my God. I can't watch this.
Where's my pipe?
That's good.
I don't want to see
Speedy's
that.
never seen this either.
No.
You've never seen it? I had never seen it till last night.
He
So what am
claims
I
to love
saying?
Christmas, but I realize...
I do. I love Christmas, but for
doesn't
some
watch
reason
Christmas
we don't
special.
watch a lot of Christmas
What's next?
movies.
You not watch Christmas Vacation?
No.
So I've already checked that off.
Are you
the
familiar
list.
with the Charlie Brown Christmas?
Those are the standards, but I haven't seen like
about
I don't
Rudolph
branch. I don't branch out a whole lot from the top 5, and I need to sit down a little bit more. It looks like
you're comfortable there.
I don't want to see somebody come back from the dead as a snowman.
I know.
It's kind of weird.
put my nose on.
Hey, don't knock it. It's a...
How
We
can
need to
you
see
be?
it.
How
We
can
need
you
to see
say
it.
what you say about Field of Dreams and let this happen?
No, I just
That looked
said
like me
it's
as
another ghost story.
That's
weird.
me as a kid right there. I think.
It's weird.
Right there.
Ghost story with snow.
It is.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very